Chapter 1 The later pastimes of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. In this chapter there is a summary description of all the pastimes performed by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu during the middle period of his activities as well as the 6 years at the end of his activities. All of these are described in brief. There is also a description of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstasy that occurred when he recited the verse beginning Yakamrahara, as well as a description of how that ecstasy was explained in the verse beginning Priyasayam Krishna, by Srila Rupa Goswami. Because he wrote that verse, Srila Rupa Goswami was specifically blessed by the Lord. There is also a description of the many books written by Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, and Srila Jiva Goswami. There is also a description of the meeting between Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami in the village known as Ramakeli. Text 1. Even a person with no knowledge can immediately acquire all knowledge simply by the benediction of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore I am praying to the Lord for his causeless mercy upon me. Text 2. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Krishna Caitanya and Lord Nityananda, who are like the sun and moon. They have arisen simultaneously on the horizon of Gauda to dissipate the darkness of ignorance and thus wonderfully bestow benediction upon all. Text 3. Glory to the all-merciful Radha and Madana Mohana. I am lame and ill-advised, yet they are my directors, and their lotus feet are everything to me. Text 4. In a temple of jewels in Vrindavana, underneath a desire tree, Sri Radha Govinda, served by their most confidential associates, sit upon an effulgent throne. I offer my humble obeisances unto them. Text 5. May Gopinathaji, who attracts all the gopas with the song of his flute and who has begun the most melodious rasa dance on the bank of the Yamuna in Vamsaveda, be merciful upon us. Text 6. All glories unto Sri Gaurahari, who is an ocean of mercy. All glories unto you, the son of Sasadevi, for you are the only friend of all fallen souls. Text 7. All glories unto Lord Nityananda and Advaita Prabhu, and all glories unto all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya, headed by Srivasa Thakura. Text 8. I have previously described in synopsis the Adi Līlā, initial pastimes, which have already been fully described by Vrindavana Dasa Thakura. Text 9. I have therefore given only a synopsis of those incidents, and whatever specifics were to be related have already been given in that synopsis. Text 10. To describe the unlimited pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is not possible, but I now wish to relate the chief incidents and give a synopsis of those pastimes occurring at the end. Texts 11 to 12. I shall describe only in synopsis that portion which Vrindavana Dasa Thakura has described very elaborately in his book Chaitanya Mangala. Whatever incidents are outstanding, however, I shall later elaborate. Text 13. Actually the authorized compiler of the pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is Srila Vrindavana Dasa, the incarnation of Vyasadeva. Only upon his orders am I trying to chew the remnants of food that he has left. Text 14. Placing his lotus feet upon my head in great devotion, I shall now describe in summary the Lord's final pastimes. Text 15. For 24 years, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained at home, and whatever pastimes he performed during that time are called the Adi Līlā. Text 16. At the end of his 24th year, in the month of Magha, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, the Lord accepted the renounced order of life, sannyasa. Text 17. After accepting sannyasa, Lord Chaitanya remained within this material world for another 24 years. Within this period, whatever pastimes he enacted are called the Sesa Līlā, or pastimes occurring at the end. Text 18. The final pastimes of the Lord, occurring in his last 24 years, are called Madhya, middle, and Antya, final. All the devotees of the Lord refer to his pastimes according to these divisions. Text 19. For 6 years of the last 24, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu traveled all over India, from Jagannath Puri to Bengal and from Cape Comorin to Vrindavana. Text 20. All the pastimes performed by the Lord in those places are known as the Madhya Līlā, and whatever pastimes were performed after that are called the Antya Līlā. Text 21. The pastimes of the Lord are therefore divided into 3 periods, the Adi Līlā, Madhya Līlā and Antya Līlā. Now I shall very elaborately describe the Madhya Līlā. Text 22. For 18 continuous years, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained at Jagannath Puri and, through his personal behavior, instructed all living entities in the mode of devotional service. Text 23. Of these 18 years at Jagannath Puri, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu spent 6 years with his many devotees. By chanting and dancing, he introduced the loving service of the Lord. Text 24. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sent Nityananda Prabhu from Jagannath Puri to Bengal, which is known as Gauda Desa, and Lord Nityananda Prabhu overflooded the country with the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Text 25, Sri Nityananda Prabhu is by nature very much inspired in rendering transcendental loving service to Lord Krishna. Now, being ordered by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he distributed this loving service anywhere and everywhere. Text 26, I offer innumerable obeisances unto the lotus feet of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who is so kind that he spread the service of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world. Text 27, Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to address Nityananda Prabhu as his elder brother, whereas Nityananda Prabhu addressed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as his Lord. Text 28, although Nityananda Prabhu is none other than Balarama himself, he nonetheless always thinks of himself as the eternal servant of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 29, Nityananda Prabhu requested everyone to serve Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, chant his glories and utter his name. Nityananda Prabhu claimed that person to be his life and soul who rendered devotional service unto Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 30, in this way, Srila Nityananda Prabhu introduced the cult of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to everyone without discrimination. Even though the people were fallen souls and blasphemers, they were delivered by this process. Text 31, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then sent the two brothers Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami to Vraya. By his order, they went to Sri Vrindavanadhamma. Text 32, after going to Vrindavana, the brothers preached devotional service and discovered many places of pilgrimage. They specifically initiated the service of Madana Mohana and Govindaji. Text 33, both Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami brought various scriptures to Vrindavana and collected the essence of these by compiling many scriptures on devotional service. In this way they delivered all rascals and fallen souls. Text 34, the Goswamis carried out the preaching work of devotional service on the basis of an analytical study of all confidential Vedic literatures. This was in compliance with the order of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus one can understand the most confidential devotional service of Vrindavana. Text 35, some of the books compiled by Srila Sanatana Goswami were the Hari Bhakti Vilasa, Brihad Bhagavatamrta, Dasama Tippani and Dasama Karita. Text 36, we have already given the names of 4 books compiled by Sanatana Goswami. Similarly, Srila Rupa Goswami has also compiled many books, which no one can even count. Text 37, I shall therefore enumerate the chief books compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami. He has described the pastimes of Vrindavana in 100,000 verses. Text 38, the books compiled by Sri Rupa Goswami include the Bhakti Rasmrta Sindhu, Vidagdha Madhava, Ujjvalanilamani and Lalita Madhava. Text 39-40, Srila Rupa Goswami also compiled the Dainakeli Komudi, Stavavali, Lalakanda, Padiyavali, Govindaviratavali, Madhura Mahatmya and Nataka Varnana. Text 41, who can count the rest of the books, headed by the Laghu Bhagavatamrta, written by Srila Rupa Goswami. He has described the pastimes of Vrindavana in all of them. Text 42, Sri Rupa Goswami's nephew, Srila Yiva Goswami, has compiled so many books on devotional service that there is no counting them. Text 43, in Sri Bhagavata Sundarbha, Srila Yiva Goswami has written conclusively about the ultimate end of devotional service. Text 44, the most famous and formidable transcendental literature is the book named Gopala Champu. In this book the eternal pastimes of the Lord are established, and the transcendental mellows enjoyed in Vrindavana are completely described. Text 45, thus Srila Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami and their nephew Srila Yiva Goswami, as well as practically all of their family members, lived in Vrindavana and published important books on devotional service. Text 46, the first year after Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order of life, all the devotees, headed by Sri Advaita Prabhu, went to see the Lord at Jagannath Puri. Text 47, after attending the Ratha Yatra ceremony at Jagannath Puri, all the devotees remained there for 4 months, greatly enjoying the company of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu by performing kirtana, chanting and dancing. Text 48, at the time of departure, the Lord requested all the devotees, please come here every year to see the Ratha Yatra festival of Lord Jagannath's journey to the Gandhika temple. Text 49, following the order of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees used to visit Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu every year. They would see the Gandhika festival at Jagannath Puri and then return home after 4 months. Text 50, for 20 consecutive years this meeting took place, and the situation became so intense that the Lord and the devotees could not be happy without meeting one another. Text 51, the last 12 years were simply devoted to relishing the pastimes of Krishna in separation within the heart of the Lord. Text 52, in the attitude of separation, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu appeared mad both day and night. Sometimes he laughed, and sometimes he cried, sometimes he danced, and sometimes he chanted in great sorrow. Text 53. At those times, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would visit Lord Jagannath. Then his feelings exactly corresponded to those of the Gopas when they saw Krishna at Kurukshetra after long separation. Krishna had come to Kurukshetra with his brother and sister to visit. Text 54. When Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to dance before the car during the festival, he always sang the following two lines. Text 55. I have gotten that Lord of my life, for whom I was burning in the fire of lusty desires. Text 56. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to sing this song, Sada Parananatha, especially during the latter part of the day, and he would think, let me take Krishna and go back to Vrindavana. This ecstasy was always filling his heart. Text 57. In that ecstasy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu recited a verse when dancing in front of Lord Jagannath. Almost no one can understand the meaning of that verse. Text 58. That very personality who stole away my heart during my youth is now again my master. These are the same moonlit nights of the month of Kaitara. The same fragrance of melody flowers is there, and the same sweet breezes are blowing from the Kadamba forest. In our intimate relationship, I am also the same lover, yet still my mind is not happy here. I am eager to go back to that place on the bank of the Riva under the Vedasi tree. That is my desire. Text 59. This verse appears to be the hankering between some ordinary boy and girl, but its actual deep meaning was known only to Svarupa Damodara. By chance, one year Rupa Goswami was also present there. Text 60. Although the meaning of the verse was known only to Svarupa Damodara, Rupa Goswami, after hearing it from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, immediately composed another verse that described the meaning of the original verse. Text 61. After composing this verse, Rupa Goswami wrote it on a palm leaf and put it on the roof of the thatched house in which he was living. Text 62. After composing this verse and putting it on the roof of his house, Srila Rupa Goswami went to bathe in the sea. In the meantime, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to his hut to meet him. Text 63. To avoid turmoil, three great personalities, Haridasa Thakura, Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami, did not enter the temple of Jagannath. Text 64. Every day Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to see the Upalabhoga ceremony at the temple of Jagannath, and after seeing this he used to go visit these three great personalities on his way to his own residence. Text 65. If one of these three was not present, he would meet the others. That was his regular practice. Text 66. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to the residence of Srila Rupa Goswami, he accidentally saw the palm leaf on the roof, and thus he read the verse composed by him. Text 67. After reading the verse, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went into an ecstatic mood. While he was in that state, Srila Rupa Goswami came and immediately fell down on the floor like a rod. Text 68. When Rupa Goswami fell down like a rod, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu got up and gave him a slap. Then, taking him on his lap, he began to speak to him. Text 69. No one knows the purport of my verse, Caitanya Mahaprabhu said. How could you understand my intention? Text 70. Saying this, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu bestowed various benedictions upon Rupa Goswami, and taking the verse, he later showed it to Svarupa Goswami. Text 71. Having shown the verse to Svarupa Damodara with great wonder, Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked him how Rupa Goswami could understand the intentions of his mind. Text 72. Srila Svarupa Damodara Goswami replied to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, if Rupa Goswami can understand your mind and intentions, he must have your lordship's special benediction. Text 73. The Lord said, I was so pleased with Rupa Goswami that I embraced him and bestowed upon him all necessary potencies for preaching the bhakti cult. Text 74. I accept Srila Rupa Goswami as quite fit to understand the confidential melas of devotional service, and I recommend that you explain devotional service to him further. Text 75. I shall describe all these incidents elaborately later on. Now I have given only a brief reference. Text 76. This is a verse spoken by Srimati Radharani. My dear friend, now I have met my very old and dear friend Krishna on this field of Kurukshetra. I am the same Radharani, and now we are meeting together. It is very pleasant, but still I would like to go to the bank of the Yamuna beneath the trees of the forest there. I wish to hear the vibration of his sweet flute playing the fifth note within that forest of Vrindavana. Text 77. Now, O devotees, please hear a brief explanation of this verse. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu was thinking in this way after having seen the Jagannath deity. Text 78. The subject of his thoughts was Srimati Radharani, who met Krishna on the field of Kurukshetra. Although she met Krishna there, she was nonetheless thinking of him in the following way. Text 79. She thought of him in the calm and quiet atmosphere of Vrindavana, dressed as a cowherd boy. but at Kurukshetra he was in a royal dress and was accompanied by elephants, horses and crowds of men. Thus the atmosphere was not congenial for their meeting. Text 80, thus meeting with Krishna and thinking of the Vrindavana atmosphere, Radharani longed for Krishna to take her to Vrindavana again to fulfill her desire in that calm atmosphere. Text 81, the Gopis spoke thus, Dear Lord, whose navel is just like a lotus flower, your lotus feet are the only shelter for those who have fallen into the deep well of material existence. Your feet are worshipped and meditated upon by great mystic yogis and highly learned philosophers. We wish that these lotus feet may also be awakened within our hearts, although we are only ordinary persons engaged in household affairs. Text 82, the Gopis thought, Dear Lord, if your lotus feet again come to our home in Vrindavana, our desires will be fulfilled. Text 83, in one verse, Srila Rupa Goswami has explained the confidential meaning of the verse of Srimad Bhagavatam for the understanding of the general populace. Text 84, the Gopis continued, Dear Krishna, the fragrance of the mellows of your pastimes is spread throughout the forests of the glorious land of Vrindavana, which is surrounded by the sweetness of the district of Mathura. In the congenial atmosphere of that wonderful land, you may enjoy your pastimes, with your flute dancing on your lips, and surrounded by us, the Gopis, whose hearts are always enchanted by unpredictable ecstatic emotions. Text 85, in this way, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw Jagannath, he saw that the Lord was with his sister Subhadra and was not holding a flute in his hand. Text 86, absorbed in the ecstasy of the Gopis, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu wished to see Lord Jagannath in his original form as Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja, standing in Vrindavana and appearing very beautiful, his body curved in 3 places. His desire to see that form was always increasing. Text 87, just as Srimati Radharani talked inconsistently with the bumblebee in the presence of Uddhava, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in his ecstasy talked crazily and inconsistently day and night. Text 88, the last 12 years of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu were passed in this transcendental craziness. Thus he executed his last pastimes in 3 ways. Text 89, for the 24 years after Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order, whatever pastimes he executed were unlimited and unfathomable. Who can understand the purport of such pastimes? Text 90, just to indicate those pastimes, I am presenting a general survey of the chief pastimes in the form of a synopsis. Text 91, this is the first synopsis. After accepting the sannyasa order, Caitanya Mahaprabhu proceeded toward Vrindavana. Text 92, when proceeding toward Vrindavana, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was overwhelmed with ecstatic love for Krishna, and he lost all remembrance of the external world. In this way he traveled continuously for 3 days in Radha Desa, the country where the Ganges river does not flow. Text 93, first of all, Lord Nityananda bewildered Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu by bringing him along the banks of the Ganges, saying that it was the river Yamuna. Text 94, after 3 days, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu came to the house of Advaita Acharya at Sandipura and accepted alms there. This was his first acceptance of alms. At night he performed congregational chanting there. Text 95, at the house of Advaita Prabhu, he met his mother as well as all the devotees from Mayapur. He adjusted everything and then went to Jagannath Puri. Text 96, on the way toward Jagannath Puri, Caitanya Mahaprabhu performed many other pastimes. He visited various temples and heard the story about Madhavendra Puri and the installation of Gopala. Text 97, from Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard the story of Kshirakuri Gopinatha and of the witness Gopala. Then Nityananda Prabhu broke the sannyasa rod belonging to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 98, after his sannyasa rod was broken by Nityananda Prabhu, Caitanya Mahaprabhu apparently became very angry and left his company to travel alone to the Jagannath temple. When Caitanya Mahaprabhu entered the Jagannath temple and saw Lord Jagannath, he immediately lost his senses and fell down on the ground. Text 99, after Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw Lord Jagannath in the temple and fell down unconscious, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya took him to his home. The Lord remained unconscious until the afternoon, when he finally regained his consciousness. Text 100, the Lord had left Nityananda's company and had gone alone to the Jagannath temple, but later Nityananda, Jagadananda, Damodara and Mukunda came to see him, and after seeing him they were very pleased. Text 101, after this incident, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu bestowed his mercy upon Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya by showing him his original form as the Lord. Text 102, after bestowing mercy upon Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the Lord started for southern India. When he came to Kurm etc., he delivered a person named Vasudeva. Text 103, after visiting Kurm etc., The Lord visited the South Indian temple of Jyotirnarasimha and offered his prayers to Lord Narasimhadeva. On his way, he introduced the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra in every village. Text 104. Once the Lord mistook the forest on the bank of the river Godavari to be Vrindavana. In that place he happened to meet Ramananda Raya. Text 105. He visited the places known as Tirumala and Tirupati, where he extensively preached the chanting of the Lord's holy name. Text 106. After visiting the temples of Tirumala and Tirupati, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had to subdue some atheists. He then visited the temple of Ahovala Narasimha. Text 107. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu came to the land of Sri Ranga etc., on the bank of the Kaveri, he visited the temple of Sri Ranganatha and was there overwhelmed in the ecstasy of love of Godhead. Text 108. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu lived at the house of Trimala Bhatta for the 4 months of the rainy season. Text 109. Sri Trimala Bhatta was both a member of the Sri Vaisnava community and a learned scholar, therefore when he saw Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who was both a great scholar and a great devotee of the Lord, he was very much astonished. Text 110. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed the Chaturmasaya months with the Sri Vaisnavas, singing, chanting the holy name and dancing. Text 111. After the end of Chaturmasaya, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued traveling throughout South India. At that time he met Paramananda Puri. Text 112. After this, Krishnadasa, the servant of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, was delivered from the clutches of a Bhattathari. Caitanya Mahaprabhu then preached that Lord Krishna's name should also be chanted by Brahmanas who were accustomed to chanting Lord Rama's name. Text 113. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then met Sri Rangapuri and mitigated all the sufferings of a Brahmana named Ramadasa. Text 114. Caitanya Mahaprabhu also had a discussion with the Tadvavadi community, and the Tadvavadis felt themselves to be inferior Vaisnavas. Text 115. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then visited the Vishnu temples of Anandadeva, Purushotama, Sri Janardana, Padmanabha, and Vasudeva. Text 116. After that, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu delivered the celebrated Saptatula trees, took his bath at Setubandha Ramesvara and visited the temple of Lord Shiva known as Ramesvara. Text 117. At Ramesvara, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had a chance to read the Karma Purana, in which he discovered that the form of Sita kidnapped by Ravana was not that of the real Sita but a mere shadow representation. Text 118. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very glad to read about the false Sita, and he remembered his meeting with Ramadasa Vipra, who was very sorry that Mother Sita had been kidnapped by Ravana. Text 119. Indeed, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu eagerly tore this page from the Karma Purana, although the book was very old, and he later showed it to Ramadasa Vipra, whose unhappiness was mitigated. Text 120. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu also found 2 other books, namely, the Brahma Samhita and Caitanya-caritamrta. Knowing these books to be excellent, he took them to present to his devotees. Text 121. After collecting these books, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned to Jagannath Puri. At that time, the bathing ceremony of Jagannath was taking place, and he saw it. Text 122. When Jagannath was absent from the temple, Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who could not see him, felt separation and left Jagannath Puri to go to a place known as Alalanatha. Text 123. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained for some days at Alalanatha. In the meantime, he received news that all the devotees from Bengal were coming to Jagannath Puri. Text 124. When the devotees from Bengal arrived at Jagannath Puri, both Nityananda Prabhu and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya greatly endeavored to take Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu back to Jagannath Puri. Text 125. When Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu finally left Alalanatha to return to Jagannath Puri, he was overwhelmed both day and night due to separation from Jagannath. His lamentation knew no bounds. During this time, all the devotees from different parts of Bengal, and especially from Navadvipa, arrived in Jagannath Puri. Text 126. After due consideration, all the devotees began chanting the holy name congregationally. Lord Chaitanya's mind was thus pacified by the ecstasy of the chanting. Text 127. Previously, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had been touring South India, he had met Ramananda Raya on the banks of the Godavari. At that time it had been decided that Ramananda Raya would resign from his post as governor and return to Jagannath Puri to live with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 128. Upon the order of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Ramananda Raya took leave of the king and returned to Jagannath Puri. After he arrived, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu very much enjoyed talking with him both day and night about Lord Krishna and his pastimes. Text 129. After Ramananda Raya's arrival, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu bestowed his mercy upon Kasi Misra and met Pradyumna Misra and other devotees. At that time 3 personalities, Paramananda Puri, Govinda and Kasisvara, came to see Lord Chaitanya at Jagannath Puri. Text 130. Eventually there was a meeting with Svarupa Damodar Goswami, and the Lord became very greatly pleased. Then there was a meeting with Sikhi Mahiti and with Bhavananda Raya, the father of Ramananda Raya. Text 131. All the devotees from Bengal gradually began arriving at Jagannath Puri. At this time, the residents of Kulinagram also came to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu for the first time. Text 132. Eventually Narahari Dasa and other inhabitants of Khanda, along with Sivananda Sena, all arrived, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu met them. Text 133. After seeing the bathing ceremony of Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu washed and cleaned Sri Gundika temple with the assistance of many devotees. Text 134. After this, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the devotees saw the Ratha Yatra, the car festival ceremony. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself danced in front of the car, and after dancing he entered a garden. Text 135. In that garden, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu bestowed his mercy upon King Prataparudra. Afterwards, when the Bengali devotees were about to return home, the Lord gave separate orders to almost every one of them. Text 136. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu desired to meet all the devotees of Bengal every year. Therefore he ordered them to come to see the Ratha Yatra festival every year. Text 137. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was invited to dine at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. While he was eating sumptuously, the son-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the husband of his daughter Sathi, criticized him. Because of this, Sathi's mother cursed him by praying that Sathi would become a widow. In other words, she cursed her son-in-law to die. Text 138. At the end of the year, all the devotees from Bengal, headed by Advaita Acharya, again came to see the Lord. Indeed, there was a great rush of devotees to Jagannath Puri. Text 139. When all the devotees from Bengal arrived, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu allotted them residential quarters, and Sivananda Sena was put in charge of their maintenance. Text 140. A dog accompanied Sivananda Sena and the devotees, and that dog was so fortunate that after seeing the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it was liberated and went back home, back to Godhead. Text 141. Everyone met Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya on his way to Varanasi. Text 142. After arriving at Jagannath Puri, all the Vaisnavas met with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Later, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sported in the water, taking all the devotees with him. Text 143. First the Lord washed the temple of Gundika very thoroughly. Then everyone saw the Ratha Yatra festival and the Lord's dancing before the car. Text 144. In the garden along the road from the Jagannath temple to Gundika, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed various pastimes. A Brahmana named Krishnadasa performed the bathing ceremony of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 145. After dancing in the Gundika temple, the Lord sported in the water with his devotees, and on Haripankami Day they all saw the activities of the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi Devi. Text 146. On Janmashtami, Lord Krishna's birthday, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu dressed himself as a cowherd boy. At that time he carried a balance with pots of yogurt and wheeled a roundabout. Text 147. After this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu bade farewell to all the devotees from Gauda Desa, Bengal, and continued chanting with his intimate devotees who constantly remained with him. Text 148. To visit Vrindavana, the Lord went to Gauda Desa, Bengal. On the way, King Prataparudra performed a variety of services to please the Lord. Text 149. On the way to Vrindavana via Bengal, there was an incident wherein some cloth was exchanged with Puri Goswami. Sri Ramananda Raya accompanied the Lord as far as the city of Bhadraka. Text 150. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu reached Vijayanagara, Bengal, on the way to Vrindavana, he stopped at the house of Vijayavakaspati, who was the brother of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu suddenly arrived at his house, great crowds of people gathered. Text 151. For 5 consecutive days all the people gathered to see the Lord, and still there was no rest. Out of fear of the crowd, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left at night and went to the town of Kulia, present-day Navadvipa. Text 152. Hearing of the Lord's arrival in Kulia Grama, many hundreds of thousands of people came to see him. Text 153. The specific acts performed by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu at this time were his showing favour to Devananda Pandita and excusing the Brahmana known as Kapala from the offence he had committed at the lotus feet of Srivasa Thakura. Text 154, Many atheists and blasphemers came and fell at the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord in return excused them and gave them love of Krishna. Text 155, When Sri Nrsimhananda Brahmachari heard that Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu would go to Vrindavana, he became very pleased and mentally began decorating the way there. Text 156, First Nrsimhananda Brahmachari contemplated a broad road starting from the city of Kulia. He bedecked the road with jewels, upon which he then laid a bed of stemless flowers. Text 157, He mentally decorated both sides of the road with bacula flower trees, and at intervals on both sides he placed lakes of a transcendental nature. Text 158, These lakes had bathing places constructed with jewels, and they were filled with blossoming lotus flowers. There were various birds chirping, and the water was exactly like nectar. Text 159, The entire road was surcharged with many cool breezes, which carried the fragrances from various flowers. He carried the construction of this road as far as Kanai-e-Natasala. Text 160, Within the mind of Nrsimhananda Brahmachari, the road could not be constructed beyond Kanai-e-Natasala. He could not understand why the road's construction could not be completed, and thus he was astonished. Text 161, With great assurance he then told the devotees that Lord Caitanya would not go to Vrindavana at that time. Text 162, Nrsimhananda Brahmachari said, The Lord will go to Kanai-e-Natasala and then will return. All of you will come to know of this later, but I now say this with great assurance. Text 163, When Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to proceed from Kulia toward Vrindavana, thousands of men were with him, and all of them were devotees. Text 164, Wherever the Lord visited, crowds of innumerable people came to see him. When they saw him, all their unhappiness and lamentation disappeared. Text 165, Wherever the Lord touched the ground with his lotus feet, people immediately came and gathered the dirt. Indeed, they gathered so much that many holes were created in the road. Text 166, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu eventually arrived at a village named Ramakeli. This village is situated on the border of Bengal and is very exquisite. Text 167, While performing Sankirtana in Ramakeli Grama, the Lord danced and sometimes lost consciousness due to love of God. While at Ramakeli Grama, an unlimited number of people came to see his lotus feet. Text 168, When the Muslim king of Bengal heard of Caitanya Mahaprabhu's influence in attracting innumerable people, he became very much astonished and began to speak as follows. Text 169, Such a person, who is followed by so many people without giving them charity, must be a prophet. I can surely understand this fact. Text 170, The Muslim king ordered the magistrate, Do not disturb this Hindu prophet out of jealousy. Let him do his own will wherever he likes. Text 171, When the Muslim king asked his assistant, Kesavachatri, for news of the influence of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Kesavachatri, although knowing everything about Caitanya Mahaprabhu, tried to avoid the conversation by not giving any importance to Caitanya Mahaprabhu's activities. Text 172, Kesavachatri informed the Muslim king that Caitanya Mahaprabhu was a mendicant touring different places of pilgrimage and that, as such, only a few people came to see him. Text 173, Kesavachatri said, Out of jealousy your Muslim servant plots against him. I think that you should not be very interested in him, for there is no profit in it. Rather, there is simply loss. Text 174, After pacifying the king in this way, Kesavachatri sent a Brahmana messenger to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, requesting him to leave without delay. Text 175, In private, the king inquired from Dabhirakasa, Srila Rupa Goswami, who began to speak about the glories of the Lord. Text 176, Srila Rupa Goswami said, The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who gave you this kingdom and whom you accept as a prophet, has taken birth in your country due to your good fortune. Text 177, This prophet always desires your good fortune. By his grace, all your business is successful. By his blessings, you will attain victory everywhere. Text 178, Why are you questioning me? Better that you question your own mind. Because you are the king of the people, you are the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore you can understand this better than I. Text 179, Thus Srila Rupa Goswami informed the king about his mind as a way of knowing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. He assured the king that whatever occurred in his mind could be considered evidence. Text 180, The king replied, I consider Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is no doubt about it. Text 181. After having this conversation with Rupa Goswami, the king entered his private house. Rupa Goswami, then known as Dabharakasa, also returned to his residence. Text 182. After returning to his residence, Dabharakasa and his brother decided after much consideration to go see the Lord incognito. Text 183. Thus in the dead of night the two brothers, Dabharakasa and Sakara Malika, went to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu incognito. First they met Nityananda Prabhu and Haridasa Thakura. Text 184. Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Haridasa Thakura told Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu that two personalities, Sri Rupa and Sanatana, had come to see him. Text 185. In great humility, both brothers took bunches of straw between their teeth and, each binding a cloth around his neck, fell down like rods before the Lord. Text 186. Upon seeing Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the two brothers were overwhelmed with joy, and out of humility they began to cry. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked them to get up and assured them of all good fortune. Text 187. The two brothers got up, and again taking straw between their teeth, they humbly offered their prayers with folded hands. Text 188. All glories to Sri Krishna Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the most merciful Savior of the fallen souls. All glories to the Supreme Personality. Text 189. Sir, we belong to the lowest class of men, and our associates and employment are also of the lowest type. Therefore we cannot introduce ourselves to you. We feel very much ashamed, standing here before you. Text 190. Dear Lord, let us inform you that no one is more sinful than us, nor is there any offender like us. Even if we wanted to mention our sinful activities, we would immediately become ashamed. And what to speak of giving them up? Text 191. The two brothers submitted, Dear Lord, you have incarnated to deliver the fallen souls. You should consider that in this world there is none so fallen as us. Text 192. You have delivered the two brothers Jagai and Madhya, but to deliver them you did not have to exert yourself very much. Text 193. The brothers Jagai and Madhya belonged to the Brahmana caste, and their residence was in the holy place of Navadvipa. They never served low-class persons, nor were they instruments to abominable activities. Text 194. Jagai and Madhya had but one fault, they were addicted to sinful activity. However, volumes of sinful activity can be burned to ashes simply by a dim reflection of the chanting of your holy name. Text 195. Jagai and Madhya uttered your holy name by way of blaspheming you. Fortunately, that holy name became the cause of their deliverance. Text 196. We too are millions and millions of times inferior to Jagai and Madhya. We are more degraded, fallen and sinful than they. Text 197. Actually we belong to the caste of meat-eaters because we are servants of meat-eaters. Indeed, our activities are exactly like those of the meat-eaters. Because we always associate with such people, we are inimical toward the cows and brahmanas. Text 198. The two brothers, Sakara Malika and Dabharakasa, very humbly submitted that due to their abominable activities they were now bound by the neck and hands and had been thrown into a ditch filled with abominable, stool-like objects of material sense enjoyment. Text 199. No one within the three worlds is sufficiently powerful to deliver us. You are the only savior of the fallen souls, therefore there is no one but you. Text 200. If you simply deliver us by your transcendental strength, then certainly your name will be known as Patita Pavana, the savior of the fallen souls. Text 201. Let us speak one word that is very true. Plainly hear us, O merciful one. There is no other object of mercy within the three worlds but us. Text 202. We are the most fallen, therefore by showing us your mercy is most successful. Let the power of your mercy be exhibited throughout the entire universe. Text 203. Let us submit one piece of information before you, dear Lord. It is not at all false but is full of meaning. It is this: if you are not merciful upon us, then it will be very, very difficult to find more suitable candidates for your mercy. Text 204. We are very depressed at being unfit candidates for your mercy. Yet since we have heard of your transcendental qualities, we are very much attracted to you. Text 205. Indeed, we are like a dwarf who wants to capture the moon. Although we are completely unfit, a desire to receive your mercy is awakening within our minds. Text 206. By serving you constantly, one is freed from all material desires and is completely pacified. When shall I engage as your permanent eternal servant and always feel joyful to have such a fitting master? Text 207. After hearing the prayer of Dabharakasa and Sakara Malika, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My dear Dabirakasa, you two brothers are my old servants." Text 208, My dear Sakara Malika, from this day your names will be changed to Srila Rupa and Srila Sanatana. Now please abandon your humility, for my heart is breaking to see you so humble. Text 209, You have written several letters showing your humility. I can understand your behavior from those letters. Text 210, By your letters, I could understand your heart. Therefore, in order to teach you, I sent you one verse, which reads as follows. Text 211, If a woman is attached to a man other than her husband, she will appear very busy in carrying out her household affairs, but within her heart she is always relishing feelings of association with her paramour. Text 212, I really had no business in coming to Bengal, but I have come just to see you two brothers. Text 213, Everyone is asking why I have come to this village of Ramakali. No one knows my intentions. Text 214, It is very good that you two brothers have come to see me. Now you can go home. Do not fear anything. Text 215, Birth after birth you have been my eternal servants. I am sure that Krishna will deliver you very soon. Text 216, The Lord then placed his two hands on the heads of both of them, and in return they immediately placed the lotus feet of the Lord on their heads. Text 217, After this, the Lord embraced both of them and requested all of the devotees present to be merciful upon them and deliver them. Text 218, When all of the devotees saw the mercy of the Lord upon the two brothers, they were very much gladdened, and they began to chant the holy name of the Lord, Hari, Hari. Text 219, All the Vaisnava associates of the Lord were present, including Nityananda Prabhu, Haridasa Thakura, Srivasa Thakura, Gadadhara Pandita, Mukunda, Jagadananda, Murari, and Vikresvara. Text 220, In accordance with the instructions of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the two brothers, Rupa and Sanatana, immediately touched the lotus feet of these Vaisnavas, who all became very happy and congratulated the two brothers for having received the mercy of the Lord. Text 221, After begging the permission of all the Vaisnavas present, the two brothers, at the time of their departure, humbly submitted something at the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 222, They said, Dear Lord, although the King of Bengal, Nawab Hussain Shah, is very respectful toward you, you have no other business here. Kindly depart from this place. Text 223, Although the king is respectful toward you, he still belongs to the Avana class and should not be believed. We think that there is no need for such a great crowd to accompany you on your pilgrimage to Vrindavana. Text 224, Dear Lord, you are going to Vrindavana with hundreds and thousands of people following you, and this is not a fitting way to go on a pilgrimage. Text 225, Although Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was Sri Krishna himself, the Supreme Lord, and was therefore not at all fearful, he still acted like a human being to teach neophytes how to act. Text 226, Having spoken this, the two brothers offered prayers to the lotus feet of the Lord and returned to their homes. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu then desired to leave that village. Text 227, In the morning, the Lord left and went to a place known as Kanai-e-Natasala. While there, he saw many pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 228, That night the Lord considered Sanatana Goswami's proposal that he should not go to Vrindavana followed by so many people. Text 229, The Lord thought, If I go to Mathura with such crowds behind me, it would not be a very happy situation, for the atmosphere would be disturbed. Text 230, The Lord concluded that he would go alone to Vrindavana or, at most, would take only one person as his companion. In that way, going to Vrindavana would be very pleasant. Text 231, Thinking like this, the Lord took his morning bath in the Ganges and started for Nilakala, saying I shall go there. Text 232, Walking and walking, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Sandipura and remained at the house of Advaita Acharya for 5 to 7 days. Text 233, Taking this opportunity, Sri Advaita Acharya Prabhu sent for Mother Sasidevi, and she remained at his house for 7 days to prepare the meals for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 234, Taking permission from his mother, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu then started for Jagannath Puri. When the devotees followed him, he humbly begged them to remain and bade them all farewell. Text 235, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, although requesting all the devotees to go back, allowed 2 people to follow him. He requested all the devotees to come to Jagannath Puri and meet him during the Car festival. Text 236, The 2 persons who accompanied Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to Jagannath Puri, Nilakala, were Balabhadra Bhattacharya and Damodara Pandita. Text 237, After remaining at Jagannath Puri for a few days, the Lord secretly started for Vrindavana at night. He did this without anyone's knowledge. Text 238. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu left Jagannath Puri for Vrindavana, only Balabhadra Bhattacharya was with him. Thus he travelled on the path through Jharikhanda and arrived in Benares, Varanasi, with great delight. Text 239. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stayed at Benares only 4 days and then left for Vrindavana. After seeing the town of Mathura, he visited the 12 forests. Text 240. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited all 12 places of Sri Krishna's pastimes, he became very much agitated because of ecstasy. Balabhadra Bhattacharya somehow or other got him out of Mathura. Text 241. After leaving Mathura, the Lord began to walk along the path on the bank of the Ganges, and finally he reached the holy place named Prayaga, Allahabad. It was there that Srila Rupa Goswami came and met the Lord. Text 242. At Prayaga, Rupa Goswami fell down on the ground to offer obeisances to the Lord, and the Lord embraced him with great delight. Text 243. After instructing Srila Rupa Goswami at Prayaga, at the Dasasvamedha Gata, Caitanya Mahaprabhu ordered him to go to Vrindavana. The Lord then returned to Varanasi. Text 244. When Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Varanasi, Sanatana Goswami met him there. The Lord remained there for 2 months and instructed Sanatana Goswami perfectly. Text 245. After fully instructing Sanatana Goswami, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sent him to Mathura with empowered devotional service. In Benares he also bestowed his mercy upon the Mayavadi sannyasis. He then returned to Nilakala, Jagannath Puri. Text 246. The Lord travelled all over India for 6 years. He was sometimes here and sometimes there, performing his transcendental pastimes, and sometimes he remained at Jagannath Puri. Text 247. While at Jagannath Puri, the Lord passed his time in great joy by performing Sankirtana and visiting the temple of Jagannath in great ecstasy. Text 248. Thus I have given a synopsis of the Madhya līlā, the middle pastimes of the Lord. Now, O devotees, kindly hear the synopsis of the final pastimes of the Lord, known as the Antya līlā. Text 249. When the Lord returned to Jagannath Puri from Vrindavana, he remained there and did not go anywhere else for 18 years. Text 250. During those 18 years, all the devotees of Bengal used to visit him at Jagannath Puri every year. They would remain there for 4 continuous months and enjoy the company of the Lord. Text 251. At Jagannath Puri, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu performed chanting and dancing unceasingly. Thus he enjoyed the pastime of Sankirtana. He manifested his causeless mercy, pure love of God, to everyone, including the lowest man. Text 252. Residing with the Lord at Jagannath Puri were Pandita Goswami and other devotees, such as Vakresvara, Damodara, Sankara, and Haridasa Thakura. Text 253. Jagadananda, Bhagavan, Govinda, Kesasvara, Paramananda Puri and Svarupa Damodara were other devotees who also lived with the Lord. Text 254. Srila Ramananda Raya and other devotees who were residents of Jagannath Puri also remained permanently with the Lord. Text 255 to 256. Other devotees of the Lord, headed by Advaita Acharya, Nityananda Prabhu, Mukunda, Srivasa, Vidyanidhi, Vasudeva and Murari, used to visit Jagannath Puri and remain with the Lord for 4 continuous months. The Lord enjoyed various pastimes in their company. Text 257. At Jagannath Puri, Haridasa Thakur passed away. The incident was very wonderful because the Lord himself performed the festival of Thakur Haridasa's departure. Text 258. At Jagannath Puri Srila Rupa Goswami met the Lord again, and the Lord invested his heart with all transcendental power. Text 259. After this, the Lord punished Junior Haridasa, and Damodara Pandita gave some warning to the Lord. Text 260. Thereafter Sanatana Goswami met the Lord again, and the Lord tested him in scorching heat during the month of Jyestha. Text 261. Being pleased, the Lord sent Sanatana Goswami back to Vrindavana. After that, he was fed wonderfully by the hands of Sri Advaita Acharya. Text 262. After sending Sanatana Goswami back to Vrindavana, the Lord privately consulted with Sri Nityananda Prabhu. He then sent him to Bengal to preach love of Godhead. Text 263. Soon afterward, Vallabhabhada met the Lord at Jagannath Puri, and the Lord explained to him the import of the holy name of Krishna. Text 264. After explaining the transcendental qualities of Ramananda Raya, the Lord sent Pradyumna Misra to his residence, and Pradyumna Misra learned Krishna Katha from him. Text 265. After this, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saved Gopinatha Patnayaka, the younger brother of Ramananda Raya, from being condemned to death by the king. Text 266, Ramacandra Puri criticized Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's eating, therefore the Lord reduced his eating to a minimum. However, when all the Vaishnavas became very sorry, the Lord increased his portion to half as much as usual. Text 267, there are 14 planetary systems within the universe, and all living entities reside in those planetary systems. Text 268, dressing like human beings on pilgrimage, they all used to come to Jagannath Puri to visit Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 269, one day all the devotees, headed by Srivasa Thakura, were chanting the transcendental qualities of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 270, not liking the chanting of his transcendental qualities, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu chastised them as if he were angry. What kind of chanting is this? He asked. Are you leaving aside the chanting of the holy name of the Lord? Text 271, thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu chastised all the devotees, telling them not to show impudence and spoil the entire world by becoming independent. Text 272, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was apparently in an angry mood and chastising his devotees, many thousands of people outside loudly cried in a tumultuous voice, all glories to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 273, all the people began to call very loudly, all glories to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the son of Maharajananda. Now you have appeared in order to deliver the whole world. Text 274, O Lord, we are very unhappy. We have come a long distance to see you. Please be merciful and show us your favor. Text 275, when the Lord heard the humble petition made by the people, his heart softened. Being very merciful, he immediately came out and gave audience to all of them. Text 276, raising his arms, the Lord asked everyone to chant loudly the vibration of the holy name of Lord Hari. There immediately arose a great stir, and the vibration of Hari filled all directions. Text 277, seeing the Lord, everyone became joyful out of love. Everyone accepted the Lord as the Supreme, and thus they offered their prayers. Text 278, while the people were offering their prayers unto the Lord, Srivasa Thakura sarcastically said to the Lord, at home, you wanted to be covered. Why have you exposed yourself outside? Text 279, Srivasa Thakura continued, who has taught these people? What are they saying? Now you can cover their mouths with your own hand. Text 280, it is as if the sun, after rising, wanted to hide itself. We cannot understand such characteristics in your behavior. Text 281, the Lord replied, my dear Srinivasa, please stop joking. You have all combined together to humiliate me in this way. Text 282, thus speaking, the Lord entered his room after glancing auspiciously upon the people out of charity. In this way the desires of the people were completely fulfilled. Text 283, at this time, Raghunatha Dasa approached Sri Nityananda Prabhu and, according to his order, prepared a feast and distributed prasadam composed of chipped rice and curd. Text 284, later, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami left home and took shelter of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannath Puri. At that time, the Lord received him and placed him under the care of Svarupa Damodara for spiritual enlightenment. Text 285, later, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stopped Brahmananda Bharati's habit of wearing deerskin. The Lord thus enjoyed his pastimes continuously for 6 years, experiencing varieties of transcendental bliss. Text 286, I have thus given a synopsis of the Madhya līlā. Now please hear the pastimes the Lord performed during the last 12 years. Text 287, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 2 The ecstatic manifestations of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. In the second chapter of the Madhya līlā, the author describes the pastimes the Lord performed during the last 12 years of his life. Thus he has also described some of the pastimes of the Antya līlā. Why he has done so is very difficult for an ordinary person to understand. The author expects that reading the pastimes of the Lord will gradually help a person awaken his dormant love of Krishna. Actually, this Caitanya-caritamrta was compiled by the author during very old age. Fearing he might not be able to finish the book, he has included a synopsis of the Antya līlā here in the second chapter. Srila Kaviraja Goswami has confirmed that the opinion of Svarupa Damodara is authoritative in the matter of devotional service. Over and above this are the notes of Svarupa Damodara, memorized by Raghunatha Dasa Goswami, who also helped in the compilation of the Caitanya-caritamrta. After the disappearance of Svarupa Damodara Goswami, Raghunatha Dasa Goswami went to Vrindavana. At that time the author, Srila Kaviraja Goswami, met Raghunatha Dasagoswami, by whose mercy he also could memorize all the notes. In this way the author was able to complete this transcendental literature, Sri Caitanya-caritamrta. Text 1, while relating in synopsis form the last division of the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this chapter I shall describe the Lord's transcendental ecstasy, which appears like madness due to his separation from Krishna. Text 2, all glories to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda. All glories to Advaita Kendra. And all glories to all the devotees of the Lord. Text 3, during his last 12 years, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu always manifested all the symptoms of ecstasy and separation from Krishna. Text 4, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's state of mind, day and night, was practically identical to Radharani's state of mind when Uddhava came to Vrindavana to see the Gopas. Text 5, the Lord constantly exhibited a state of mind reflecting the madness of separation. All his activities were based on forgetfulness, and his talks were always based on madness. Text 6, blood flowed from all the pores of his body, and all his teeth were loosened. At one moment his whole body became slender, and at another moment his whole body became fat. Text 7, the small room beyond the corridor is called the Gambhira. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to stay in that room, but he did not sleep for a moment. All night he used to grind his mouth and head on the wall, and his face sustained injuries all over. Text 8, although the 3 doors of the house were always closed, the Lord would nonetheless go out and sometimes would be found at the Jagannath temple, before the gate known as Simhadvara. And sometimes the Lord would fall flat into the sea. Text 9, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would also run very fast across the sand dunes, mistaking them for Govardhana. As he ran, he would wail and cry loudly. Text 10, sometimes Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mistook the small parks of the city for Vrindavana. Sometimes he would go there, dance and chant, and sometimes fall unconscious in spiritual ecstasy. Text 11, the extraordinary transformations of the body due to transcendental feelings would never have been possible for anyone but the Lord, in whose body all transformations were manifest. Text 12, the joints of his hands and legs would sometimes become separated by 8 inches, and they remained connected only by the skin. Text 13, sometimes Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's hands, legs and head would all enter within his body, just like the withdrawn limbs of a tortoise. Text 14, in this way Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to manifest wonderful ecstatic symptoms. His mind appeared vacant, and there were only hopelessness and disappointment in his words. Text 15, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to express his mind in this way, where is the Lord of my life, who is playing his flute? What shall I do now? Where should I go to find the son of Maharaja Nanda? Text 16, to whom should I speak? Who can understand my disappointment? Without the son of Nanda Maharaja, my heart is broken. Text 17, in this way Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu always expressed bewilderment and lamented in separation from Krishna. At such times he used to recite the shlokas from Ramananda Ray's drama, known as Jagannath Vallabhanataka. Text 18, Srimati Radharani used to lament, our Krishna does not realize what we have suffered from injuries inflicted in the course of loving affairs. We are actually misused by love because love does not know where to strike and where not to strike. Even Cupid does not know of our very much weakened condition. What should I tell anyone? No one can understand another's difficulties. Our life is actually not under our control, for youth will remain for 2 or 3 days and soon be finished. In this condition, O Creator, what will be our destination? Text 19, Srimati Radharani spoke thus, in distress due to separation from Krishna, oh, what shall I say of my distress? After I met Krishna my loving propensities sprouted, but upon separating from him I sustained a great shock, which is now continuing like the sufferings of a disease. The only physician for this disease is Krishna himself, but he is not taking care of this sprouting plant of devotional service. What can I say about the behavior of Krishna? Outwardly he is a very attractive young lover, but at heart he is a great cheat, very expert in killing others' wives. Text 20, Srimati Radharani continued lamenting about the consequences of loving Krishna, my dear friend, I do not understand the regulative principles given by the Creator. I loved Krishna for happiness, but the result was just the opposite. I am now in an ocean of distress. It must be that now I am going to die, for my vital force no longer remains. This is my state of mind. Text 21, by nature loving affairs are very crooked. They are not entered with sufficient knowledge, nor do they consider whether a place is suitable or not, nor do they look forward to the results. By the ropes of his good qualities, Krishna, who is so unkind, has bound my neck and hands, and I am unable to get relief. Text 22, in my loving affairs there is a person named Madhya. His qualities are thus, Personally he possesses no gross body, yet he is very expert in giving pains to others. He has 5 arrows, and fixing them on his bow, he shoots them into the bodies of innocent women. Thus these women become invalids. It would be better if he took my life without hesitation, but he does not do so. He simply gives me pain. Text 23, in the scriptures it is said that one person can never know the unhappiness in the mind of another. Therefore what can I say of my dear friends, Lalita and the others? Nor can they understand the unhappiness within me. They simply try to console me repeatedly, saying, "Dear friend, be patient." Text 24, I say, my dear friends, you are asking me to be patient, saying that Krishna is an ocean of mercy and that sometime in the future he will accept me. However, I must say that this will not console me. A living entity's life is very flickering. It is like water on the leaf of a lotus flower. Who will live long enough to expect Krishna's mercy? Text 25, a human being does not live more than 100 years. You should also consider that the youthfulness of a woman, which is the only attraction for Krishna, remains for only a few days. Text 26, if you say that Krishna is an ocean of transcendental qualities and therefore must be merciful someday, I can only say that he is like fire, which attracts moths by its dazzling brightness and kills them. Such are the qualities of Krishna. By showing us his transcendental qualities, he attracts our minds, and then later, by separating from us, he drowns us in an ocean of unhappiness. Text 27, in this way, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu lamented in a great ocean of sadness, and thus he opened the doors of his unhappiness. Forced by the waves of ecstasy, his mind wandered over transcendental mellows, and he recited another verse, as follows. Text 28, my dear friends, unless I serve the transcendental form, qualities and pastimes of Sri Krishna, all my days and all my senses will become entirely useless. Now I am uselessly bearing the burden of my senses, which are like stone blocks and dried wood. I do not know how long I will be able to continue without shame. Text 29, of what use are the eyes of one who does not see the face of Krishna, which resembles the moon and is the birthplace of all beauty and the reservoir of the nectarian songs of his flute? Oh, let a thunderbolt strike his head. Why does he keep such eyes? Text 30, my dear friends, please hear me. I have lost all providential strength. Without Krishna, my body, consciousness and mind, as well as all my senses, are useless. Text 31, topics about Krishna are like waves of nectar. If such nectar does not enter one's ear, the ear is no better than the hole of a damaged conch shell. Such an ear is created for no purpose. Text 32, the nectar from the lips of Lord Krishna and his transcendental qualities and characteristics surpass the taste of the essence of all nectar, and there is no fault in tasting such nectar. If one does not taste it, he should die immediately after birth, and his tongue is to be considered no better than the tongue of a frog. Text 33, one's nostrils are no better than the bellows of a blacksmith if one has not smelled the fragrance of Krishna's body, which is like the aroma of musk combined with that of the bluish lotus flower. Indeed, such combinations are actually defeated by the aroma of Krishna's body. Text 34, the palms of Krishna's hands and the soles of his feet are so cool and pleasant that they can be compared only to the light of millions of moons. One who has touched such hands and feet has indeed tasted the effects of touchstone. If one has not touched them, his life is spoiled, and his body is like iron. Text 35, lamenting in this way, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu opened the doors of grief within his heart. Morose, humble and disappointed, he recited a verse again and again with a despondent heart. Text 36, if by chance the transcendental form of Krishna comes before my path of vision, my heart, injured from being beaten, will be stolen away by Cupid, happiness personified. Because I could not see the beautiful form of Krishna to my heart's content, when I again see his form I shall decorate the phases of time with many jewels. Text 37, whenever I had the chance to see Lord Krishna's face and his flute, even in a dream, two enemies would appear before me. They were pleasure and Cupid, and since they took away my mind, I was not able to see the face of Krishna to the full satisfaction of my eyes. Text 38, if by chance such a moment comes when I can once again see Krishna, then I shall worship those seconds, moments and hours with flower garlands and pulp of sandalwood and decorate them with all kinds of jewels and ornaments. Text 39, in an instant, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu regained external consciousness and saw two persons before him. Questioning them, he asked, am I conscious? What dreams have I been seeing? What craziness have I spoken? Have you heard some expressions of humility? Text 40, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, my dear friends, you are all my life and soul, therefore I tell you that I possess no wealth of love for Krishna. Consequently my life is poverty-stricken. My limbs and senses are useless. Text 41, Again he addressed Svarupa Damodara and Raya Ramananda, speaking despondently, "Alas! My friends, you can now know the certainty within my heart, and after knowing my heart you should judge whether I am correct or not. You can speak of this properly." Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then began to chant another verse. Text 42, Love of Godhead, devoid of cheating propensities, is not possible within this material world. If there is such a love, there cannot be separation, for if there is separation, how can one live? Text 43, Pure love for Krishna, just like gold from the Jambu river, does not exist in human society. If it existed, there could not be separation. If separation were there, one could not live. Text 44, Thus speaking, the son of Srimati Sasamata recited another wonderful verse, and Ramananda Raya and Svarupa Damodara heard this verse with rapt attention. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "I feel shameful to disclose the activities of my heart. Nonetheless, I shall be done with all formalities and speak from the heart. Please hear." Text 45, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "My dear friends, I have not the slightest tinge of love of Godhead within my heart. When you see me crying in separation, I am just falsely exhibiting a demonstration of my great fortune. Indeed, not seeing the beautiful face of Krishna playing his flute, I continue to live my life like an insect, without purpose." Text 46, Actually, my love for Krishna is far, far away. Whatever I do is actually an exhibition of pseudo-love of Godhead. When you see me cry, I am simply falsely demonstrating my great fortune. Please try to understand this beyond a doubt. Text 47, Even though I do not see the moon-like face of Krishna as he plays on his flute, and although there is no possibility of my meeting him, still I take care of my own body. That is the way of lust. In this way, I maintain my fly-like life. Text 48, Love for Lord Krishna is very pure, just like the waters of the Ganges. That love is an ocean of nectar. That pure attachment to Krishna does not conceal any spot, which would appear just like a spot of ink on a white cloth. Text 49, Unalloyed love of Krishna is like an ocean of happiness. If someone gets one drop of it, the whole world can drown in that drop. It is not befitting to express such love of Godhead, yet a madman must speak. But even though he speaks, no one believes him. Text 50, In this way, Lord Chaitanya used to revel in ecstasy day after day and exhibit these ecstasies before Svarupa and Ramananda Raya. Externally there appeared severe tribulation, as if he were suffering from poisonous effects, but internally he was experiencing bliss. This is characteristic of transcendental love of Krishna. Text 51, If one tastes such love of Godhead, he can compare it to hot sugarcane. When one chews hot sugarcane, his mouth burns, yet he cannot give it up. Similarly, if one has but a little love of Godhead, he can perceive its powerful effects. It can only be compared to poison and nectar mixed together. Text 52, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke, My dear beautiful friend, if one develops love of Godhead, love of Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja, all the bitter and sweet influences of this love will manifest in one's heart. Such love of Godhead acts in two ways. The poisonous effects of love of Godhead defeat the severe and fresh poison of the serpent. Yet there is simultaneously transcendental bliss, which pours down and defeats the pride of nectar and diminishes its value. In other words, love of Krishna is so powerful that it simultaneously defeats the poisonous effects of a snake, as well as the happiness derived from pouring nectar on one's head. It is perceived as doubly effective, simultaneously poisonous and nectarian. Text 53, When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would see Jagannath along with Balarama and Subhadra, he would immediately think that he had reached Kurukshetra, where all of them had come. He would think that his life was successful because he had seen the lotus-eyed one, whom, if seen, pacifies the body, mind and eyes. Text 54, Staying near the Garuda Stamba, the Lord would look upon Lord Jagannath. What can be said about the strength of that love? On the ground beneath the column of the Garuda Stamba was a deep ditch, and that ditch was filled with the water of his tears. Text 55, When coming from the Jagannath temple to return to his house, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to sit on the ground and mark it with his nails. At such times he would be greatly morose and would cry, Alas, where is Vrindavana? Where is Krishna, the son of the king of the cowherdmen? Where is that person who plays the flute? Text 56, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to lament by saying, Where is Sri Krishna, whose form is curved in three places? Where is the sweet song of his flute, and where is the bank of the Yamuna? Where is the Rasa dance? Where is that dancing, singing and laughing? Where is my lord, Madana Mohana, the enchanter of Cupid? Text 57, In this way various ecstatic emotions evolved, and the mind of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu filled with anxiety. He could not escape even for a moment. In this way, because of fierce feelings of separation, his patience began to totter, and he began to recite various verses. Text 58. O my Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Friend of the helpless. You are the only ocean of mercy. Because I have not met you, my inauspicious days and nights have become unbearable. I do not know how I shall pass the time. Text 59. All these inauspicious days and nights are not passing, for I have not met you. It is difficult to know how to pass all this time. But you are the friend of the helpless and an ocean of mercy. Kindly give me your audience, for I am in a precarious position. Text 60. In this way, the Lord's restlessness was awakened by ecstatic feelings, and his mind became agitated. No one can understand what course such ecstasy would take. Because Lord Caitanya could not meet the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, his mind burned. He began to ask Krishna about the means by which he could reach him. Text 61. O Krishna, O flute player, the sweetness of your early age is wonderful within these three worlds. You know my unsteadiness, and I know yours. No one else knows about this. I want to see your beautiful attractive face somewhere in a solitary place, but how can this be accomplished? Text 62. My dear Krishna, only you and I know the strength of your beautiful features and, because of them, my unsteadiness. Now, this is my position, I do not know what to do or where to go. Where can I find you? I am asking you to give directions. Text 63. Because of the various kinds of ecstasy, contradictory states of mind occurred, and this resulted in a great fight between different types of ecstasy. Anxiety, impotence, humility, anger and impatience were all like soldiers fighting, and the madness of love of Godhead was the cause. Text 64. The body of the Lord was just like a field of sugar cane into which the mad elephants of ecstasy entered. There was a fight amongst the elephants, and in the process the entire field of sugar cane was destroyed. Thus transcendental madness was awakened in the body of the Lord, and he experienced despondency in mind and body. In this ecstatic condition, he began to speak as follows. Text 65. O my Lord! O dearest one! O only friend of the universe! O Krishna, O restless one, O only ocean of mercy! O my Lord, O my enjoyer, O beloved to my eyes! Alas, when will you again be visible to me? Text 66. The symptoms of madness served as an impetus for remembering Krishna. The mood of ecstasy awoke love, disdain, defamation by words, pride, honor and indirect prayer. Thus Sri Krishna was sometimes blasphemed and sometimes honored. Text 67. In the attitude of Radharani, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu addressed Krishna, My dear Lord, you are engaged in your pastimes, and you utilize all the women in the universe according to your desire. You are so kind to me. Please divert your attention to me, for by fortune you have appeared before me. Text 68. My dear Lord, you attract all the women of the universe, and you make adjustments for all of them when they appear. You are Lord Krishna, and you can enchant everyone, but on the whole, you are nothing but a debauchee. Who can honor you? Text 69. My dear Krishna, your mind is always restless. You cannot remain in one place, but you are not at fault for this. You are actually the ocean of mercy, the friend of my heart. Therefore I have no reason to be angry with you. Text 70. My dear Lord, you are the master and the life and soul of Vrindavana. Kindly arrange for the deliverance of Vrindavana. We have no leisure hours away from our many activities. Actually, you are my enjoyer. You have appeared just to give me happiness, and this is one of your expert activities. Text 71. Taking my words as defamation, Lord Krishna has left me. I know that he is gone, but kindly hear my prayers in praise. You are the satisfaction of my eyes. You are my wealth and my life. Alas, please give me your audience once again. Text 72. There were different transformations of the body of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, being stunned, trembling, perspiring, fading away of color, weeping, and choking of the voice. In this way his whole body was pervaded by transcendental joy. As a result, sometimes Caitanya Mahaprabhu would laugh, sometimes cry, sometimes dance and sometimes sing. Sometimes he would get up and run here and there, and sometimes fall on the ground and lose consciousness. Text 73. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was thus unconscious, he happened to meet the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently he got up and immediately made a tumultuous sound, very loudly declaring, Now Krishna, the great personality, is present. In this way, because of Krishna's sweet qualities, Caitanya Mahaprabhu made different types of mistakes in his mind. Thus by reciting the following verse, he ascertained the presence of Lord Krishna. Text 74. In the attitude of Radharani, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu addressed the Gopis, "My dear friends, where is that Krishna, Cupid personified, who has the effulgence of a kadamba flower, who is sweetness itself, the nectar of my eyes and mind, he who loosens the hair of the Gopis, who is the supreme source of transcendental bliss in my life and soul? Has he come before my eyes again?" Text 75, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then began to talk like this: "Is Cupid personified present with the effulgence and reflection of the kadamba tree? Is he the same person, personified sweetness, who is the pleasure of my eyes and mind, who is my life and soul? Has Krishna actually come before my eyes?" Text 76, as the spiritual master chastises the disciple and teaches him the art of devotional service, so all the ecstatic symptoms of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, including despondency, moroseness, humility, restlessness, joy, endurance and anger, instructed his body and mind. In this way, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed his time. Text 77, he also passed his time reading the books and singing the songs of Kannadasa and Vidyapati, and listening to quotations from the Jagannath Vallabhanataka, Krishna-caritamrta and Gita Govinda. Thus in the association of Svarupa Damodara and Raya Ramananda, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed his days and nights chanting and hearing with great pleasure. Text 78, among his associates, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed paternal loving affection from Paramananda Puri, friendly affection with Ramananda Raya, unalloyed service from Govinda and others, and humors of conjugal love with Gadadhara, Jagadananda, and Svarupa Damodara. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed all these four mellows, and thus he remained obliged to his devotees. Text 79, Līlā Sukha, Bilvamangala Thakura, was an ordinary human being, yet he developed many ecstatic symptoms in his body. What, then, is so astonishing about these symptoms being manifest in the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? In the ecstatic mood of conjugal love, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was on the highest platform, therefore, all the exuberant ecstasies were naturally visible in his body. Text 80, during his previous pastimes in Vrindavana, Lord Krishna desired to enjoy the three different types of ecstasy, but despite great endeavor, he could not taste them. Such ecstasies are the monopoly of Srimati Radharani. Therefore, in order to taste them, Sri Krishna accepted the position of Srimati Radharani in the form of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 81, by personally tasting the mellows of love of Godhead, Caitanya Mahaprabhu taught his direct disciples the process. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is a wealthy capitalist possessing the touchstone of love of God. Not considering whether one is a proper or improper recipient, he gives his treasure to anyone and everyone. Thus he is the most munificent. Text 82, no one, not even Lord Brahma, can ascertain or even taste a drop of this confidential ocean of ecstasy, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, out of his causeless mercy, has distributed this love of Godhead all over the world. Thus there cannot be any incarnation more munificent than Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. There is no greater donor. Who can describe his transcendental qualities? Text 83, such topics are not to be discussed freely because if they are, no one will understand them. Such are the wonderful pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Unto one who is able to understand, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has shown mercy by giving him the association of the servant of his own servant. Text 84, the pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are the topmost of jewels. They have been kept in the storehouse of Svarupa Damodara Goswami, who has explained them to Raghunatha Dasa Goswami, who has repeated them to me. Whatever little I have heard from Raghunatha Dasa Goswami I have described in this book, which is presented to all devotees. Text 85, if one says that Sri Caitanya-caritamrta is full of Sanskrit verses and therefore not understandable by a common man, I reply that what I have described are the pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and that for me to satisfy everyone is not possible. Text 86, in this Caitanya-caritamrta there is no contradictory conclusion, nor is anyone else's opinion accepted. I have written this book to describe the simple substance as I have heard it from superiors. If I become involved in someone's likes and dislikes, I cannot possibly write the simple truth. Text 87, if one does not understand in the beginning but continues to hear again and again the wonderful effects of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes will bring love for Krishna. Gradually one will come to understand the loving affairs between Krishna and the Gopis and other associates of Vrindavana. Everyone is advised to continue to hear over and over again in order to greatly benefit. Text 88, in reply to those critics who say that Sri Caitanya-caritamrta is full of Sanskrit verses, it can be said that Srimad Bhagavatam is also full of Sanskrit verses, as are the commentaries on Srimad Bhagavatam. Nonetheless, Srimad Bhagavatam can be understood by everyone, as well as by advanced devotees who study the Sanskrit commentaries. Why, then, Will people not understand the Caitanya-caritamrta? There are only a few Sanskrit verses, and these have been explained in the Bengali vernacular. What is the difficulty in understanding? Text 89. I have already given a synopsis of all the facts and figures of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's last pastimes, and I have a desire to describe them elaborately. If I remain longer and am fortunate enough to receive the mercy of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, I shall try to describe them again more elaborately. Text 90. I have now become too old and disturbed by invalidity. While I write, my hands tremble. I cannot remember anything, nor can I see or hear properly. Still I write, and this is a great wonder. Text 91. In this chapter I have to some extent described the essence of the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya at the end. If I die in the meantime and cannot describe them in detail, at least the devotees will have this transcendental treasure. Text 92. In this chapter I have briefly described the India līlā. Whatever I have not described I shall describe extensively in the future. If by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy I live for so many days that I can fulfill my desires, I will give full consideration to these pastimes. Text 93. I worship here with the lotus feet of all kinds of devotees, both advanced and neophyte. I request all of them to be satisfied with me. I am faultless because I have written herein whatever I have understood from Svarupa Damodar Goswami and Rupa and Raghunatha Goswamis. I have neither added to nor subtracted from their version. Text 94. According to the Parampara system, I wish to take the dust from the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Prabhu, and all the associates of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu like Svarupa Damodara, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami and Raghunatha Goswami. I wish to take the dust of their lotus feet upon my head. In this way I wish to be blessed with their mercy. Text 95. Receiving orders from the above authorities and the Vaisnavas of Vrindavana, especially from Haridasa, the priest of Govindaji, I, Krishnadasa Kaviraja Goswami, have tried to describe one small particle of one drop of one wave of the ocean of the pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Chapter 3. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's stay at the house of Advaita Acharya in his Amrita Pravaha Bhashya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives the following summary of the third chapter. After accepting the sannyasa order at Katwa, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu travelled continuously for 3 days in Radha Desa and, by the trick of Nityananda Prabhu, eventually came to the western side of Sandapura. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was induced to believe that the river Ganges was the Yamuna. When he was worshipping the sacred river, Advaita Prabhu arrived in a boat. Advaita Prabhu asked him to take his bath in the Ganges and took him to his, Advaita's, house. There all the Navadvipa devotees, along with Mother Sasidevi, came to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. This house was located at Sandapura. Mother Sasidevi cooked for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, and at that time there were many joking exchanges between Advaita Prabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. In the evening there was a mass sankirtana at the house of Advaita Prabhu, and Mother Sasidevi gave Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu permission to leave. She requested him to make Jagannath Puri, Nalakala, his headquarters. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu granted his mother's request and, followed by Nityananda, Mukunda, Jagadananda, and Damodara, left Sandapura. Bidding farewell to Mother Sasidevi, they all proceeded toward Jagannath Puri, following the path of Chaturabhaga. Text 1. After accepting the sannyasa order of life, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, out of intense love for Krishna, wanted to go to Vrindavana, but apparently by mistake he wandered in the Radha Desa. Later he arrived at Sandapura and enjoyed himself there with his devotees. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 2. All glories to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Nityananda. All glories to Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya, headed by Srivasa. Text 3. At the end of his 24th year, in the month of Magha, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the sannyasa order during the waxing period of the moon. Text 4. After accepting the sannyasa order, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, out of intense love for Krishna, started for Vrindavana. However, he mistakenly wandered about in a trance continuously for 3 days in the tract of land known as Radha Desa. Text 5. Passing through the tract of land known as Radha Desa, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu recited the following verse in ecstasy. Text 6. As a Brahmana from Avanti Desa said, I shall cross over the insurmountable ocean of nescience by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. This was approved by the previous Acharyas, who were fixed in firm devotion to the Lord, Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 7. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu approved the purport of this verse on account of the determination of the mendicant devotee to engage in the service of Lord Mukunda. He gave his approval of this verse, indicating that it was very good. Text 8. The real purpose of accepting sannyasa is to dedicate oneself to the service of Mukunda. By serving Mukunda, one can actually be liberated from the bondage of material existence. Text 9. After accepting the sannyasa order, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu decided to go to Vrindavana and engage himself wholly and solely in the service of Mukunda in a solitary place. Text 10. As Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was en route to Vrindavana, all the ecstatic symptoms became manifest, and he did not know in which direction he was going, nor did he know whether it was day or night. Text 11. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went toward Vrindavana, Nityananda Prabhu, Chandrasekhara and Prabhu Mukunda followed him. Text 12. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed through Radhadesa, whoever saw him in ecstasy exclaimed, Hari! Hari! As they chanted this with the Lord, all the unhappiness of material existence diminished. Text 13. All the cowherd boys who saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passing joined with him and began to shout loudly, Hari! Hari! Text 14. When he heard all the cowherd boys also chanting Hari! Hari! Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased. He approached them, put his hand on their heads and said, Go on chanting like that. Text 15. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu thus blessed them all, saying that they were all fortunate. In this way he praised them, and he felt very successful because they chanted the holy name of Lord Hari. Text 16. Calling all the boys in confidence and telling a reasonable story, Nityananda Prabhu instructed them as follows. Text 17. If Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asks you about the path to Vrindavana, please show him the path on the bank of the Ganges instead. Texts 18-19. When the cowherd boys were questioned by Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu about the path to Vrindavana, the boys showed him the path on the bank of the Ganges, and the Lord went that way in ecstasy. Text 20. As the Lord proceeded along the bank of the Ganges, Sri Nityananda Prabhu requested Acharya, Chandrasekhara, to go immediately to the house of Advaita Acharya. Text 21. Sri Nityananda Goswami told him, I shall take Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to the bank of the Ganges at Sandipura, and Advaita Acharya should carefully stay there on shore with a boat. Text 22. After that, Nityananda Prabhu continued, I shall go to Advaita Acharya's house, and you should go to Navadvipa and return with Mother Sasi and all the other devotees. Text 23. After sending Acharya to the house of Advaita Acharya, Sri Nityananda Prabhu went before Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and gave notice of his coming. Text 24. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was in ecstasy, and he asked where Nityananda Prabhu was going. Nityananda replied that he was going with him toward Vrindavana. Text 25. When the Lord asked Nityananda Prabhu how far it was to Vrindavana, Nityananda replied, Just see. Here is the river Yamuna. Text 26. Saying this, Nityananda Prabhu took Caitanya Mahaprabhu near the Ganges, and the Lord, in his ecstasy, accepted the river Ganges as the river Yamuna. Text 27. The Lord said, Oh, what good fortune! Now I have seen the river Yamuna. Thus thinking the Ganges to be the river Yamuna, Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to offer prayers to it. Text 28. O river Yamuna, you are the blissful spiritual water that gives love to the son of Nanda Maharaja. You are the same as the water of the spiritual world, for you can vanquish all our offenses and the sinful reactions incurred in life. You are the creator of all auspicious things for the world. O daughter of the sun god, kindly purify us by your pious activities. Text 29. After reciting this mantra, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered obeisances and took his bath in the Ganges. At that time he had on only one piece of underwear, for there was no second garment. Text 30. While Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was standing there without a second garment, Sri Advaita Acharya arrived in a boat, bringing with him new underwear and external garments. Text 31. When Advaita Acharya arrived, he stood before the Lord and offered his obeisances. After seeing him, the Lord began to wonder about the entire situation. Text 32. Still in his ecstasy, the Lord asked Advaita Acharya, Why did you come here? How did you know that I was in Vrindavana? Text 33. Advaita Acharya disclosed the whole situation, telling Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Wherever you are, that is Vrindavana. Now it is my great fortune that you have come to the bank of the Ganges. Text 34. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, Nityananda has cheated me. He has brought me to the bank of the Ganges and told me that it was the Yamuna. Text 35. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accused Nityananda of cheating him, Srila Advaita Acharya said, Whatever Nityananda Prabhu has told you is not false. You have indeed just now taken your bath in the river Yamuna. Text 36. Advaita Acharya then explained that at that spot the Ganges and Yamuna flow together. On the western side was the Yamuna, and on the eastern side was the Ganges. Text 37. Advaita Acharya then suggested that since Caitanya Mahaprabhu had taken his bath in the river Yamuna and his underwear was now wet, the Lord should change his underwear for dry garments. Text 38. Advaita Acharya said, "You have been fasting continuously for 3 days in your ecstasy of love for Krishna. I therefore invite you to my home, where you may kindly take your alms. Come with me to my residence." Text 39. Advaita Prabhu continued, "At my home I have just cooked 1 palmful of rice. The vegetables are always very simple. There is no luxurious cooking, simply a little liquid vegetable and spinach." Text 40. Saying this, Sri Advaita Acharya took the Lord into the boat and brought the Lord to his residence. There Advaita Acharya washed the feet of the Lord and was consequently very happy within. Text 41. All the eatables were first cooked by the wife of Advaita Acharya. Then Srila Advaita Acharya personally offered everything to Lord Vishnu. Text 42. All the prepared food was divided into 3 equal parts. 1 part was arranged on a metal plate for offering to Lord Krishna. Text 43. Of the 3 divisions, 1 was arranged on a metal plate, and the other 2 were arranged on plantain leaves. These leaves were not bifurcated, and they were taken from a banana tree that held at least 32 bunches of bananas. The 2 plates were filled very nicely with the kinds of food described below. Text 44. The cooked rice was a stack of very fine grains nicely cooked, and in the middle was yellow clarified butter from the milk of cows. Surrounding the stack of rice were pots made of the skins of banana trees, and in these pots were varieties of vegetables and mung dal. Text 45. Among the cooked vegetables were patolas, squash, manakaku and a salad made with pieces of ginger and various types of spinach. Text 46. There was sukta, bitter melon mixed with all kinds of vegetables, defying the taste of nectar. There were 5 types of bitter and pungent suktas. Text 47. Amongst the various vegetables were newly grown leaves of nimba trees fried with eggplant. The fruit known as patola was fried with fulabati, a kind of dal preparation first mashed and then dried in the sun. There was also a preparation known as kusmanda manakaki. Text 48. The preparation made with coconut pulp mixed with curd and rock candy was very sweet. There was a curry made of banana flowers and squash boiled in milk, all in great quantity. Text 49. There were small cakes in sweet and sour sauce and 5 or 6 kinds of sour preparations. All the vegetables were so made that everyone present could take prasadam. Text 50. There were soft cakes made with mung dal, soft cakes made with ripe bananas, and soft cakes made with urad dal. There were various kinds of sweetmeats, condensed milk mixed with rice cakes, a coconut preparation and every kind of cake desirable. Text 51. All the vegetables were served in pots made of banana leaves taken from trees producing at least 32 bunches of bananas. These pots were very strong and big and did not tilt or totter. Text 52. All around the 3 eating places were 100 pots filled with various kinds of vegetables. Text 53. Along with the various vegetables was sweet rice mixed with ghee. This was kept in new earthen pots. Earthen pots filled with highly condensed milk were placed in 3 places. Text 54. Besides the other preparations, there were chipped rice made with milk and mixed with bananas, and also white squash boiled in milk. Indeed, it is not possible to describe all the preparations that were made. Text 55. In 2 places there were earthen pots filled with another preparation made with yogurt, sandesa, a sweetmeat made with curd, and banana. I am unable to describe it all. Text 56. Upon the stack of boiled rice and all the vegetables were flowers of the tulasi trees. There were also pots filled with scented rose water. Text 57. There were 3 sitting places where soft cloths were placed. Thus Lord Krishna was offered all the food, and the Lord took it very pleasantly. Text 58. It is the system, after offering food, to perform Bhoga Arati. Advaita Prabhu asked the 2 brothers, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, to come see the Arati. The 2 lords and all others present went to see the Arati ceremony. Text 59. After Arati was performed for the deities in the temple, Lord Krishna was made to lie down to rest. Advaita Acharya then came out to submit something to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 60. Sri Advaita Prabhu said, My dear lords, kindly enter this room. The 2 brothers, Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, then came forward to take the prasadam. Text 61. When Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu went to accept the prasadam, they both called Mukunda and Haridasa to come with them. However, Mukunda and Haridasa, both with folded hands, spoke as follows. Text 62. When Mukunda was called for, he submitted, My dear sir, I have something to do that is not yet finished. Later I shall accept the prasadam, So you two Prabhus should now please enter the room. Text 63, Haridasa Thakur said, I am the most sinful and lowest among men. Later I shall eat one palmful of prasadam while waiting outside. Text 64, Advaita Acharya took Lord Nityananda Prabhu and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu within the room, and the two lords saw the arrangement of the prasadam. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was especially very pleased. Text 65, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu approved of all the methods employed in cooking and offering food to Krishna. Indeed, he was so pleased that he said, frankly, I will personally take the lotus feet of anyone who can offer Krishna such nice food and place those lotus feet on my head birth after birth. Text 66, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu entered the room, he saw 3 divisions of food, and he knew that all of these were meant for Krishna. However, he did not understand the intentions of Advaita Acharya. Text 67, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, let us sit down in these 3 places, and we shall take prasadam. However, Advaita Acharya said, I shall distribute the prasadam. Text 68, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu thought that all 3 servings were meant for distribution, therefore he asked for another 2 banana leaves, saying, let us have a very little quantity of vegetable and rice. Text 69, Advaita Acharya said, just sit down here on these seats. Catching their hands, he sat them both down. Text 70, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, it is not proper for a sannyasi to eat such a variety of foods. If he does, how can he control his senses? Text 71, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not accept the food that had already been served, Advaita Acharya said, please give up your concealment. I know what you are, and I know the confidential meaning of your accepting the sannyasa order. Text 72, Advaita Acharya thus requested Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to eat and give up juggling words. The Lord replied, I certainly cannot eat so much food. Text 73, Advaita Acharya then requested the Lord to simply accept the prasadam without pretense. If he could not eat it all, the balance could be left on the plate. Text 74, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, I will not be able to eat so much food, and it is not the duty of a sannyasi to leave remnants. Text 75, in this connection Advaita Acharya referred to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's eating at Jagannath Puri. Lord Jagannath and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are identical. Advaita Acharya pointed out that at Jagannath Puri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ate 54 times a day, and each time he ate many hundreds of pots of food. Text 76, Sri Advaita Acharya said, the amount of food that 3 people can eat does not constitute even a morsel for you. In proportion to that, these edibles are not even 5 morsels of food for you. Text 77, Advaita Acharya continued, by my great fortune you have just come to my home. Please do not juggle words. Just begin eating and do not talk. Text 78, upon saying this, Advaita Acharya supplied water to the 2 lords so that they could wash their hands. The 2 lords then sat down and, smiling, began to eat the prasadam. Text 79, Nityananda Prabhu said, I have undergone fasting for 3 days continuously. Today I had hoped to break my fast. Text 80, although Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was thinking that the quantity of food was enormous, Nityananda Prabhu, on the contrary, thought it not even a morsel. He had been fasting for 3 days and had greatly hoped to break fast on that day. Indeed, he said, although I am invited to eat by Advaita Acharya, today also is a fast. So small a quantity of food will not fill even half my belly. Text 81, Advaita Acharya replied, Sir, you are a mendicant traveling on pilgrimage. Sometimes you eat fruits and roots, and sometimes you simply go on fasting. Text 82, I am a poor Brahmana, and you have come to my home. Please be satisfied with whatever little food you have received and give up your greedy mentality. Text 83, Lord Nityananda Prabhu replied, whatever I may be, you have invited me. Therefore you must supply as much as I want to eat. Text 84, His Divine Grace Advaita Acharya, after hearing the statement of Nityananda Prabhu, took the opportunity presented by the joking words and spoke to him as follows. Text 85, Advaita Acharya said, you are a reject Paramhamsa, and you have accepted the renounced order of life just to fill up your belly. I can understand that your business is to give trouble to Brahmanas. Text 86, Advaita Acharya accused Nityananda Prabhu, saying, you can eat 10 to 20 manas of rice. I am a poor Brahmana. How shall I get so much rice? Text 87, whatever you have, though it be a palmful of rice, please eat it and get up. Don't show your madness and strew the remnants of food here and there. Text 88, in this way, Nityananda Prabhu and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ate and talked with Advaita Acharya jokingly. After eating half of each vegetable preparation given to him, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu abandoned it and went on to the next. Text 89, as soon as half of the vegetable in the pot was finished, Advaita Acharya filled it up again. In this way, as the Lord finished half of a preparation, Advaita Acharya again and again filled it up. Text 90, after filling a pot with vegetables, Advaita Acharya requested them to eat more, and Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "How much more can I go on eating?" Text 91, Advaita Acharya said, "Please do not give up whatever I have already given you. Now, whatever I am giving, you may eat half and leave half." Text 92, in this way, by submitting various humble requests, Advaita Acharya made Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda eat. Thus Caitanya Mahaprabhu fulfilled all the desires of Advaita Acharya. Text 93, again Nityananda Prabhu jokingly said, "My belly is not yet filled up. Please take away your food. I have not taken the least of it." Text 94, after saying this, Nityananda Prabhu took a handful of rice and threw it on the floor in front of him, as if he were angry. Text 95, when 2 or 4 pieces of the thrown rice touched his body, Advaita Acharya began to dance in various ways with the rice still stuck to his body. Text 96, when the rice thrown by Nityananda Prabhu touched his body, Advaita Acharya thought himself purified by the touch of remnants thrown by Paramhamsa Nityananda. Therefore he began dancing. Text 97, Advaita Acharya jokingly said, "My dear Nityananda, I invited you, and indeed I have received the results. You have no fixed caste or dynasty. By nature you are a madman." Text 98, to make me a madman like yourself, you have thrown the remnants of your food at me. You did not even fear the fact that I am a Brahmana. Text 99, Nityananda Prabhu replied, "These are the remnants of food left by Lord Krishna. If you take them to be ordinary remnants, you have committed an offense." Text 100, Srila Nityananda Prabhu continued, "If you invite at least 100 sannyasis to your home and feed them sumptuously, your offense will be nullified." Text 101, Advaita Acharya replied, "I shall never again invite another sannyasi, for it is a sannyasi who has spoiled all my Brahminical samadhi regulations." Text 102, after this, Advaita Acharya made the lords wash their hands and mouths. He then took them to a nice bed and made them lie down to take rest. Text 103, Sri Advaita Acharya fed the 2 lords cloves and cardamom mixed with tulasi flowers. Thus there was a good flavor within their mouths. Text 104, Sri Advaita Acharya then smeared the bodies of the lords with sandalwood pulp and then placed very fragrant flower garlands on their chests. Text 105, when the Lord lay down on the bed, Advaita Acharya waited to massage his legs, but the Lord was very hesitant and spoke as follows to Advaita Acharya. Text 106, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Advaita Acharya, you have made me dance in various ways. Now give up this practice. Go with Mukunda and Haridasa and accept your lunch." Text 107, thereupon Advaita Acharya took prasadam with Mukunda and Haridasa, and they all wholeheartedly ate as much as they desired. Text 108, when the people of Sandapura heard that Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was staying there, they all immediately came to see his lotus feet. Text 109, being very pleased, all the people loudly began to shout the holy name of the Lord, Hari, Hari. Indeed, they became struck with wonder upon seeing the beauty of the Lord. Text 110, they saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's very fair complexioned body and its bright luster, which conquered the brilliance of the sun. Over and above this was the beauty of the saffron garments that glittered upon his body. Text 111, people came and went with great pleasure. There was no calculating how many people assembled there before the day was over. Text 112, as soon as it was evening, Advaita Acharya began the congregational chanting. He even began to dance himself, and the Lord saw the performance. Text 113, when Advaita Acharya began to dance, Nityananda Prabhu began dancing behind him. Haridasa Thakura, being very pleased, also began dancing behind him. Text 114, Advaita Acharya said, "My dear friends, what shall I say? Today I have received the highest transcendental pleasure. After many, many days, Lord Krishna is in my house." Text 115, Advaita Acharya led the Sankirtana party, and with great pleasure he sang this verse. There was a manifestation of ecstatic perspiration, shivering, raised hairs, tears in the eyes and sometimes thundering and bellowing. Text 116, while dancing, Advaita Acharya would sometimes turn around and catch the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Advaita Acharya would then speak to him as follows. Text 117, Sri Advaita Acharya would say, "Many days you escaped me by bluffing. Now I have you in my home, and I will keep you bound up." Text 118, so speaking, Advaita Acharya performed congregational chanting with great pleasure for 3 hours that night and danced all the time. Text 119. When Advaita Acharya danced in that way, Lord Chaitanya felt ecstatic love for Krishna, and because of his separation, the waves and flames of love increased. Text 120. Being agitated by the ecstasy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Advaita Acharya stopped dancing. Text 121. When Mukunda saw the ecstasy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he understood the feelings of the Lord and began to sing many stanzas augmenting the force of the Lord's ecstasy. Text 122. Advaita Acharya raised the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to help him dance, but the Lord, after hearing the stanzas sung by Mukunda, could not be held due to his bodily symptoms. Text 123. Tears fell from his eyes, and his whole body trembled. His bodily hair stood on end, he perspired heavily, and his words faltered. Sometimes he stood, and sometimes he fell. And sometimes he cried. Text 124. Mukunda sang, "My dear intimate friend. What has not happened to me? Due to the effects of the poison of love for Krishna, my body and mind have been severely afflicted." Text 125. My feeling is like this, my mind burns day and night, and I can get no rest. If there were some place I could go to meet Krishna, I would immediately fly there. Text 126. This stanza was sung by Mukunda in a very sweet voice, but as soon as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this stanza, his mind went to pieces. Text 127. The transcendental ecstatic symptoms of disappointment, moroseness, pleasure, restlessness, pride and humility all began to fight like soldiers within the Lord. Text 128. The entire body of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to totter due to the onslaught of various ecstatic symptoms. As a result, he immediately fell to the ground, and his breathing almost stopped. Text 129. Upon seeing the condition of the Lord, all the devotees became very anxious. Then, suddenly, the Lord got up and began to make thundering sounds. Text 130. Upon standing up, the Lord said, "Go on speaking. Go on speaking." Thus he began to dance, overwhelmed with pleasure. No one could understand the strong waves of this ecstasy. Text 131. Lord Nityananda began to walk with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to see that he would not fall, and Advaita Acharya and Haridasa Thakur followed them, dancing. Text 132. In this way the Lord danced for at least 3 hours. Sometimes the symptoms of ecstasy were visible, including pleasure, moroseness and many other waves of ecstatic emotional love. Text 133. The Lord had been fasting for 3 days, and after that period he took eatables sumptuously. Thus when he danced and jumped high, he became a little fatigued. Text 134. Being fully absorbed in love of Godhead, he would not understand his fatigue. But Nityananda Prabhu, catching him, stopped his dancing. Text 135. Although the Lord was fatigued, Nityananda Prabhu kept him steady by holding him. At that time Advaita Acharya suspended the chanting and, by rendering various services to the Lord, made him lie down to take rest. Text 136. For 10 continuous days Advaita Acharya held feasting and chanting in the evening. He served the Lord in this way without any change. Text 137. In the morning Chandrasekhara seated Sasamata in a palanquin and brought her from her house with many devotees. Text 138. In this way, all the people of the town of Madhya, including all women, boys and old men, came there. Thus the crowd increased. Text 139. In the morning, after regular duties were completed and the Lord was chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, the people accompanied Sasamata to the house of Advaita Acharya. Text 140. As soon as Mother Sasi appeared on the scene, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu fell before her like a stick. Mother Sasi began to cry, taking the Lord on her lap. Text 141. Upon seeing each other, they both became overwhelmed. Seeing the Lord's head without hair, Mother Sasi became greatly agitated. Text 142. Out of love she began to caress the body of the Lord. Sometimes she kissed his face and tried to observe him carefully, but because her eyes were filled with tears, she could not see. Text 143. Understanding that Lord Chaitanya had accepted the renounced order of life, Sasamata, crying, said to the Lord, "My darling Nimai, do not be cruel like Vaisvarupa, your elder brother." Text 144. Mother Sasi continued, after accepting the renounced order, Vaisvarupa never again gave me audience. If you do like him, that will certainly be the death of me. Text 145. The Lord replied, "My dear mother, please hear. This body belongs to you. I do not possess anything." Text 146. This body was raised by you, and it comes from you. I cannot repay this debt even in millions of births. Text 147. Knowingly or unknowingly I have accepted this renounced order. Still, I shall never be indifferent to you. Text 148. My dear mother, wherever you ask me to stay I shall stay, and whatever you order I shall execute. Text 149. Saying this, the Lord offered obeisances to his mother again and again, and Mother Sasi, being pleased, took them again and again on her lap. Text 150. Then Advaita Acharya took Mother Sasi within the house. The Lord was immediately ready to meet all the devotees. Text 151. The Lord met all the devotees one after the other, and looking at everyone's face individually, he embraced them tightly. Text 152. Although the devotees were unhappy at not seeing the Lord's hair, they nonetheless derived great happiness from seeing his beauty. Texts 153 to 155. Srivasa, Ramaj, Vidyanidhi, Gadadhara, Gangadasa, Vakresvara, Mrari, Suklambara, Buddhamadakan, Nandana, Sridhara, Vijaya, Vasudeva, Damodara, Mukunda, Sanjaya and all the others, however many I can mention. Indeed, all the inhabitants of Navadvipa arrived there, and the Lord met them with smiles and glances of mercy. Text 156. Everyone was chanting the holy names of Hari and dancing. In this way the domicile of Advaita Acharya was converted into Sri Vaikundapuri. Text 157. People came to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu from various other villages nearby, as well as Navadvipa. Text 158. To everyone who came to see the Lord from villages nearby, especially from Navadvipa, Advaita Acharya gave residential quarters, as well as all kinds of eatables, for many days. Indeed, he properly adjusted everything. Text 159. The supplies of Advaita Acharya were inexhaustible and indestructible. As many goods and commodities as he used, just as many again appeared. Text 160. From the day Sasamata arrived at the house of Advaita Acharya, she took charge of the cooking, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu dined in the company of all the devotees. Text 161. All the people who came there during the day saw Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and the friendly behavior of Advaita Acharya. At night they had the opportunity to see the Lord's dancing and hear his chanting. Text 162. When the Lord performed kirtana, he manifested all kinds of transcendental symptoms. He appeared stunned and trembling, his hair stood on end, and his voice faltered. There were tears and devastation. Text 163. Frequently the Lord would tumble to the ground. Seeing this, Mother Sasi would cry. Text 164. Srimati Sasamata thought that the body of Nimai was being smashed when he fell down, so she cried, alas! And petitioned Lord Vishnu. Text 165. My dear Lord, kindly bestow this benediction as a result of whatever service I have rendered unto you from my childhood. Text 166. Whenever Nimai falls to the surface of the earth, please do not let him feel any pain. Text 167. When Mother Sasi was thus overwhelmed in maternal love for Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, she became transformed with happiness, fear and humility, as well as bodily symptoms. Text 168. Since Advaita Acharya was giving alms and food to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the other devotees, headed by Srivasa Thakura, also desired to give him alms and invite him for lunch. Text 169. Hearing these proposals made by other devotees of the Lord, Mother Sasi said to the devotees, how many times shall I get the chance to see Nimai again? Text 170. Sasamata submitted, as far as you are concerned, you can meet Nimai, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, many times somewhere else, but what is the possibility of my ever meeting him again? I shall have to remain at home. A sannyasi never returns to his home. Text 171. Mother Sasi appealed to all the devotees to give her this charity. As long as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained at the house of Advaita Acharya, only she would supply him food. Text 172. Hearing this appeal from Mother Sasi, all the devotees offered obeisances and said, we all agree to whatever Mother Sasi desires. Text 173. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw his mother's great eagerness, he became a little agitated. He therefore assembled all the devotees present and spoke to them. Text 174. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu informed them all, without your order, I tried to go to Vrindavana. There was some obstacle, however, and I had to return. Text 175. My dear friends, although I have suddenly accepted this renounced order, I still know that I shall never be indifferent to you. Text 176. My dear friends, as long as I remain manifest, I shall never give you up. Nor shall I be able to give up my mother. Text 177. After accepting sannyasa, It is not the duty of a sannyasi to remain at his birthplace, encircled by relatives. Text 178. Make some arrangements so that I may not leave you and at the same time people may not blame me for remaining with relatives after taking sannyasa. Text 179. After hearing Lord Chaitanya's statement, all the devotees, headed by Advaita Acharya, approached Mother Sasi. Text 180. When they submitted Lord Chaitanya's statement, Mother Sasi, who is the mother of the universe, began to speak. Text 181. Sasamata said, "It will be a great happiness for me if Nimai, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, stays here. But at the same time, if someone blames him, it will be my great unhappiness." Text 182. Mother Sasi said, "This consideration is good. In my opinion, if Nimai remains at Jagannath Puri, he may not leave any one of us and at the same time can remain aloof as a sannyasi. Thus both purposes are fulfilled." Text 183. Since Jagannath Puri and Navadvipa are intimately related, as if they were two rooms in the same house, people from Navadvipa generally go to Jagannath Puri, and those in Jagannath Puri go to Navadvipa. This going and coming will help carry news of Lord Chaitanya. In this way I will be able to get news of him. Text 184. All you devotees will be able to come and go, and sometimes he may also come to take his bath in the Ganges. Text 185. I do not care for my personal happiness or unhappiness, but only for his happiness. Indeed, I accept his happiness as my happiness. Text 186. After hearing Sasamata, all the devotees offered her prayers and assured her that her order, like a Vedic injunction, could not be violated. Text 187. All the devotees informed Lord Chaitanya of Sasamata's decision. Hearing it, the Lord became very pleased. Text 188. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered respects to all the devotees present from Navadvipa and other towns, speaking to them as follows. Text 189. My dear friends, you are all my intimate friends. Now I am begging a favor of you. Please give it to me. Text 190. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested them all to return home and begin chanting the holy name congregationally. He also requested them to worship Krishna, chant his holy name and discuss his holy pastimes. Text 191. After thus instructing the devotees, the Lord asked their permission to go to Jagannath Puri. He assured them that at intervals he would come there and meet them again and again. Text 192. In this way, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, offering due respects to all the devotees and smiling very mildly, bade them farewell. Text 193. After requesting all the devotees to return home, the Lord decided to go to Jagannath Puri. At that time Haridasa Thakura began to cry and speak some pathetic words. Text 194. Haridasa Thakura said, "You are going to Jagannath Puri, and that is all right, but what will be my destination? I am not able to go to Jagannath Puri." Text 195. Because I am the lowest among men, I shall not be able to see you. How shall I maintain my sinful life? Text 196. The Lord replied to Haridasa Thakura, "Please check your humility. Just the sight of your humility very much agitates my mind." Text 197. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu assured Haridasa Thakura that he would place a petition before Lord Jagannath and that he would certainly take him there to Jagannath Puri. Text 198. After that, Advaita Acharya respectfully requested Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to show him mercy by remaining another 2 or 4 days. Text 199. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu never violated the request of Advaita Acharya, therefore he remained at his home and did not leave immediately for Jagannath Puri. Text 200. Lord Chaitanya's decision was received very happily by Advaita Acharya, Mother Sasi and all the devotees. Advaita Acharya celebrated every day with a great festival. Text 201. During the day the devotees discussed subject matters concerning Krishna, and at night there was a great festival of congregational chanting at the house of Advaita Acharya. Text 202. Mother Sasi cooked with great pleasure, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, along with the devotees, accepted the prasadam with great pleasure. Text 203. In this way all the opulences of Advaita Acharya, his faith, devotion, home, riches and everything else, were successfully utilized in the worship of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 204. As Mother Sasi constantly saw the face of her son and fed him, her own happiness increased and was indeed complete. Text 205. In this way, at Advaita Acharya's house all the devotees met and passed some days together in a greatly festive mood. Text 206. The next day, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested all the devotees to return to their respective homes. Text 207, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu also asked them to execute the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord at their homes, and he assured them that they would be able to meet him again. Text 208, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu told them, "Sometimes you will come to Jagannath Puri, and sometimes I shall come bathe in the Ganges." Text 209-210, Sri Advaita Acharya sent 4 persons, Nityananda Goswami, Jagadananda Pandita, Damodara Pandita and Mukunda Datta, to accompany the Lord. After pacifying his mother, Sasamata, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu submitted prayers to her lotus feet. Text 211, when everything was arranged, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu circumambulated his mother and then started for Jagannath Puri. In the house of Advaita Acharya there rose tumultuous crying. Text 212, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was unaffected. He left swiftly, and Advaita Acharya followed him, weeping. Text 213, after he had followed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu for some distance, Advaita Acharya was petitioned by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with folded hands. The Lord spoke the following sweet words. Text 214, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Please pacify all the devotees and my mother. If you become agitated, no one will be able to continue to exist." Text 215, saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Advaita Acharya and stopped him from following any further. Then, without anxiety, he proceeded to Jagannath Puri. Text 216, the Lord, with the other 4 persons, went along the banks of the Ganges through the path of Chhatrabhaga toward Nilatri, Jagannath Puri. Text 217, in his book known as Chaitanya Mangala, Chaitanya Bhagavata, Vrindavanadasa Thakura has elaborately described the Lord's passage to Jagannath Puri. Text 218, if one hears the activities of the Lord at the house of Advaita Acharya, he will certainly very soon attain the riches of love of Krishna. Text 219, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 4 Sri Madhavendra Puri's devotional service in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives the following summary of the 4th chapter. Passing along the path of Chhatrabhaga and coming to Vardhamantresvara, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu reached the border of Orissa. On his way he enjoyed transcendental bliss by chanting and begging alms in different villages. In this way he reached the celebrated village of Ramuna, where there is a deity of Gopinatha. There he narrated the story of Madhavendra Puri, as he had heard it from his spiritual master, Isvara Puri. The narration is as follows. One night while in Govardhana, Madhavendra Puri dreamed that the Gopala deity was within the forest. The next morning he invited his neighborhood friends to accompany him to excavate the deity from the jungle. He then established the deity of Sri Gopalaji on top of Govardhana hill with great pomp. Gopala was worshipped, and the Annakuta festival was observed. This festival was known everywhere, and many people from the neighboring villages came to join. One night the Gopala deity again appeared to Madhavendra Puri in a dream and asked him to go to Jagannath Puri to collect some sandalwood pulp and smear it on the body of the deity. Having received this order, Madhavendra Puri immediately started for Orissa. Traveling through Bengal, he reached Ramuna village and there received a pot of condensed milk, Ksira, offered to the deity of Gopinathaji. This pot of condensed milk was stolen by Gopinatha and delivered to Madhavendra Puri. Since then, the Gopinatha deity has been known as Ksira Gopinatha, the deity who stole the pot of condensed milk. After reaching Jagannath Puri, Madhavendra Puri received permission from the king to take out 1 mond of sandalwood and 20 tulas of camphor. Aided by 2 men, he brought these things to Ramuna. Again he saw in a dream that Gopala at Govardhana hill desired that very sandalwood to be turned into pulp mixed with camphor and smeared over the body of Gopinathaji. Understanding that would satisfy the Gopala deity at Govardhana, Madhavendra Puri executed the order and returned to Jagannath Puri. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu narrated this story for Lord Nityananda Prabhu and other devotees and praised the pure devotional service of Madhavendra Puri. When he recited some verses composed by Madhavendra Puri, he went into an ecstatic mood. But when he saw that many people were assembled, he checked himself and ate some sweet rice prasadam. Thus he passed that night, and the next morning he again started for Jagannath Puri. Text 1. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Madhavendra Puri, who was given a pot of sweet rice stolen by Sri Gopinatha, celebrated thereafter as Ksira. Being pleased by Madhavendra Puri's love, Sri Gopala, the deity at Govardhana, appeared to the public vision. Text 2. All glories to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Texts 3-4. The Lord went to Jagannath Puri and visited Lord Jagannath's temple. He also met with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. All these pastimes have been very elaborately explained by Vrindavanadasa Thakura in his book Chaitanya Bhagavata. Text 5. By nature all the activities of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are very wonderful and sweet, and when they are described by Vrindavanadasa Thakura, they become like a shower of nectar. Text 6. Therefore I very humbly submit that since these incidents have already been nicely described by Vrindavanadasa Thakura, I would be very proud to repeat the same thing, and this would not be very good. I do not have such powers. Text 7. I am therefore presenting only a synopsis of those events already described elaborately by Vrindavanadasa Thakura in his Chaitanya Mangala, now known as Chaitanya Bhagavata. Text 8. Some of the incidents he did not describe elaborately but only summarized, and these I shall try to describe in this book. Text 9. I thus offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of Vrindavanadasa Thakura. I hope that I will not offend his lotus feet by this action. Text 10. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu proceeded toward Jagannath Puri with 4 of his devotees, and he chanted the holy name of the Lord, the Hare Krishna mantra, with great eagerness. Text 11. Each day Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally went to a village and collected a great quantity of rice and other grains for the preparation of prasadam. Text 12. There were many rivers on the way, and at each river there was a tax collector. The tax collectors did not hinder the Lord, however, and he showed them mercy. Finally he reached the village of Ramuna. Text 13. The deity of Gopinatha in the temple at Ramuna was very attractive. Lord Chaitanya visited the temple and offered his obeisances with great devotion. Text 14. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered his obeisances at the lotus feet of the Gopinatha deity, the helmet of flowers on the head of Gopinatha fell down and landed on the head of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 15. When the deity's helmet fell upon his head, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became very pleased, and thus he chanted and danced in various ways with his devotees. Text 16. All the servants of the deity were struck with wonder due to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's intense love, his exquisite beauty and his transcendental qualities. Text 17. Because of their love for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, they served him in many ways, and that night the Lord stayed at the temple of Gopinatha. Text 18. The Lord remained there because he was very eager to receive the remnants of sweet rice offered to the Gopinatha deity, having heard a narration from his spiritual master, Isvarapuri, of what had once happened there. Text 19. That deity was known widely as Kshirakora Gopinatha, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told his devotees the story of how the deity became so famous. Text 20. Formerly the deity had stolen a pot of sweet rice from Madhavendra Puri, therefore he became very famous as the Lord who stole the sweet rice. Text 21. Once, Sri Madhavendra Puri travelled to Vrindavana, where he came upon a hill known as Govardhana. Text 22. Madhavendra Puri was almost mad in his ecstasy of love of Godhead, and he did not know whether it was day or night. Sometimes he stood up, and sometimes he fell to the ground. He could not discriminate whether he was in a proper place or not. Text 23. After circumambulating the hill, Madhavendra Puri went to Govinda Kunda and took his bath. He then sat beneath a tree to take his evening rest. Text 24. While he was sitting beneath a tree, an unknown cowherd boy came with a pot of milk, placed it before Madhavendra Puri and, smiling, addressed him as follows. Text 25. O Madhavendra Puri, please drink the milk I have brought. Why don't you beg some food to eat? What kind of meditation are you undergoing? Text 26. When he saw the beauty of that boy, Madhavendra Puri became very satisfied. Hearing his sweet words, he forgot all hunger and thirst. Text 27. Madhavendra Puri said, Who are you? Where do you reside? And how did you know that I was fasting? Text 28. The boy replied, Sir, I am a cowherd boy, and I reside in this village. In my village, no one fasts. Text 29. In this village a person can beg food from others and thus eat. Some people drink only milk, but if a person does not ask anyone for food, I supply him all his eatables. Text 30. The women who come here to take water saw you, and they supplied me with this milk and sent me to you. Text 31. The boy continued, I must go very soon to milk the cows, but I shall return and take back this milk pot from you. Text 32. Saying this, the boy left the place. Indeed, he suddenly could be seen no more, and Madhavendra Puri's heart was filled with wonder. Text 33. After drinking the milk, Madhavendra Puri washed the pot and put it aside. He looked toward the path, but the boy never returned. Text 34. Madhavendra Puri could not sleep. He sat and chanted the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, and at the end of the night he dozed a little, and his external activities stopped. Text 35. In a dream Madhavendra Puri saw the very same boy. The boy came before him and, holding his hand, took him to a bush in the jungle. Text 36, the boy showed Madhavendra Puri the bush and said, I reside in this bush, and because of this I suffer very much from severe cold, rain showers, winds and scorching heat. Text 37, please bring the people of the village and get them to take me out of this bush. Then have them situate me nicely on top of the hill. Text 38, please construct a temple on top of that hill, the boy continued, and install me in that temple. After this, wash me with large quantities of cold water so that my body may be cleansed. Text 39, for many days I have been observing you, and I have been wondering, when will Madhavendra Puri come here to serve me? Text 40, I have accepted your service due to your ecstatic love for me. Thus I shall appear, and by my audience all fallen souls will be delivered. Text 41, my name is Gopala. I am the lifter of Govardhana Hill. I was installed by Vajra, and here I am the authority. Text 42, when the Muslims attacked, the priest who was serving me hid me in this bush in the jungle. Then he ran away out of fear of the attack. Text 43, since the priest went away, I have been staying in this bush. It is very good that you have come here. Now just remove me with care. Text 44, after saying this, the boy disappeared. Then Madhavendra Puri woke up and began to consider his dream. Text 45, Madhavendra Puri began to lament, I saw Lord Krishna directly, but I could not recognize him. Thus he fell down on the ground in ecstatic love. Text 46, Madhavendra Puri cried for some time, but then he fixed his mind on executing the order of Gopala. Thus he became tranquil. Text 47, after taking his morning bath, Madhavendra Puri entered the village and assembled all the people. Then he spoke as follows. Text 48, the proprietor of this village, Govardhana Dari, is lying in the bushes. Let us go there and rescue him from that place. Text 49, the bushes are very dense, and we will not be able to enter the jungle. Therefore take choppers and spades to clear the way. Text 50, after hearing this, all the people accompanied Madhavendra Puri with great pleasure. According to his directions, they cut down bushes, cleared a path and entered the jungle. Text 51, when they saw the deity covered with dirt and grass, they were all struck with wonder and pleasure. Text 52, after they had cleansed the body of the deity, some of them said, the deity is very heavy. No single person can move him. Text 53, since the deity was very heavy, some of the stronger men assembled to carry him to the top of the hill. Madhavendra Puri also went there. Text 54, a big stone was made into a throne, and the deity was installed upon it. Another big stone was placed behind the deity for support. Text 55, all the Brahmana priests of the village gathered together with 9 water pots, and water from Govindakunda lake was brought there and filtered. Text 56, when the deity was being installed, 900 pots of water were brought from Govindakunda. There were musical sounds of bugles and drums and the singing of women. Text 57, during the festival at the installation ceremony, some people sang and some danced. All the milk, yogurt and clarified butter in the village were brought to the festival. Text 58, various foods and sweetmeats, as well as other kinds of presentations, were brought there. I am unable to describe all these. Text 59, the villagers brought a large quantity of tulasi leaves, flowers and various kinds of garments. Then Sri Madhavendra Puri personally began the Abhiseka, bathing ceremony. Text 60, after all inauspicious things were driven away by the chanting of the mantra, the deity's bathing ceremony started. First the deity was massaged with a large quantity of oil, so that his body became very glossy. Text 61, after the first bathing, further bathings were conducted with Pankagavya and then with Pancamrta. Then the Mahusnana was performed with ghee and water, which had been brought in 100 pots. Text 62, after the Mahusnana was finished, the deity was again massaged with scented oil and his body made glossy. Then the last bathing ceremony was performed with scented water kept within a conch shell. Text 63, after the body of the deity was cleansed, he was dressed very nicely with new garments. Then sandalwood pulp, tulasi garlands and other fragrant flower garlands were placed upon the body of the deity. Text 64, after the bathing ceremony was finished, incense and lamps were burned and all kinds of food offered before the deity. These foods included yogurt, milk and as many sweetmeats as were received. Text 65, the deity was first offered many varieties of food, then scented drinking water in new pots, and then water for washing the mouth. Finally pan mixed with a variety of spices was offered. Text 66, after the last offering of tambula and pan, Bhoga Aratrika was performed. Finally everyone offered various prayers and then obeisances, falling flat before the deity in full surrender. Text 67. As soon as the people of the village had understood that the deity was going to be installed, they had brought their entire stocks of rice, dal and wheat flour. They brought such large quantities that the entire surface of the top of the hill was filled. Text 68. When the villagers brought their stock of rice, dal and flour, the potters of the village brought all kinds of cooking pots, and in the morning the cooking began. Text 69. 10 brahmanas cooked the food grains, and 5 brahmanas cooked both dry and liquid vegetables. Text 70. The vegetable preparations were made from various kinds of spinach, roots and fruits collected from the forest, and someone made bada and body by mashing dal. In this way the brahmanas prepared all kinds of food. Text 71. 5 to 7 men prepared a huge quantity of chapatis, which were completely covered with ghee, clarified butter, as were all the vegetables, rice and dal. Text 72. All the cooked rice was stacked on palasa leaves, which were on new cloths spread over the ground. Text 73. Around the stack of cooked rice were stacks of chapatis, and all the vegetables and liquid vegetable preparations were placed in different pots and put around them. Text 74. Pots of yogurt, milk, buttermilk and sikarini, sweet rice, cream and solid cream were placed alongside the vegetables. Text 75. In this way the Annakuta ceremony was performed, and Madhavendra Puri Goswami personally offered everything to Gopala. Text 76. Many water pots were filled with scented water for drinking, and Lord Sri Gopala, who had been hungry for many days, ate everything offered to him. Text 77. Although Sri Gopala ate everything offered, still, by the touch of his transcendental hand, everything remained as before. Text 78. How Gopala ate everything while the food remained the same was transcendentally perceived by Madhavendra Puri Goswami. Nothing remains a secret to the devotees of the Lord. Text 79. The wonderful festival and installation of Sri Gopalaji was arranged in one day. Certainly all this was accomplished by the potency of Gopala. No one but a devotee can understand this. Text 80. Madhavendra Puri offered water to Gopala for washing his mouth, and he gave him betel nuts to chew. Then, while Arati was performed, all the people chanted, Jaya, Jaya. All glories to Gopala. Text 81. Arranging for the Lord's rest, Sri Madhavendra Puri brought a new cot, and over this he spread a new bedspread and thus made the bed ready. Text 82. A temporary temple was constructed by covering the bed all around with a straw mattress. Thus there was a bed and a straw mattress to cover it. Text 83. After the Lord was laid down to rest on the bed, Madhavendra Puri gathered all the brahmanas who had prepared the prasadam and said to them, Now feed everyone sumptuously, from the children on up to the aged. Text 84. All the people gathered there sat down to honor the prasadam, and by they took food. All the brahmanas and their wives were fed first. Text 85. Those who took prasadam included not only the people of Govardhana village but also those who came from other villages. They also saw the deity of Gopala and were offered prasadam to eat. Text 86. Seeing the influence of Madhavendra Puri, all the people gathered there were struck with wonder. They saw that the Annakuta ceremony, which had been performed before during the time of Krishna, was now taking place again by the mercy of Sri Madhavendra Puri. Text 87. All the brahmanas present on that occasion were initiated by Madhavendra Puri into the Vaisnava cult, and Madhavendra Puri engaged them in different types of service. Text 88. After taking rest, the deity must be awakened at the end of the day, and immediately some food and some water must be offered to him. Text 89. When it was advertised throughout the country that Lord Gopala had appeared atop Govardhana hill, all the people from neighboring villages came to see the deity. Text 90. One village after another was pleased to beg Madhavendra Puri to allot them one day to perform the Annakuta ceremony. Thus, day after day, the Annakuta ceremony was performed for some time. Text 91. Sri Madhavendra Puri did not eat anything throughout the day, but at night, after laying the deity down to rest, he took a milk preparation. Text 92. The next morning, the rendering of service to the deity began again, and people from one village arrived with all kinds of food grains. Text 93. The inhabitants of the village brought to the deity of Gopala as much food grains, ghee, yogurt and milk as they had in their village. Text 94. The next day, almost as before, there was an Annakuta ceremony. All the brahmanas prepared foods and Gopala accepted them. Text 95. The ideal place to execute Krishna consciousness is Vrajabhumi, or Vrindavana, where the people are naturally inclined to love Krishna and Krishna is naturally inclined to love them. Text 96. Throngs of people came from different villages to see the deity of Gopala, and they took Mahaprasadam sumptuously. When they saw the super excellent form of Lord Gopala, all their lamentation and unhappiness disappeared. Text 97. All the villages in neighboring Vrajabhumi, Vrindavana, became aware of the appearance of Gopala, and all the people from these villages came to see him. Day after day they all performed the Annakuta ceremony. Text 98. In this way not only the neighboring villages but all the other provinces came to know of Gopala's appearance. Thus people came from all over, bringing a variety of presentations. Text 99. The people of Madhya, who were very big capitalists, also brought various presentations and offered them before the deity in devotional service. Text 100. Thus countless presentations of gold, silver, garments, scented articles and eatables arrived. The store of Gopala increased daily. Text 101. One very rich kshatriya of the royal order constructed a temple, someone made cooking utensils, and someone constructed boundary walls. Text 102. Each and every family residing in the land of Rajabhumi contributed one cow. In this way, thousands of cows became the property of Gopala. Text 103. Eventually two brahmanas in the renounced order arrived from Bengal, and Madhavendra Puri, who liked them very much, kept them in Vrindavana and gave them all kinds of comforts. Text 104. These two were then initiated by Madhavendra Puri, and he entrusted them with the daily service of the Lord. This service was performed continuously, and the worship of the deity became very gorgeous. Thus Madhavendra Puri was very pleased. Text 105. In this way the deity worship in the temple was very gorgeously performed for 2 years. Then one day Madhavendra Puri had a dream. Text 106. In his dream, Madhavendra Puri saw Gopala, who said, "My bodily temperature still has not decreased. Please bring sandalwood from the Malaya province and smear the pulp over my body to cool me." Text 107. Bring sandalwood pulp from Jagannath Puri. Kindly go quickly. Since no one else can do it, you must. Text 108. After having this dream, Madhavendra Puri Goswami became very glad due to ecstasy of love of Godhead, and in order to execute the command of the Lord, he started east toward Bengal. Text 109. Before leaving, Madhavendra Puri made all arrangements for regular deity worship, and he engaged different people in various duties. Then, taking up the order of Gopala, he started for Bengal. Text 110. When Madhavendra Puri arrived at the house of Advaita Acharya in Santapura, the Acharya became very pleased upon seeing the ecstatic love of Godhead manifest in Madhavendra Puri. Text 111. Advaita Acharya begged to be initiated by Madhavendra Puri. After initiating him, Madhavendra Puri started for South India. Text 112. Going into South India, Sri Madhavendra Puri visited Ramuna, where Gopinatha is situated. Upon seeing the beauty of the deity, Madhavendra Puri was overwhelmed. Text 113. In the quarter of the temple, from which people generally viewed the deity, Madhavendra Puri chanted and danced. Then he sat down there and asked a Brahmana what kinds of foods they offered to the deity. Text 114. From the excellence of the arrangements, Madhavendra Puri understood by deduction that only the best food was offered. Text 115. Madhavendra Puri thought, I shall inquire from the priest what foods are offered to Gopinatha so that by making arrangements in our kitchen, we can offer similar foods to Sri Gopala. Text 116. When the Brahmana priest was questioned about this matter, he explained in detail what kinds of foods were offered to the deity of Gopinatha. Text 117. The Brahmana priest said, in the evening the deity is offered sweet rice in 12 earthen pots. Because the taste is as good as nectar, amrita, it is named Amritakali. Text 118. This sweet rice is celebrated throughout the world as Gopinath Ksira. It is not offered anywhere else in the world. Text 119. While Madhavendra Puri was talking with the Brahmana priest, the sweet rice was placed before the deity as an offering. Hearing this, Madhavendra Puri thought as follows. Text 120. If, without my asking, a little sweet rice is given to me, I can then taste it and make a similar preparation to offer my Lord Gopala. Text 121. Madhavendra Puri became greatly ashamed when he desired to taste the sweet rice, and he immediately began to think of Lord Vishnu. While he was thus thinking of Lord Vishnu, the offering was completed, and the arati ceremony began. Text 122. After the arati was finished, Madhavendra Puri offered his obeisances to the deity and then left the temple. He did not say anything more to anyone. Text 123. Madhavendra Puri avoided begging. He was completely unattached and indifferent to material things. If, without his begging, someone offered him some food, he would eat, otherwise he would fast. Text 124. A Paramhamsa like Madhavendra Puri is always satisfied in the loving service of the Lord. Material hunger and thirst cannot impede his activities. When he desired to taste a little sweet rice offered to the deity, He considered that he had committed an offense by desiring to eat what was being offered to the deity. Text 125, Madhavendra Puri left the temple and sat down in the village marketplace, which was vacant. Sitting there, he began to chant. In the meantime, the temple priest laid the deity down to rest. Text 126, finishing his daily duties, the priest went to take rest. In a dream he saw the Gopinatha deity come to talk to him, and he spoke as follows. Text 127, O priest, please get up and open the door of the temple. I have kept one pot of sweet rice for the sannyasi Madhavendra Puri. Text 128, this pot of sweet rice is just behind my cloth curtain. You did not see it because of my tricks. Text 129, a sannyasi named Madhavendra Puri is sitting in the vacant marketplace. Please take this pot of sweet rice from behind me and deliver it to him. Text 130, awaking from the dream, the priest immediately rose from bed and thought it wise to take a bath before entering the deity's room. He then opened the temple door. Text 131, according to the deity's directions, the priest found the pot of sweet rice behind the cloth curtain. He removed the pot and mopped up the place where it had been kept. He then went out of the temple. Text 132, closing the door of the temple, he went to the village with the pot of sweet rice. He called out in every stall in search of Madhavendra Puri. Text 133, holding the pot of sweet rice, the priest called, will he whose name is Madhavendra Puri please come and take this pot? Gopinatha has stolen this pot of sweet rice for you. Text 134, the priest continued, would the sannyasi whose name is Madhavendra Puri please come and take this pot of sweet rice and enjoy the prasadam with great happiness. You are the most fortunate person within these three worlds. Text 135, hearing this invitation, Madhavendra Puri came out and identified himself. The priest then delivered the pot of sweet rice and offered his obeisances, falling flat before him. Text 136, when the story about the pot of sweet rice was explained to him in detail, Sri Madhavendra Puri at once became absorbed in ecstatic love of Krishna. Text 137, upon seeing the ecstatic loving symptoms manifest in Madhavendra Puri, the priest was struck with wonder. He could understand why Krishna had become so much obliged to him, and he saw that Krishna's action was befitting. Text 138, the priest offered his obeisances to Madhavendra Puri and returned to the temple. Then, in ecstasy, Madhavendra Puri ate the sweet rice offered to him by Krishna. Text 139, after this, Madhavendra Puri washed the pot and broke it into pieces. He then bound all the pieces in his outer cloth and kept them nicely. Text 140, each day, Madhavendra Puri would eat one piece of that earthen pot, and after eating it he would immediately be overwhelmed with ecstasy. These are wonderful stories. Text 141, having broken the pot and bound the pieces in his cloth, Madhavendra Puri began to think, the Lord has given me a pot of sweet rice, and when the people hear of this tomorrow morning, there will be great crowds. Text 142, thinking this, Sri Madhavendra Puri offered his obeisances to Gopinatha on the spot and left Ramuna before morning. Text 143, walking and walking, Madhavendra Puri finally reached Jagannath Puri, which is also known as Nilakala. There he saw Lord Jagannath and was overwhelmed with loving ecstasy. Text 144, when Madhavendra Puri was overwhelmed in the ecstasy of love of Godhead, he sometimes stood up and sometimes fell to the ground. Sometimes he laughed, danced and sang. In this way he enjoyed transcendental bliss by seeing the Jagannath deity. Text 145, when Madhavendra Puri came to Jagannath Puri, people were aware of his transcendental reputation. Therefore crowds of people came and offered him all sorts of respect and devotion. Text 146, even though one may not like it, reputation, as ordained by providence, comes to him. Indeed, one's transcendental reputation is known throughout the entire world. Text 147, being afraid of his reputation, Pratishtha, Madhavendra Puri fled from Ramuna. But the reputation brought by love of Godhead is so sublime that it goes along with the devotee, as if following him. Text 148, Madhavendra Puri wanted to leave Jagannath Puri because the people were honoring him as a great devotee, however, this threatened to hinder his collecting sandalwood for the Gopala deity. Text 149, Sri Madhavendra Puri told all the servants of Lord Jagannath and all the great devotees there the story of the appearance of Sri Gopala. Text 150, when all the devotees at Jagannath Puri heard that the Gopala deity wanted sandalwood, in great pleasure they all endeavored to collect it. Text 151, those who were acquainted with government officers met with them and begged for camphor and sandalwood, which they collected. Text 152, one Brahmana and one servant were given to Madhavendra Puri just to carry the sandalwood. He was also given the necessary traveling expenses. Text 153. To get past the toll collectors along the way, Madhavendra Puri was supplied with the necessary release papers from government officers. The papers were placed in his hand. Text 154. In this way Madhavendra Puri started for Vrindavana with the burden of sandalwood, and after some days he again reached the village of Ramuna and the Gopinatha temple there. Text 155. When Madhavendra Puri reached the temple of Gopinatha, he offered his respectful obeisances many times at the lotus feet of the Lord. In the ecstasy of love, he began to dance and sing without cessation. Text 156. When the priest of Gopinatha saw Madhavendra Puri again, he offered all respects to him and, giving him the sweet rice prasadam, made him eat. Text 157. Madhavendra Puri took rest that night in the temple, but toward the end of the night he had another dream. Text 158. Madhavendra Puri dreamed that Gopala came before him and said, "O Madhavendra Puri, I have already received all the sandalwood and camphor." Text 159. Now just grind all the sandalwood together with the camphor and then smear the pulp on the body of Gopinatha daily until it is finished. Text 160. There is no difference between my body and Gopinatha's body. They are one and the same. Therefore if you smear the sandalwood pulp on the body of Gopinatha, you will naturally also smear it on my body. Thus the temperature of my body will be reduced. Text 161. You should not hesitate to act according to my order. Believing in me, just do what is needed. Text 162. After giving these instructions, Gopala disappeared, and Madhavendra Puri awoke. He immediately called for all the servants of Gopinatha, and they came before him. Text 163. Madhavendra Puri said, "Smear the body of Gopinatha with this camphor and sandalwood I have brought for Gopala in Vrindavana. Do this regularly every day." Text 164. If the sandalwood pulp is smeared over the body of Gopinatha, then Gopala will be cooled. After all, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is completely independent, his order is all-powerful. Text 165. The servants of Gopinatha became very pleased to hear that in the summer all the sandalwood pulp would be used to anoint the body of Gopinatha. Text 166. Madhavendra Puri said, "These two assistants will regularly grind the sandalwood, and you should also get 2 other people to help. I shall pay their salaries." Text 167. In this way Gopinathaji was supplied ground sandalwood pulp daily. The servants of Gopinatha were very pleased with this. Text 168. In this way the sandalwood pulp was smeared over the body of Gopinatha until the whole stock was finished. Madhavendra Puri stayed there until that time. Text 169. At the end of summer Madhavendra Puri returned to Jagannath Puri, where he remained with great pleasure during the whole period of Chaturmasaya. Text 170. Thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally praised the nectarian characteristics of Madhavendra Puri, and while he related all this to the devotees, he personally relished it. Text 171. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked Nityananda Prabhu to judge whether there was anyone within the world as fortunate as Madhavendra Puri. Text 172. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Madhavendra Puri was so fortunate that Krishna personally appeared before him on the plea of delivering milk. 3 times the Lord gave orders to Madhavendra Puri in dreams. Text 173. Being obliged because of the loving affairs of Madhavendra Puri, Lord Krishna himself appeared as the Gopala deity, and, accepting his service, he liberated the whole world. Text 174. On account of Madhavendra Puri, Lord Gopinatha stole the pot of sweet rice. Thus he became famous as Kshirakora, the thief who stole the sweet rice. Text 175. Madhavendra Puri smeared the sandalwood pulp over the body of Gopinatha, and in this way he was overpowered with love of Godhead. Text 176. In the provinces of India governed by the Muslims, there was much inconvenience in traveling with sandalwood and camphor. Because of this, Madhavendra Puri might have gotten into trouble. This became known to the Gopala deity. Text 177. The Lord is very merciful and attached to his devotees. So when Gopinatha was covered with sandalwood pulp, Madhavendra Puri's labor became successful. Text 178. Caitanya Mahaprabhu placed the standard of Madhavendra Puri's intense love before Nityananda Prabhu for judgment. All his loving activities are uncommon, Caitanya Mahaprabhu said. Indeed, one is struck with wonder to hear of his activities. Text 179. Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, Sri Madhavendra Puri used to remain alone. He was completely renounced and always very silent. He was uninterested in everything material, and for fear of talking about mundane things, he always lived without a companion. Text 180. After receiving the transcendental orders of Gopala, This great personality traveled thousands of miles just to collect sandalwood by begging. Text 181. Although Madhavendra Puri was hungry, he would not beg food to eat. This renounced person carried a load of sandalwood for the sake of Sri Gopala. Text 182. Without considering his personal comforts, Madhavendra Puri carried 1 mound, about 82 pounds, of sandalwood and 20 tolas, about 8 ounces, of camphor to smear over the body of Gopala. This transcendental pleasure was sufficient for him. Text 183. Since there were restrictions against taking the sandalwood out of the Orissa province, the toll official confiscated the stock, but Madhavendra Puri showed him the release papers given by the government and consequently escaped difficulties. Text 184. Madhavendra Puri was not at all anxious during the long journey to Vrindavana through the provinces governed by the Muslims and filled with unlimited numbers of watchmen. Text 185. Although Madhavendra Puri did not have a farthing with him, he was not afraid to pass by the toll officers. His only enjoyment was in carrying the load of sandalwood to Vrindavana for Gopala. Text 186. This is the natural result of intense love of Godhead. The devotee does not consider personal inconveniences or impediments. In all circumstances he wants to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 187. Sri Gopala wanted to show how intensely Madhavendra Puri loved Krishna, therefore he asked him to go to Nilakala to fetch sandalwood and camphor. Text 188. With great trouble and after much labor, Madhavendra Puri brought the load of sandalwood to Ramuna. However, he was still very pleased. He discounted all the difficulties. Text 189. To test the intense love of Madhavendra Puri, Gopala, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, ordered him to bring sandalwood from Nilakala, and when Madhavendra Puri passed this examination, the Lord became very merciful to him. Text 190. Such behavior exhibited in loving service between the devotee and the devotee's lovable object, Sri Krishna, is transcendental. It is not possible for a common man to understand. Common men do not even have the capacity. Text 191. After saying this, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu read the famous verse of Madhavendra Puri. That verse is just like the moon. It has spread illumination all over the world. Text 192. Continuous rubbing increases the aroma of Malaya sandalwood. Similarly, consideration of this verse increases one's understanding of its importance. Text 193. As the Kaustubhamani is considered the most precious of valuable stones, this verse is similarly considered the best of poems dealing with the melas of devotional service. Text 194. Actually this verse was spoken by Srimati Radharani herself, and by her mercy only was it manifest in the words of Madhavendra Puri. Text 195. Only Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has tasted the poetry of this verse. No fourth man is capable of understanding it. Text 196. Madhavendra Puri recited this verse again and again at the end of his material existence. Thus uttering this verse, he attained the ultimate goal of life. Text 197. O my Lord! O most merciful Master! O Master of Mathura! When shall I see you again? Because of my not seeing you, my agitated heart has become unsteady. O most beloved one, what shall I do now? Text 198. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu recited this verse, he immediately fell to the ground unconscious. He was overwhelmed and had no control over himself. Text 199. When Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu fell to the ground in ecstatic love, Lord Nityananda quickly took him on his lap. Crying, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then got up again. Text 200. Exhibiting ecstatic emotions, the Lord began to run here and there, making resounding noises. Sometimes he laughed, and sometimes he cried, and sometimes he danced and sang. Text 201. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could not recite the whole verse. He simply said, Ayudina, Ayudina, repeatedly. Thus he could not speak, and profuse tears were in his eyes. Text 202. Trembling, perspiration, jubilant tears, shock, fading of the bodily luster, disappointment, moroseness, loss of memory, pride, joy and humility were all visible in Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's body. Text 203. This verse uncovered the door of ecstatic love, and when it was exhibited, all the servants of Gopinatha saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dance in ecstasy. Text 204. When many people crowded around Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he regained his external senses. In the meantime, the offering to the deity had been finished, and there was a resounding arati performance. Text 205. When the deities were laid down to rest, the priest came out of the temple and offered all 12 pots of sweet rice to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 206. When all the pots of sweet rice, remnants left by Gopinatha, were placed before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, He became very pleased. In order to feed the devotees, he accepted 5 of them. Text 207, the 7 remaining pots were pushed forward and delivered to the priest. Then the 5 pots of sweet rice the Lord had accepted were distributed among the 5 devotees, and they ate the prasadam. Text 208, being identical with the Gopinata deity, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had already tasted and eaten the pots of sweet rice. Yet just to manifest devotional service, he again ate the pots of sweet rice as a devotee. Text 209, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night at the temple engaged in congregational chanting. In the morning, after seeing the Mangala Arati performance, he departed. Text 210, in this way, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally tasted with his own mouth the transcendental qualities of Gopalaji, Gopinata, and Sri Madhavendra Puri. Text 211, thus I have described both the transcendental glories of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu's affection for his devotees and the highest limit of ecstatic love of God. Text 212, one who hears this narration with faith and devotion attains the treasure of love of Godhead at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. Text 213, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 5 The activities of Saksi Gopala Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura gives the following summary of the 5th chapter in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya. After passing through Yajapura, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu reached the town of Kataka, Cuttack, and there went to see the temple of Saksi Gopala. While there, he heard the story of Saksi Gopala from the mouth of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Once there were 2 brahmanas, one elderly and the other young, who were inhabitants of a place known as Vidayanagara. After touring many places of pilgrimage, the 2 brahmanas finally reached Vrindavana. The elderly brahmana was very satisfied with the service of the young brahmana, and he wanted to offer him his youngest daughter in marriage. The young brahmana received the promise of his elder before the Gopala deity of Vrindavana. Thus the Gopala deity acted as a witness. When the 2 brahmanas returned to Vidayanagara, the younger brahmana raised the question of this marriage, but the elderly brahmana, due to obligations to his friends and wife, answered that he could not remember his promise. Because of this, the younger brahmana returned to Vrindavana and narrated the whole story to Gopalaji. Thus Gopalaji, being obliged by the young man's devotional service, accompanied him to southern India. Gopalaji followed the younger brahmana, who could hear the tinkling sound of Gopalaji's ankle bells. When all the respectable gentlemen of Vidayanagara were assembled, Gopalaji testified to the promise of the elderly brahmana. Thus the marriage was performed. Later, the king of that country constructed a fine temple for Gopala. Afterwards, King Purusotama-deva of Orissa was insulted by the king of Vidayanagara, who refused to give him his daughter in marriage and called him a sweeper of Lord Jagannath. With the help of Lord Jagannath, King Purusotama-deva fought the king of Vidayanagara and defeated him. Thus he took charge of both the king's daughter and his kingdom as well. At that time, Gopalaji, being very much obligated by the devotional service of King Purusotama-deva, was brought to the town of Kataka. After hearing this narration, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Gopala in great ecstasy of love of God. From Kataka he went to Bhuvaneswara and saw the temple of Lord Shiva. In this way, he gradually arrived at Kamalapura, and on the banks of the Bhargi river he came to the temple of Lord Shiva, where he entrusted his sannyasa staff to Nityananda Prabhu. However, Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff into 3 pieces and threw it into the Bhargi river at a place known as Athranala. Being angry at not getting his staff back, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu left the company of Nityananda Prabhu and went alone to see the Jagannath temple. Text 1. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of God, Brahmanya Deva, who appeared as Saksi Gopala to benefit a Brahmana. For 100 days he traveled through the country, walking on his own legs. Thus his activities are wonderful. Text 2. All glories to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Sri Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3. Walking and walking, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his party finally arrived at Yajapura, on the river Vaidurani. There he saw the temple of Varahadeva and offered his obeisances unto him. Text 4. In the temple of Varahadeva, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in chanting and dancing and offered prayers. He passed that night in the temple. Text 5. Afterwards, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to the town of Kataka to see the temple of the witness Gopala. When he saw the deity of Gopala, he was very much pleased by his beauty. Text 6. While there, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in chanting and dancing for some time, and being overwhelmed, he offered many prayers to Gopala. Text 7. That night Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in the temple of Gopala, and along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopala with great pleasure. Text 8. Previously, when Nityananda Prabhu had toured all over India to see different places of pilgrimage, he also had come to see Saksi Gopala at Kataka. Text 9. At that time, Nityananda Prabhu had heard the story of Saksi Gopala from the townspeople. He now recited this again, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration with great pleasure. Text 10. Formerly at Vijayanagara in South India there were two Brahmanas who made a long tour to see different places of pilgrimage. Text 11. First of all they visited Gaya, then Kasi, then Prayaga. Finally, with great pleasure, they came to Mathura. Text 12. After reaching Mathura, they started visiting the different forests of Vrindavana and came to Govardhana hill. They visited all 12 forests, Vanas, and at last came to the town of Vrindavana. Text 13. In the village of Pankakrosi Vrindavana, at the site where the Govinda temple is now situated, there was a great temple where gorgeous worship of Gopala was performed. Text 14. After taking baths at different bathing places along the river Yamuna, such as Kesigata and Kaliyagata, the pilgrims visited the temple of Gopala. Afterwards, they took rest in that temple. Text 15. The beauty of the Gopala deity stole away their minds, and feeling great happiness, they remained there for 2 or 4 days. Text 16. One of the two Brahmanas was an old man, and the other was young. The young man was assisting the old one. Text 17. Indeed, the young Brahmana always rendered service to the older one, and the old man, being very satisfied with his service, was pleased with him. Text 18. The older man told the younger, "You have rendered various types of service to me. You have assisted me in traveling to all these places of pilgrimage." Text 19. Even my own son does not render such service. By your mercy, I did not become fatigued while on this tour. Text 20. If I did not show you any respect, I would be ungrateful. Therefore, I promise to give you my daughter in charity. Text 21. The younger Brahmana replied, "My dear sir, please hear me. You are saying something very unusual. Such a thing never happens." Text 22. You are a most aristocratic family man, well educated and very rich. I am not at all aristocratic, and I am without a decent education and have no wealth. Text 23. Sir, I am not a suitable bridegroom for your daughter. I render service to you only for the satisfaction of Krishna. Text 24. Lord Krishna is very much pleased by service rendered to Brahmanas, and when the Lord is pleased, the opulence of one's devotional service increases. Text 25. The older Brahmana replied, "My dear boy, do not doubt me. I will give you my daughter in charity. I have already decided this." Text 26. The young Brahmana said, "You have a wife and sons, and you have a large circle of relatives and friends." Text 27. Without the consent of all your friends and relatives, it is not possible to give me your daughter in charity. Just consider the story of Queen Rukmini and her father, Bhismaka. Text 28. King Bhismaka wanted to give his daughter, Rukmini, in charity to Krishna, but Rukmi, his eldest son, objected. Therefore he could not carry out his decision. Text 29. The elderly Brahmana said, "My daughter is my own property. If I choose to give my property to someone, who has the power to stop me?" Text 30. My dear boy, I will give my daughter to you in charity, and I will neglect the position of all others. Don't doubt me in this regard, just accept my proposal. Text 31. The younger Brahmana replied, "If you have decided to give your young daughter to me, then say so before the Gopala deity." Text 32. Coming before Gopala, the elderly Brahmana said, "My dear Lord, please witness that I have given my daughter to this boy." Text 33. Then the younger Brahmana addressed the deity, saying, "My dear Lord, you are my witness. I shall call for you to testify if it is necessary later on." Text 34. After these talks, the two Brahmanas started for home. As usual, the young Brahmana accompanied the elderly Brahmana as if the older Brahmana were a guru, spiritual master, and rendered him service in various ways. Text 35. After returning to Vijayanagara, each Brahmana went to his respective home. After some time, the elderly Brahmana became very anxious. Text 36. He began to think, "I have given my word to a Brahmana in a holy place, and what I promised will certainly come to pass. I must now disclose this to my wife, sons, other relatives and friends." Text 37. Thus one day the elderly Brahmana called for a meeting of all his relatives and friends, and before them all he narrated what had taken place in front of Gopala. Text 38. When those who belonged to the family circle heard the narration of the old Brahmana, they made exclamations showing their disappointment. They all requested that he not make such a proposal again. Text 39. They unanimously agreed, if you offer your daughter to a degraded family, your aristocracy will be lost. When people hear of this, they will make jokes and laugh at you. Text 40, the elderly Brahmana said, how can I undo the promise I made in a holy place while on pilgrimage? Whatever may happen, I must give him my daughter in charity. Text 41, the relatives unanimously said, if you give your daughter to that boy, we shall give up all connection with you. Indeed, his wife and sons declared, if such a thing happens, we shall take poison and die. Text 42, the elderly Brahmana said, if I do not give my daughter to the young Brahmana, he will call Sri Gopalaji as a witness. Thus he will take my daughter by force, and in that case my religious principles will become meaningless. Text 43, his son replied, the deity may be a witness, but he is in a distant country. How can he come to bear witness against you? Why are you so anxious over this? Text 44, you do not have to flatly deny that you spoke such a thing. There is no need to make a false statement. Simply say that you do not remember what you said. Text 45, if you simply say, I do not remember, I shall take care of the rest. By argument, I shall defeat the young Brahmana. Text 46, when the elderly Brahmana heard this, his mind became very much agitated. Feeling helpless, he simply turned his attention to the lotus feet of Gopala. Text 47, the elderly Brahmana prayed, my dear Lord Gopala, I have taken shelter of your lotus feet, and therefore I request you to please protect my religious principles from disturbance and at the same time save my kinsman from dying. Text 48, the next day, the elderly Brahmana was thinking deeply about this matter when the young Brahmana came to his house. Text 49, the young Brahmana came to him and offered respectful obeisances. Then, very humbly folding his hands, he spoke as follows. Text 50, you have promised to give your daughter in charity to me. Now you do not say anything. What is your conclusion? Text 51, after the young Brahmana submitted this statement, the elderly Brahmana remained silent. Taking this opportunity, his son immediately came out with a stick to strike the younger man. Text 52, the son said, oh, you are most degraded. You want to marry my sister, just like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon. Text 53, seeing a stick in the hand of the son, the younger Brahmana fled. The next day, however, he gathered together all the people of the village. Text 54, all the people of the village then called for the elderly Brahmana and brought him to their meeting place. The young Brahmana then began to speak before them as follows. Text 55, this gentleman has promised to hand over his daughter to me, yet now he does not follow his promise. Please ask him about his behavior. Text 56, all the people gathered there asked the elderly Brahmana, if you have already promised to give him your daughter in charity, why are you not fulfilling your promise? You have given your word of honor. Text 57, the elderly Brahmana said, my dear friends, please hear what I have to submit. I do not exactly remember making a promise like that. Text 58, when the elderly Brahmana's son heard this, he took the opportunity to juggle some words. Becoming very impudent, he stood before the assembly and spoke as follows. Text 59, while touring various holy places of pilgrimage, my father carried much money. Seeing the money, this rogue decided to take it away. Text 60, there was no one besides this man with my father. Giving him an intoxicant known as datura to eat, this rogue made my father mad. Text 61, having taken all my father's money, this rogue claimed that it was taken by some thief. Now he is claiming that my father has promised to give him his daughter in charity. Text 62, all of you assembled here are gentlemen. Please judge whether it is befitting to offer this poor Brahmana my father's daughter. Text 63, hearing all these statements, all the people gathered there became a little doubtful. They thought it quite possible that because of attraction for riches one might give up his religious principles. Text 64, at that time the young Brahmana said, my dear gentlemen, please hear. Just to gain victory in an argument, this man is lying. Text 65, being very satisfied with my service, this Brahmana said to me of his own accord, I promise to hand over my daughter to you. Text 66, at that time I forbade him to do this, telling him, O best of the Brahmanas, I am not a fit husband for your daughter. Text 67, whereas you are a learned scholar, a rich man belonging to an aristocratic family, I am a poor man, uneducated and with no claim to aristocracy. Text 68, still this Brahmana insisted. Again and again he asked me to accept his proposal, saying, I have given you my daughter. Please accept her. Text 69, I then said, please hear. You are a learned Brahmana. Your wife, friends and relatives will never agree to this proposal. Text 70, my dear sir, you will not be able to fulfill your promise. Your promise will be broken. Yet, Again and again the Brahmana emphasized his promise. Text 71, I have offered you my daughter. Do not hesitate. She is my daughter, and I shall give her to you. Who can forbid me? Text 72, at that time I concentrated my mind and requested the Brahmana to make the promise before the Gopala deity. Text 73, then this gentleman said in front of the Gopala deity, My dear Lord, please bear witness. I have offered my daughter to this Brahmana in charity. Text 74, accepting the Gopala deity as my witness, I then submitted the following at his lotus feet. Text 75, if this Brahmana later hesitates to give me his daughter, my dear Lord, I shall call on you as a witness. Please note this with care and attention. Text 76, thus I have called upon a great personality in this transaction. I have asked the Supreme Godhead to be my witness. The entire world accepts the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 77-78, taking this opportunity, the elderly Brahmana immediately confirmed that this was really true. He said, if Gopala personally comes here to serve as a witness, I shall surely give my daughter to the young Brahmana. Text 79, the elderly Brahmana thought, since Lord Krishna is very merciful, he will certainly come to prove my statement. Text 80, the atheistic son thought, it is not possible for Gopala to come and bear witness. Thinking thus, the father and son agreed. Text 81, the young Brahmana took this opportunity to speak, please write this down on paper in black and white so that you may not again change your word of honor. Text 82, all the assembled people got this statement down in black and white and, taking the signatures of agreement from both of them, served as the mediators. Text 83, the young Brahmana then said, will all you gentlemen present please hear me? This elderly Brahmana is certainly truthful and is following religious principles. Text 84, he had no desire to break his promise, but fearing that his kinsman would commit suicide, he deviated from the truth. Text 85, by the piety of the elderly Brahmana, I shall call the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a witness. Thus I shall keep his truthful promise intact. Text 86, hearing the emphatic statement of the younger Brahmana, some atheists in the meeting began to cut jokes. However, someone else said, after all, the Lord is merciful, and if he likes, he can come. Text 87, after the meeting, the young Brahmana started for Vrindavana. Upon arriving there, he first offered his respectful obeisances to the deity and then narrated everything in full detail. Text 88, he said, my lord, you are the protector of Brahminical culture, and you are also very merciful. Therefore, kindly show your great mercy by protecting the religious principles of us two Brahmanas. Text 89, my dear lord, I am not thinking to become happy by getting the daughter as a bride. I am simply thinking that the Brahmana has broken his promise, and that is giving me great pain. Text 90, the young Brahmana continued, my dear sir, you are very merciful and you know everything. Therefore, kindly be a witness in this case. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness becomes involved in sinful activities. Text 91, Lord Krishna replied, my dear Brahmana, go back to your home and call a meeting of all the men. In that meeting, just try to remember me. Text 92, I shall certainly appear there, and at that time I shall protect the honor of both you Brahmanas by bearing witness to the promise. Text 93, the young Brahmana replied, my dear sir, even if you appear there as a four-handed Vishnu deity, still, none of those people will believe in your words. Text 94, only if you go there in this form of Gopala and speak the words from your beautiful face will your testimony be heard by all the people. Text 95, Lord Krishna said, I've never heard of a deities walking from one place to another. Text 96, my dear Lord, you are not a statue, you are directly the son of Maharaja Nanda. Now, for the sake of the old Brahmana, you can do something you have never done before. Text 97, Sri Gopalaji then smiled and said, my dear Brahmana, just listen to me. I shall walk behind you, and in this way I shall go with you. Text 98, the Lord continued, do not try to see me by turning around. As soon as you see me, I shall remain stationary in that very place. Text 99, you will know that I am walking behind you by the sound of my ankle bells. Text 100, cook 1 kilo of rice daily and offer it. I shall eat that rice and follow behind you. Text 101, the next day, the Brahmana begged permission from Gopala and started for his country. Gopala followed him, step by step. Text 102, while Gopala followed the young Brahmana, the tinkling sound of his ankle bells could be heard. The Brahmana became very pleased, and he cooked first-class rice for Gopala to eat. Text 103, the young Brahmana walked in this way until he eventually arrived in his own country. When he neared his own village, he began to think as follows. Text 104, I have now come to my village, and I shall go to my home and tell all the people that the witness has arrived. Text 105. The Brahmana then began to think that if the people didn't directly see the Gopala deity, they would not believe that he had arrived. But even if Gopala stays here, he thought, there is still nothing to fear. Text 106. Thinking this, the Brahmana turned to look back, and he saw that Gopala, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was standing there smiling. Text 107. The Lord told the Brahmana, now you can go home. I shall stay here and shall not leave. Text 108. The young Brahmana then went to the town and informed all the people about Gopala's arrival. Hearing this, the people were struck with wonder. Text 109. All the townspeople went to see the witness Gopala, and when they saw the Lord actually standing there, they all offered their respectful obeisances. Text 110. When the people arrived, they were very pleased to see the beauty of Gopala, and when they heard that he had actually walked there, they were all surprised. Text 111. Then the elderly Brahmana, being very pleased, came forward and immediately fell like a stick in front of Gopala. Text 112. Thus in the presence of all the townspeople, Lord Gopala bore witness that the elderly Brahmana had offered his daughter in charity to the young Brahmana. Text 113. After the marriage ceremony was performed, the Lord informed both Brahmanas, you two Brahmanas are my eternal servants, birth after birth. Text 114. The Lord continued, I have become very much pleased by the truthfulness of you both. Now you can ask for a benediction. Thus with great pleasure the two Brahmanas begged for a benediction. Text 115. The Brahmanas said, please remain here so that people all over the world will know how merciful you are to your servants. Text 116. Lord Gopala stayed, and the two Brahmanas engaged in his service. After hearing of the incident, many people from different countries began to come to see Gopala. Text 117. Eventually the king of that country heard this wonderful story, and he also came to see Gopala and thus became very satisfied. Text 118. The king constructed a nice temple, and regular service was executed. Gopala became very famous under the name of Saksi Gopala, the witness Gopala. Text 119. Thus Saksi Gopala stayed in Vijayanagara and accepted service for a very long time. Text 120. Later there was a fight, and this country was conquered by King Purusattamadeva of Orissa. Text 121. That king was victorious over the king of Vijayanagara, and he took possession of his throne, the Manakya Simhasana, which was bedecked with many jewels. Text 122. King Purusattamadeva was a great devotee and was advanced in the civilization of the Aryans. He begged at the lotus feet of Gopala, please come to my kingdom. Text 123. When the king begged him to come to his kingdom, Gopala, who was already obliged for his devotional service, accepted his prayer. Thus the king took the Gopala deity and went back to Kataka. Text 124. After winning the Manakya throne, King Purusattamadeva took it to Jagannath Puri and presented it to Lord Jagannath. In the meantime, he also established regular worship of the Gopala deity at Kataka. Text 125. When the Gopala deity was installed at Kataka, the queen of Purusattamadeva went to see him and, with great devotion, presented various kinds of ornaments. Text 126. The queen had a very valuable pearl, which she wore on her nose, and she wished to give it to Gopala. She then began to think as follows. Text 127. If there were a hole in the deity's nose, I could transfer the pearl to him. Text 128. Considering this, the queen offered her obeisances to Gopala and returned to her palace. That night she dreamed that Gopala appeared and began to speak to her as follows. Text 129. During my childhood my mother made a hole in my nose and with great endeavor set a pearl there. Text 130. That very hole is still there, and you can use it to set the pearl you desired to give me. Text 131. After dreaming this, the queen explained it to her husband, the king. Both the king and the queen then went to the temple with the pearl. Text 132. Seeing the hole in the nose of the deity, they set the pearl there and, being very pleased, held a great festival. Text 133. Since then, Gopala has been situated in the city of Kataka, Cuttack, and he has been known ever since as Saksi Gopala. Text 134. Thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration of Gopala's activities. Both he and his personal devotees became very pleased. Text 135. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was sitting before the Gopala deity, all the devotees saw him and the deity as being of the same form. Text 136. They were of the same complexion, and both had gigantic bodies. Both wore saffron cloth, and both were very grave. Text 137. The devotees saw that both Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Gopala were brilliantly effulgent and had eyes like lotuses. They were both absorbed in ecstasy, and both their faces resembled full moons. Text 138. When Nityananda saw the Gopala deity and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in that way, he began to exchange remarks with the devotees, all of whom were smiling. Text 139. Thus with great pleasure Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night in the temple. After seeing the Mangala Arati ceremony in the morning, he started on his journey. Text 140. In his book Chaitanya Bhagavata, Srila Vrindavana Dasa Thakur has very vividly described the places visited by the Lord on the way to Bhuvaneswara. Text 141. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Kamalapura, he took his bath in the Bharjanati river and left his sannyasa staff in the hands of Lord Nityananda. Texts 142 to 143. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the temple of Lord Shiva known as Kapotsvara, Nityananda Prabhu, who was keeping his sannyasa staff in custody, broke the staff in 3 parts and threw it into the river Bharjanati. Later this river became known as Danda Bhanga Nadi. Text 144. After seeing the temple of Jagannath from a distant place, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately became ecstatic. After offering obeisances to the temple, he began to dance in the ecstasy of love of God. Text 145. All the devotees became ecstatic in the association of Lord Chaitanya, and thus absorbed in love of God, they were dancing and singing while going along the main road. Text 146. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu laughed, cried, danced and made many ecstatic vibrations and sounds. Although the temple was only 6 miles away, to whom the distance seemed thousands of miles. Text 147. Thus walking and walking, the Lord eventually arrived at the place known as Atharnala. Arriving there, he expressed his external consciousness, speaking to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Text 148. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had thus regained external consciousness, he asked Lord Nityananda Prabhu, "Please return my staff." Text 149. Nityananda Prabhu said, "When you fell down in ecstasy, I caught you, but both of us together fell upon the staff." Text 150. Thus the staff broke under our weight. Where the pieces have gone, I cannot say. Text 151. It is certainly because of my offense that your staff was broken. Now you can punish me on this account as you think proper. Text 152. After hearing the story about how his staff had been broken, the Lord expressed a little sadness and, displaying a bit of anger, began to speak as follows. Text 153. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "You have all benefited me by bringing me to Nilakala. However, my only possession was that one staff, and you have not kept it." Text 154. So all of you should go before or behind me to see Lord Jagannath. I shall not go with you. Text 155. Mukunda Datta told Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, "My Lord, you should go ahead and allow all the others to follow. We shall not go with you." Text 156. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then began to walk very swiftly before all the other devotees. No one could understand the real purpose of the two lords, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. Text 157. The devotees could not understand why Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff, why Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu permitted him to do so, or why, after permitting him, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became angry. Text 158. The pastime of the breaking of the staff is very deep. Only one whose devotion is fixed upon the lotus feet of the two lords can understand it. Text 159. The glories of Lord Gopala, who is merciful to Brahmanas, are very great. The narration of Saksi Gopala was spoken by Nityananda Prabhu and heard by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 160. One who hears this narration of Lord Gopala with faith and love very soon attains the lotus feet of Lord Gopala. Text 161. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 6 The Liberation of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. A summary of the 6th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya as follows. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu entered the temple of Jagannath, he immediately fainted. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then took him to his home. Meanwhile, Gopinathacharya, the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, met Mukunda Datta and talked to him about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's acceptance of sannyasa and his journey to Jagannath Puri. After hearing about Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's fainting and his being carried to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, people crowded there to see the Lord. Srila Nityananda Prabhu and other devotees then visited the Jagannath temple, and when they came back to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned to external consciousness. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya received everyone and distributed Mahaprasadam with great care. The Bhattacharya then became acquainted with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and arranged accommodations at his aunt's house. His brother-in-law, Gopinathacharya, established that Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself, but Sarvabhauma and his many disciples could not accept this. However, Gopinathacharya convinced Sarvabhauma that no one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead without being favored by him. He proved by Sastra quotations from the revealed scriptures, that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself in person. Still, Sarvabhauma did not take these statements very seriously. Hearing all these arguments, Caitanya Mahaprabhu told his devotees that Sarvabhauma was his spiritual master and that whatever he said out of affection was for everyone's benefit. When Sarvabhauma met Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he asked him to hear Vedanta philosophy from him. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted this proposal, and for 7 days he continually heard Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya explain the Vedanta Sutara. However, the Lord remained very silent. Because of this silence, the Bhattacharya asked him whether he was understanding the Vedanta philosophy, and the Lord replied, "Sir, I can understand Vedanta philosophy very clearly, but I cannot understand your explanations." There was then a discussion between the Bhattacharya and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu concerning the authority of the Vedic scriptures, specifically the Upanishads and Vedanta Sutara. The Bhattacharya was an impersonalist, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu proved that the absolute truth is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He proved that the conceptions of the Mayavadi philosophers concerning the impersonal absolute truth are incorrect. The absolute truth is neither impersonal nor without power. The greatest mistake made by the Mayavadi philosophers is in conceiving the absolute truth to be impersonal and without energy. In all the Vedas, the unlimited energies of the absolute truth have been accepted. It is also accepted that the absolute truth has his transcendental, blissful, eternal form. According to the Vedas, the Lord and the living entity are equal in quality but different quantitatively. The real philosophy of the absolute truth states that the Lord and his creation are inconceivably and simultaneously one and different. The conclusion is that the Mayavadi philosophers are actually atheists. There was much discussion on this issue between Sarvabhauma and Caitanya Mahaprabhu, but despite all his endeavors, the Bhattacharya was defeated in the end. At the request of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then explained the Atmarama verse of Srimad Bhagavatam in 18 different ways. When the Bhattacharya came to his senses, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu disclosed his real identity. The Bhattacharya then recited 100 verses in praise of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and offered his obeisances. After this, Gopinathacharya and all the others, having seen the wonderful potencies of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, became very joyful. One morning after this incident, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu received some prasadam from Jagannath and offered it to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Without caring for formality, the Bhattacharya immediately partook of the Mahaprasadam. On another day, when the Bhattacharya asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu the best way to worship and meditate, the Lord advised him to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. On another day, the Bhattacharya wanted to change the reading of the Taktanukampam verse because he did not like the word Muktipada. He wanted to substitute the word Bhaktipada. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu advised Sarvabhauma not to change the reading of Srimad Bhagavatam, because Muktipada indicated the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. Having become a pure devotee, the Bhattacharya said, "Because the meaning is hazy, I still prefer Bhaktipada." At this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and the other inhabitants of Jagannath Puri became very pleased. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya thus became a pure Vaisnava, and the other learned scholars there followed him. Text 1. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Gorakendra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who converted the hard-hearted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the reservoir of all bad logic, into a great devotee. Text 2. All glories to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Caitanya. Text 3. In ecstasy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went from Atharnala to the temple of Jagannath. After seeing Lord Jagannath, he became very restless due to love of Godhead. Text 4. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went swiftly to embrace Lord Jagannath, but when he entered the temple, he was so overwhelmed with love of Godhead that he fainted to the floor. Text 5. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu fell down, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya happened to see him. When the watchman threatened to beat the Lord, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya immediately forbade him. Text 6. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was very surprised to see the personal beauty of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, as well as the transcendental transformations wrought on his body due to love of Godhead. Text 7, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained unconscious for a long time. Meanwhile, the time for offering prasadam to Lord Jagannath came, and the Bhattacharya tried to think of a remedy. Text 8, while Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu was unconscious, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, with the help of the watchman and some disciples, carried him to his home and laid him down in a very sanctified room. Text 9, examining the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma saw that his abdomen was not moving and that he was not breathing. Seeing his condition, the Bhattacharya became very anxious. Text 10, the Bhattacharya then took a fine cotton swab and put it before the Lord's nostrils. When he saw the cotton move very slightly, he became hopeful. Text 11, sitting beside Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he thought, this is a transcendental ecstatic transformation brought about by love of Krishna. Text 12, upon seeing the sign of Sudipta Satvika, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya could immediately understand the transcendental ecstatic transformation in the body of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Such a sign takes place only in the bodies of eternally liberated devotees. Text 13, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya considered, the uncommon ecstatic symptoms of adherita bhava are appearing in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. This is very wonderful. How are they possible in the body of a human being? Text 14, while the Bhattacharya was thinking in this way at his home, all the devotees of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, headed by Nityananda Prabhu, approached the Simha Dvara, the entrance door of the temple. Text 15, there the devotees heard the people talking about a mendicant who had come to Jagannath Puri and seen the deity of Jagannath. Text 16, the people said that the sannyasi had fallen unconscious upon seeing the deity of Lord Jagannath. Because his consciousness did not return, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had taken him to his home. Text 17, hearing this, the devotees could understand that they were speaking of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Just then, Sri Gopinath arrived. Text 18, Gopinath was a resident of Madhya, the son-in-law of Visaradha and a devotee of Caitanya Mahaprabhu. He knew the true identity of his lordship. Text 19, Gopinath had previously been acquainted with Mukunda Datta, and when the Acharya saw him at Jagannath Puri, he was very much astonished. Text 20, Mukunda Datta offered obeisances unto Gopinath upon meeting him. Then the Acharya embraced Mukunda Datta and inquired about news of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 21, Mukunda Datta replied, the Lord has already arrived here. We have come with him. Text 22, as soon as Gopinath saw Nityananda Prabhu, he offered his obeisances unto him. In this way, meeting all the devotees, he asked about news of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu again and again. Text 23, Mukunda Datta continued, after accepting the sannyasa order, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu has come to Jagannath Puri and has brought all of us with him. Text 24, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu left our company and walked ahead to see Lord Jagannath. We have just arrived and are now looking for him. Text 25, from the talk of the people in general, we have guessed that the Lord is now at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 26, upon seeing Lord Jagannath, Caitanya Mahaprabhu became ecstatic and fell unconscious, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has taken him to his home in this condition. Text 27, just as I was thinking of meeting you, by chance we have actually met. Text 28, first let us all go to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and see Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Later we shall come to see Lord Jagannath. Text 29, hearing this and feeling very pleased, Gopinath immediately took all the devotees with him and approached the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 30, arriving at the home of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, everyone saw the Lord lying unconscious. Seeing him in this condition, Gopinath became very unhappy, but at the same time he was happy just to see the Lord. Text 31, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya permitted all the devotees to enter his house, and upon seeing Nityananda Prabhu, the Bhattacharya offered him obeisances. Text 32, Sarvabhauma met with all the devotees and offered them a proper welcome. They were all pleased to see Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 33, the Bhattacharya then sent them all back to see Lord Jagannath, and he asked his own son, Kandansvara, to accompany them as a guide. Text 34, everyone was then very pleased to see the deity of Lord Jagannath. Lord Nityananda in particular was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Text 35, when Lord Nityananda Prabhu nearly fainted, all the devotees caught him and steadied him. At that time, the priest of Lord Jagannath brought a garland that had been offered to the deity and offered it to Nityananda Prabhu. Text 36, everyone was pleased to receive this garland worn by Lord Jagannath. Afterwards they all returned to the place where Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was staying. Text 37. All of the devotees then began to loudly chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Just before noon the Lord regained his consciousness. Text 38. Caitanya Mahaprabhu got up and very loudly chanted, Hari, Hari. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was very pleased to see the Lord regain consciousness, and he took the dust of the Lord's lotus feet. Text 39. The Bhattacharya informed all of them, please take your midday baths immediately. Today I shall offer you Mahaprasadam, the remnants of food offered to Lord Jagannath. Text 40. After bathing in the sea, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees returned very soon. The Lord then washed his feet and sat down on a carpet to take lunch. Text 41. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya made arrangements to bring various kinds of Mahaprasadam from the Jagannath temple. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then accepted lunch with great happiness. Text 42. Caitanya Mahaprabhu was offered special rice and first-class vegetables on golden plates. He thus took lunch in the company of his devotees. Text 43. While Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya personally distributed the prasadam, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu requested him, please give me only boiled vegetables. Text 44. You can offer the cakes and preparations made with condensed milk to all the devotees. Hearing this, the Bhattacharya folded his hands and spoke as follows. Text 45. Today, all of you please try to taste the lunch just as Lord Jagannath accepted it. Text 46. After saying this, he made them all eat the various cakes and condensed milk preparations. After feeding them, he offered them water to wash their hands, feet and mouths. Text 47. Begging permission from Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then went with Gopinathacharya to take lunch. After finishing their lunch, they returned to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 48. Offering his obeisances to Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, Namo Narayanaya, I offer my obeisances to Narayana. Text 49. Hearing these words, Sarvabhauma understood Lord Caitanya to be a Vaisnava sannyasi. Text 50. Sarvabhauma then said to Gopinathacharya, I want to know Caitanya Mahaprabhu's previous situation. Text 51. Gopinathacharya replied, there was a man named Jagannath, who was a resident of Navadvipa, and whose surname was Misra Purandara. Text 52. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu is the son of the Jagannath Misra, and his former name was Visvambara Misra. He also happens to be the grandson of Nilambara Chakravarti. Text 53. The Bhattacharya said, Nilambara Chakravarti was a classmate of my father, Mahesvara Vaisarada. I knew him as such. Text 54. Jagannath Misra Purandara was respected by my father. Thus because of their relationship with my father, I respect both Jagannath Misra and Nilambara Chakravarti. Text 55. Hearing that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu belonged to the Madhya district, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became very pleased and addressed the Lord as follows. Text 56. You are naturally respectable. Besides, you are a sannyasi, thus I wish to become your personal servant. Text 57. As soon as Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard this from the Bhattacharya, he immediately remembered Lord Vishnu and began to speak humbly to him as follows. Text 58. Because you are a teacher of Vedanta philosophy, you are the master of all the people in the world and their well-wisher as well. You are also the benefactor of all kinds of sannyasis. Text 59. I am a young sannyasi, and I actually have no knowledge of what is good and what is bad. Therefore I am taking shelter of you and accepting you as my spiritual master. Text 60. I have come here only to associate with you, and I am now taking shelter of you. Will you kindly maintain me in all respects? Text 61. The incident that happened today was a great obstacle for me, but you have kindly relieved me of it. Text 62. The Bhattacharya replied, do not go alone to see the deity at the Jagannath temple. It is better that you go with me or my men. Text 63. The Lord said, I shall never enter the temple but shall always view the Lord from the side of the Garuda Stamba. Text 64. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then told Gopinathacharya, take Gosvamiji and show him Lord Jagannath. Text 65. Also, the apartment belonging to my maternal aunt is in a very solitary place. Make all arrangements for him to stay there. Text 66. Thus Gopinathacharya took Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his residential quarters and showed him where to find water, tubs and water pots. Indeed, he arranged everything. Text 67. The next day Gopinathacharya took Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu to see the early rising of Lord Jagannath. Text 68. Gopinathacharya then took Mukunda Datta with him and went to Sarvabhauma's house. When they arrived, Sarvabhauma addressed Mukunda Datta as follows. Text 69. The sannyasi is very meek and humble by nature, and his person is very beautiful to see. Consequently my affection for him increases. Text 70. From which sampradaya has he accepted the sannyasa order, and what is his name? Text 71. Gopinath replied, the Lord's name is Sri Krishna Caitanya, and his sannyasa preceptor is the greatly fortunate Kesava Bharati. Text 72. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, Sri Krishna is a very good name, but he belongs to the Bharati community. Therefore he is a second-class sannyasi. Text 73. Gopinath replied, Sri Krishna Caitanya Mahaprabhu does not rely on any external formality. There is no need for him to accept the sannyasa order from a superior sampradaya. Text 74. The Bhattacharya inquired, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is in his full-fledged youthful life. How can he keep the principles of sannyasa? Text 75. I shall continually recite Vedanta philosophy before Caitanya Mahaprabhu so that he may remain fixed in his renunciation and thus enter upon the path of monism. Text 76. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then suggested, if Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would like, I could bring him into a first-class sampradaya by offering him saffron cloth and performing the reformatory process again. Text 77. Gopinath and Mukunda Datta became very unhappy when they heard this. Gopinath therefore addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya as follows. Text 78. My dear Bhattacharya, you do not know the greatness of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are found in him to the highest degree. Text 79. Gopinath continued, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu is celebrated as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who are ignorant in this connection find the conclusion of knowledgeable men very difficult to understand. Text 80. The disciples of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya retaliated, by what evidence do you conclude that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Lord? Text 81. The disciples of the Bhattacharya said, we derive knowledge of the absolute truth by logical hypothesis. Text 82. Gopinath continued, one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead only by his mercy, not by guesswork or hypothesis. Text 83. The Acharya continued, if one receives but a tiny bit of the Lord's favor by dint of devotional service, he can understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 84. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. Texts 85 to 86. Gopinath then addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, you are a great scholar and a teacher of many disciples. Indeed, there is no other scholar like you on earth. Nonetheless, because you are bereft of even a pinch of the Lord's mercy, you cannot understand him, even though he is present in your home. Text 87. It is not your fault, it is the verdict of the scriptures. You cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead simply by scholarship. Text 88. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, my dear Gopinath, please speak with great care. What is the proof that you have received the mercy of the Lord? Text 89. Gopinath replied, knowledge of the summum bonum, the absolute truth, is evidence of the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Text 90. Gopinath continued, you have seen the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu during his absorption in an ecstatic mood. Text 91. Despite directly perceiving the symptoms of the Supreme Lord in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, you cannot understand him. This is commonly called delusion. Text 92. A person influenced by the external energy is called Baharmukha, a mundane person, because despite his perception, he cannot understand the real substance. Hearing Gopinath say this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya smiled and began to speak as follows. Text 93. The Bhattacharya said, we are just having a discussion among friends and considering the points described in the scriptures. Do not become angry. I am simply speaking on the strength of the sastras. Please don't take any offense. Text 94. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is certainly a great, uncommon devotee, but we cannot accept him as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu because, according to Sastra, there is no incarnation in this age of Kali. Text 95. Another name for Lord Vishnu is Triyuga because there is no incarnation of Lord Vishnu in Kali Yuga. Indeed, this is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. Text 96. Upon hearing this, Gopinath became very unhappy. He said to the Bhattacharya, you consider yourself the knower of all Vedic scriptures. Text 97. Srimad Bhagavatam and the Mahabharata are the two most important Vedic scriptures, but you have paid no attention to their statements. Text 98. In Srimad Bhagavatam and the Mahabharata it is stated that the Lord appears directly, but you say that in this age there is no manifestation or incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Text 99. In this age of Kali there is no līlā avatara of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, therefore he is known as Triyuga. That is one of his holy names. Text 100, Gopinath continued, there is certainly an incarnation in every age, and such an incarnation is called the Yuga Avatara. But your heart has become so hardened by logic and argument that you cannot consider all these facts. Text 101, in the past, your son has had bodies of 3 different colors, according to the age. These colors were white, red and yellow. In this age, Dvapara Yuga, he has accepted a blackish body. Text 102, in the age of Kali, as well as in Dvapara Yuga, the people offer prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead by various mantras and observe the regulative principles of the supplementary Vedic literatures. Now please hear of this from me. Text 103, in this age of Kali, those who are intelligent perform the congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who appears in this age always describing the glories of Krishna. That incarnation is yellowish in hue and is always associated with his plenary expansions, such as Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and personal expansions, such as Gadadhara, as well as his devotees and associates, such as Svarupa Damodara. Text 104, the Lord, in the incarnation of Gaurasundara, has a golden complexion. Indeed, his entire body, which is very nicely constituted, is like molten gold. Sandalwood pulp is smeared all over his body. He will take the 4th order of spiritual life, sannyasa, and will be very much self-controlled. He will be distinguished from Mayavadi sannyasis in that he will be fixed in devotional service and will spread the Sankirtana movement. Text 105, Gopinath then said, there is no need to quote so much evidence from the sastras, for you are a very dry speculator. There is no need to sow seeds in barren land. Text 106, when the Lord will be pleased with you, you will also understand these conclusions and will quote from the sastras. Text 107, the false arguments and philosophical word jugglery of your disciples are not faults of theirs. They have simply received the benediction of Mayavada philosophy. Text 108, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited qualities and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between disputants. Thus the illusory energy again and again covers the self-realization of both disputants. Text 109, in almost all cases, whatever learned brahmanas speak becomes accepted, nothing is impossible for one who takes shelter of my illusory energy and speaks under her influence. Text 110, after hearing this from Gopinath Acharya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, first go to the place where Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is staying and invite him here with his associates. Ask him on my account. Text 111, take Jagannath Prasadam and first give it to Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well. Text 112, Gopinath Acharya was the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, therefore their relationship was very sweet and intimate. Under the circumstances, Gopinath Acharya taught him by sometimes blaspheming him, sometimes praising him and sometimes laughing at him. This had been going on for some time. Text 113, Srila Mukunda Dana felt very satisfied to hear the conclusive statements of Gopinath Acharya, but he became very unhappy and angry to hear the statements put forward by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 114, according to the instructions of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Gopinath Acharya went to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and invited him on the Bhattacharya's behalf. Text 115, the Bhattacharya's statements were discussed before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Gopinath Acharya and Mukunda Datta disapproved of the Bhattacharya's statements because they caused mental pain. Text 116, hearing this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, do not speak like that. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has shown great affection and mercy toward me. Text 117, out of paternal affection for me, he wants to protect me and see that I follow the regulative principles of a sannyasi. What fault is there in this? Text 118, the next morning, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya together visited the temple of Lord Jagannath. Both of them were in a very pleasant mood. Text 119, when they entered the temple, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya offered Caitanya Mahaprabhu a seat, while he himself sat down on the floor out of due respect for a sannyasi. Text 120, he then began to instruct Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu on Vedanta philosophy, and out of affection and devotion, he spoke to the Lord as follows. Text 121, the Bhattacharya said, hearing Vedanta philosophy is a sannyasi's main business. Therefore without hesitation you should study Vedanta philosophy, hearing it without cessation from a superior person. Text 122, Lord Caitanya replied, you are very merciful to me, and therefore I think it is my duty to obey your order. Text 123. Thus for 7 days continually, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu listened to the Vedanta philosophy expounded by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. However, Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not say anything and did not indicate whether it was right or wrong. He simply sat there and listened to the Bhattacharya. Text 124. On the 8th day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said to Caitanya Mahaprabhu, "You have been listening to Vedanta philosophy for me continually for 7 days." Text 125. You have simply been listening, fixed in your silence. Since you do not say whether you think it is right or wrong, I cannot know whether you are actually understanding Vedanta philosophy or not. Text 126. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "I am a fool, and consequently I do not study the Vedanta Sutra. I am just trying to hear it from you because you have ordered me." Text 127. Only for the sake of executing the duties of the renounced order of sannyasa do I listen. Unfortunately, I cannot in the least understand the meaning you are presenting. Text 128. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, "I accept that you do not understand, yet even one who does not understand inquires about the subject matter." Text 129. You are hearing again and again, yet you keep silent. I cannot understand what is actually within your mind. Text 130. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then revealed his mind, saying, "I can understand the meaning of each sutra very clearly, but your explanations have simply agitated my mind." Text 131. The meaning of the aphorisms in the Vedanta Sutra contain clear purports in themselves, but other purports you presented simply covered the meaning of the sutras like a cloud. Text 132. You do not explain the direct meaning of the Brahma Sutras. Indeed, it appears that your business is to cover their real meaning. Text 133. Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "The Vedanta Sutra is the summary of all the Upanishads, therefore whatever direct meaning is there in the Upanishads is also recorded in the Vedanta Sutra, or Vyasa Sutra." Text 134. For each sutra the direct meaning must be accepted without interpretation. However, you simply abandon the direct meaning and proceed with your imaginative interpretation. Text 135. Although there is other evidence, the evidence given in the Vedic version must be taken as foremost. Vedic versions understood directly are first-class evidence. Text 136. Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "Conch shells and cow dung are nothing but the bones and the stool of some living entities, but according to the Vedic version they are both considered very pure." Text 137. The Vedic statements are self-evident. Whatever is stated there must be accepted. If we interpret according to our own imagination, the authority of the Vedas is immediately lost. Text 138. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "The Brahma Sutra, compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, is as radiant as the sun. One who tries to interpret its meaning simply covers that sunshine with a cloud." Text 139. All the Vedas and literature that strictly follows the Vedic principles explain that the Supreme Brahman is the absolute truth, the greatest of all, and a feature of the Supreme Lord. Text 140. Actually, the Supreme Absolute Truth is a person, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full with all opulences. You are trying to explain him as impersonal and formless. Text 141. Wherever there is an impersonal description in the Vedas mean to establish that everything belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and free of mundane characteristics. Text 142. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "Whatever Vedic mantras describe the Absolute Truth impersonally only prove in the end that the Absolute Truth is a person. The Supreme Lord is understood in two features, impersonal and personal. If one considers the Supreme Personality of Godhead in both features, he can actually understand the Absolute Truth. He knows that the personal understanding is stronger because we see that everything is full of variety. No one can see anything that is not full of variety." Text 143. Everything in the cosmic manifestation emanates from the Absolute Truth, remains in the Absolute Truth, and after annihilation again enters the Absolute Truth. Text 144. The personal features of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are categorized in three cases, namely ablative, instrumental and locative. Texts 145 to 146. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "When the Supreme Personality of Godhead wished to become many, he glanced over the material energy. Before the creation there were no mundane eyes or mind, therefore the transcendental nature of the Absolute Truth's mind and eyes is confirmed." Text 147. The word Brahman indicates the complete Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Sri Krishna. That is the verdict of all Vedic literature. Text 148. The confidential meaning of the Vedas is not easily understood by common men, therefore that meaning is supplemented by the words of the Puranas. Text 149. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaja, the cowherd man and all the inhabitants of Rajabhumi. There is no limit to their fortune, because the Absolute Truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal Supreme Brahman, has become their friend. Text 150, the Vedic Apanipada mantra rejects material hands and legs, yet it states that the Lord goes very fast and accepts everything offered to him. Text 151, all these mantras confirm that the Absolute Truth is personal, but the Mayavadis, throwing away the direct meaning, interpret the Absolute Truth as impersonal. Text 152, are you describing as formless that Supreme Personality of Godhead whose transcendental form is complete with 6 transcendental opulences? Text 153, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has 3 primary potencies. Are you trying to prove that he has no potencies? Text 154, the internal potency of the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, is spiritual, as verified by the Sastras. There is another spiritual potency, known as Caitanya, or the living entity. The third potency, which is known as Nesads, makes the living entity godless and fills him with fruit of activity. Text 155, O King, the Caitanya Sakti is the living entity. Although he has the facility to live in either the material or spiritual world, he suffers the threefold miseries of material existence because he is influenced by the avidya, nescience, potency, which covers his constitutional position. Text 156, this living entity, covered by the influence of nesads, exists in different forms in the material condition. O King, he is thus proportionally freed from the influence of material energy, to a greater or lesser degree. Text 157, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Saksidananda Vigraya. This means that he originally has 3 potencies, the pleasure potency, the potency of eternality and the potency of knowledge. Together these are called the CIT potency, and they are present in full in the Supreme Lord. For the living entities, who are part and parcel of the Lord, the pleasure potency in the material world is sometimes displeasing and sometimes mixed. This is not the case with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because he is not under the influence of the material energy or its modes. Text 158, the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his original form is full of eternity, knowledge and bliss. The spiritual potency in these 3 portions, Sat, CIT and Ananda, assumes 3 different forms. Text 159, the 3 portions of the spiritual potency are called Ladini, the bliss portion, Sandhini, the eternity portion, and Samvat, the knowledge portion. We accept knowledge of these as full knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 160, the spiritual potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead also appears in 3 phases, internal, marginal and external. These are all engaged in his devotional service and love. Text 161, in his spiritual potency, the Supreme Lord enjoys 6 kinds of opulences. You do not accept this spiritual potency, and this is due to your great impudence. Text 162, the Lord is the master of the potencies, and the living entity is the servant of them. That is the difference between the Lord and the living entity. However, you declare that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same. Text 163, in the Bhagavad Gita the living entity is established as the marginal potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet you say that the living entity is completely different from the Lord. Text 164, earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence and false ego are my 8-fold separated energies. Text 165, besides these inferior energies, which are material, there is another energy, a spiritual energy, and this is the living being, Almighty Armed One. The entire material world is sustained by the living entities. Text 166, the transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is complete in eternity, cognizance and bliss. However, you describe this transcendental form as a product of material goodness. Text 167, one who does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord is certainly an agnostic. Such a person should be neither seen nor touched. Indeed, he is subject to be punished by Yamaraja. Text 168, the Buddhists do not recognize the authority of the Vedas, therefore they are considered agnostics. However, those who have taken shelter of the Vedic scriptures yet preach agnosticism in accordance with the Mayavada philosophy are certainly more dangerous than the Buddhists. Text 169, Srila Vyasadeva presented the Vedanta philosophy for the deliverance of conditioned souls, but if one hears the commentary of Sankarakarya, everything is spoiled. Text 170, the Vedanta Sutra aims at establishing that the cosmic manifestation has come into being by the transformation of the inconceivable potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 171, the touchstone, after touching iron, produces volumes of gold without being changed. Similarly, the Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests himself as the cosmic manifestation by his inconceivable potency, yet he remains unchanged in his eternal, transcendental form. Text 172, Sankaracharya states that the theory of transformation presented in the Vedanta Sutra implies that the absolute truth itself is transformed. In this way the Mayavadi philosophers denigrate Srila Vyasadeva by accusing him of error. They thus find fault in the Vedanta Sutra and misinterpret it to try to establish the theory of illusion. Text 173, the theory of illusion can be applied only when the living entity identifies himself with the body. As far as the cosmic manifestation is concerned, it cannot be called false, although it is certainly temporary. Text 174, the transcendental vibration Omkara is the sound form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All Vedic knowledge and this cosmic manifestation are produced from this sound representation of the Supreme Lord. Text 175, the subsidiary vibration Tattvamasi, you are the same, is meant for the understanding of the living entity, but the principal vibration is Omkara. Not caring for Omkara, Sankaracharya has stressed the vibration Tattvamasi. Text 176, thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu criticized Sankaracharya's Sariraka Bhasya as imaginary, and he pointed out hundreds of faults in it. To defend Sankaracharya, however, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya presented unlimited opposition. Text 177, the Bhattacharya presented various types of false arguments with pseudo-logic and tried to defeat his opponent in many ways. However, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu refuted all these arguments and established his own conviction. Text 178, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the central point of all relationships. Acting in devotional service to him is one's real occupation, and the attainment of love of Godhead is the ultimate goal of life. These three subject matters are described in the Vedic literature. Text 179, if one tries to explain the Vedic literature in a different way, he is indulging in imagination. Any interpretation of the self-evident Vedic version is simply imaginary. Text 180, actually there is no fault on the part of Sankaracharya. He simply carried out the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He had to imagine some kind of interpretation, and therefore he presented a kind of Vedic literature that is full of atheism. Text 181, addressing Lord Shiva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, please make the general populace averse to me by imagining your own interpretation of the Vedas. Also, cover me in such a way that people will take more interest in advancing material civilization just to propagate a population bereft of spiritual knowledge. Text 182, Lord Shiva informed Goddess Durga, the superintendent of the material world, in the age of Kali I take the form of a Brahmana and explain the Vedas through false scriptures in an atheistic way, similar to Buddhist philosophy. Text 183, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became very much astonished upon hearing this. He became stunned and said nothing. Text 184, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then told him, do not be astonished. Actually, devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the highest perfection of human activity. Text 185, even the self-satisfied sages perform devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Such are the transcendental qualities of the Lord. They are full of inconceivable spiritual potency. Text 186, those who are self-satisfied and unattracted by external material desires are also attracted to the loving service of Sri Krishna, whose qualities are transcendental and whose activities are wonderful. Hari, the personality of Godhead, is called Krishna because he has such transcendentally attractive features. Text 187, after hearing the Atmarama verse, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya addressed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, my dear sir, please explain this verse. I have a great desire to hear your explanation of it. Text 188, the Lord replied, first let me hear your explanation. After that, I shall try to explain what little I know. Text 189, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then began to explain the Atmarama verse, and according to the principles of logic, he put forward various propositions. Text 190, the Bhattacharya explained the Atmarama verse in 9 different ways on the basis of scripture. After hearing his explanation, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, smiling a little, began to speak. Text 191, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, my dear Bhattacharya, you are exactly like Brihaspati, the priest of the heavenly kingdom. Indeed, no one within this world has the power to explain the scriptures in such a way. Text 192, my dear Bhattacharya, you have certainly explained this verse by the prowess of your vast learning, but you should know that, besides this scholarly explanation, There is another purport to this verse. Text 193, upon the request of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to explain the verse, without touching upon the 9 explanations given by the Bhattacharya. Text 194, there are 11 words in the Atmarama verse, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu explained each word, one after the other. Text 195, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took each word specifically and combined it with the word Atmarama. He thus explained the word Atmarama in 18 different ways. Text 196, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, His different potencies and His transcendental qualities all have inconceivable prowess. It is not possible to explain them fully. Text 197, these 3 items attract the mind of a perfect student engaged in spiritual activities and overcome all other processes of spiritual activity. Text 198, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu explained the meaning of the verse by giving evidence concerning Sukadeva Goswami and the 4 races Sanaka, Sanat Kumara, Sanatana and Sanandana. Thus the Lord gave various meanings and explanations. Text 199, upon hearing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's explanation of the Atmarama verse, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was struck with wonder. He then understood Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to be Krishna in person, and he thus condemned himself in the following words. Text 200, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is certainly Lord Krishna himself. Because I could not understand him and was very proud of my own learning, I have committed many offenses. Text 201, when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya denounced himself as an offender and took shelter of the Lord desired to show him mercy. Text 202, to show him mercy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu allowed him to see his Vishnu form. Thus he immediately assumed 4 hands. Text 203, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu first showed him the 4-handed form and then appeared before him in his original form of Krishna, with a blackish complexion and a flute to his lips. Text 204, when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya saw the form of Lord Krishna manifested in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately fell down flat to offer him obeisances. Then he stood up and with folded hands began to offer prayers. Text 205, by the mercy of the Lord, all truths were revealed to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and he could understand the importance of chanting the holy name and distributing love of Godhead everywhere. Text 206, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya composed 100 verses in a very short time. Indeed, not even Brihaspati, the priest of the heavenly planets, could compose verses as quickly. Text 207, after hearing the 100 verses, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu happily embraced Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who was immediately overwhelmed in ecstatic love of Godhead and fell unconscious. Text 208, out of ecstatic love of God, the Bhattacharya shed tears, and his body was stunned. He exhibited an ecstatic mood, and he perspired, shook and trembled. He sometimes danced, sometimes chanted, sometimes cried and sometimes fell down to touch the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 209, while Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was in this ecstasy, Gopinathacharya was very pleased. The associates of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu all laughed to see the Bhattacharya dance so. Text 210, Gopinathacharya told Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sir, you have brought all this upon Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 211, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, you are a devotee. Because of your association, Lord Jagannath has shown him mercy. Text 212, after this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu pacified the Bhattacharya, and when he was quieted, he offered many prayers to the Lord. Text 213, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, My dear sir, you have delivered the entire world, but that is not a very great task. However, you have also delivered me, and that is certainly the work of very wonderful powers. Text 214, I had become dull-headed due to reading too many books on logic. Consequently I had become like an iron bar. Nonetheless, you have melted me, and therefore your influence is very great. Text 215, after hearing the prayers offered by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence, and the Bhattacharya, through Gopinathacharya, induced the Lord to accept lunch there. Text 216, early the following morning, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Lord Jagannath in the temple, and he saw the Lord rise from his bed. Text 217, the priest there presented him with garlands and prasadam that had been offered to Lord Jagannath. This pleased Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very much. Text 218, carefully tying the prasadam and garlands in a cloth, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu hastened to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 219, he arrived at the Bhattacharya's house a little before sunrise, just when the Bhattacharya was arising from bed. Text 220, as Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya arose from bed, he distinctly chanted, Krishna, Krishna. Lord Chaitanya was very pleased to hear him chant the holy name of Krishna. Text 221. The Bhattacharya noticed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu outside, and with great haste he went to him and offered prayers unto his lotus feet. Text 222. The Bhattacharya offered a carpet for the Lord to sit upon, and both of them sat there. Then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu opened the prasadam and placed it in the hands of the Bhattacharya. Text 223. At that time the Bhattacharya had not even washed his mouth, nor had he taken his bath or finished his morning duties. Nonetheless, he was very pleased to receive the prasadam of Lord Jagannath. Text 224. By the mercy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the dullness in the mind of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was eradicated. After reciting the following two verses, he ate the prasadam offered to him. Text 225. The Bhattacharya said, one should eat the Mahaprasadam of the Lord immediately upon receiving it, even though it is dried up, stale or brought from a distant country. One should consider neither time nor place. Text 226. The prasadam of Lord Krishna is to be eaten by gentlemen as soon as it is received. There should be no hesitation. There are no regulative principles concerning time and place. This is the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 227. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased to see this. He became ecstatic in love of Godhead and embraced Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 228. The Lord and the servant embraced each other and began to dance. Simply by touching each other, they became ecstatic. Text 229. As they danced and embraced, spiritual symptoms manifested in their bodies. They perspired, trembled and shed tears, and the Lord began to speak in his ecstasy. Text 230. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Today I have conquered the three worlds very easily. Today I have ascended to the spiritual world. Text 231. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, I think that today all my desires have been fulfilled because I see that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has acquired faith in the Mahaprasadam of Lord Jagannath. Text 232. Indeed, today you have undoubtedly taken shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna, and Krishna, without reservation, has become very merciful toward you. Text 233. My dear Bhattacharya, today you have been released from material bondage and the bodily conception of life, you have cut to pieces the shackles of the illusory energy. Text 234. Today your mind has become fit to take shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna because, surpassing the Vedic regulative principles, you have eaten the remnants of food offered to the Lord. Text 235. When a person takes shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead without reservation, the unlimited, merciful Lord bestows his causeless mercy upon him. Thus he can pass over the insurmountable ocean of nescience. Those whose intelligence is fixed in the bodily conception, who think, I am this body, are fit food for dogs and jackals. The Supreme Lord never bestows his mercy upon such people. Text 236. After speaking to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya in this way, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence. From that day on, the Bhattacharya was free because his false pride had been dismantled. Text 237. From that day on, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya did not know anything but the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and from that day he could explain the revealed scriptures only in accordance with the process of devotional service. Text 238. Seeing that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was firmly fixed in the cult of Vaishnavism, Gopinathacharya, his brother-in-law, began to dance, clap his hands and chant, Hari, Hari. Text 239. The next day, the Bhattacharya went to visit the temple of Lord Jagannath, but before he reached the temple, he went to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 240. When he met Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Bhattacharya fell down flat to offer him respects. After offering various prayers to him, he spoke of his previous bad disposition with great humility. Text 241. Then the Bhattacharya asked Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which item is most important in the execution of devotional service? The Lord replied that the most important item was the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Text 242. In this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the only means of deliverance is the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. There is no other way. There is no other way. There is no other way. Text 243. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu very elaborately explained the Harinama verse of the Brihadaranyaka Purana, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was struck with wonder to hear his explanation. Text 244. Gopinathacharya reminded Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, My dear Bhattacharya, what I foretold to you has now taken place. Text 245. Offering his obeisances to Gopinathacharya, the Bhattacharya said, Because I am related to you and you are a devotee, by your mercy the Lord has shown mercy to me. Text 246, You are a first-class devotee, whereas I am in the darkness of logical arguments. Because of your relationship with the Lord has bestowed his benediction upon me. Text 247, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased with this humble statement. After embracing the Bhattacharya, he said, Now go see Lord Jagannath in the temple. Text 248, After visiting the temple of Lord Jagannath, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya returned home with Jagadananda and Damodara. Text 249, The Bhattacharya brought large quantities of excellent food remnants blessed by Lord Jagannath. All this prasadam was given to his own Brahmana servant, along with Jagadananda and Damodara. Text 250, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then composed 2 verses on the leaf of a palm tree. Giving the palm leaf to Jagadananda Prabhu, the Bhattacharya requested him to deliver it to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 251, Jagadananda and Damodara then returned to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, bringing him both the prasadam and the palm leaf on which the verses were composed. But Mukundadatta took the palm leaf from the hands of Jagadananda before he could deliver it to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 252, Mukundadatta then copied the 2 verses on the wall outside the room. After this, Jagadananda took the palm leaf from Mukundadatta and delivered it to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 253, As soon as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu read the 2 verses, he immediately tore up the palm leaf. However, all the devotees read these verses on the outside wall, and they all kept them within their hearts. The verses read as follows. Text 254, Let me take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, who has descended in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us real knowledge, his devotional service and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. He has descended because he is an ocean of transcendental mercy. Let me surrender unto his lotus feet. Text 255, Let my consciousness, which is like a honeybee, take shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has just now appeared as Sri Krishna Caitanya Mahaprabhu to teach the ancient system of devotional service to himself. This system had almost been lost due to the influence of time. Text 256, These 2 verses composed by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya will always declare his name and fame as loudly as a pounding drum, for they have become pearl necklaces around the necks of all devotees. Text 257, Indeed, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became an unalloyed devotee of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He did not know anything but the service of the Lord. Text 258, The Bhattacharya always chanted the holy name of Sri Krishna Caitanya, son of Mother Sasi and reservoir of all good qualities. Indeed, chanting the holy names became his meditation. Text 259, One day Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya came before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and, after offering obeisances, began to recite a verse. Text 260, He began to quote one of Lord Brahma's prayers from Srimad Bhagavatam, but he changed 2 syllables at the end of the verse. Text 261, The Bhattacharya recited, One who seeks your compassion and thus tolerates all kinds of adverse conditions due to the karma of his past deeds, who engages always in your devotional service with his mind, words and body, and who always offers obeisances unto you is certainly a bona fide candidate for becoming your unalloyed devotee. Text 262, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately pointed out, In that verse the word is mukti paid, but you have changed it to bhakti paid. What is your intention? Text 263, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, The awakening of pure love of Godhead, which is the result of devotional service, far surpasses liberation from material bondage. For those averse to devotional service, merging into the Brahma effulgence is a kind of punishment. Text 264-265, The Bhattacharya continued, The impersonalists, who do not accept the transcendental form of Lord Sri Krishna, and the demons, who are always engaged in blaspheming and fighting with him, are punished by being merged into the Brahma effulgence. But that does not happen to the person engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. Text 266, There are 5 kinds of liberation, Salakya, Samipya, Sarupya, Sarsti and Suja. Text 267, If there is a chance to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a pure devotee sometimes accepts the Salakya, Sarupya, Samipya or Sarsti forms of liberation, but never Suja. Text 268, A pure devotee does not like even to hear about Suja Mukti, which inspires him with fear and hatred. Indeed, the pure devotee would rather go to hell than merge into the effulgence of the Lord. Text 269, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, There are 2 kinds of Suja Mukti, merging into the Brahma effulgence and merging into the personal body of the Lord. Merging into the Lord's body is even more abominable than merging into his effulgence. Text 270, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya concluded, Even though he is offered all kinds of liberation, the pure devotee does not accept them. He is fully satisfied engaging in the service of the Lord. Text 271, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, the word mukti-pada has another meaning. Mukti-pada directly refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 272, all kinds of liberation exist under the feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, therefore he is known as mukti-pada. According to another meaning, mukti is the ninth subject, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the shelter of liberation. Text 273, since I can understand Krishna according to these two meanings, Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, what point is there in changing the verse? Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, I was not able to give that reading to the verse. Text 274, although your explanation is correct, it should not be used, because there is ambiguity in the word mukti-pada. Text 275, the word mukti refers to 5 kinds of liberation. But its direct meaning usually conveys the idea of becoming one with the Lord. Text 276, the very sound of the word mukti immediately induces hate and fear, but when we say the word bhakti, we naturally feel transcendental bliss within the mind. Text 277, upon hearing this explanation, the Lord began to laugh and, with great pleasure, immediately embraced Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya very firmly. Text 278, indeed, that very person who had been accustomed to reading and teaching Mayavada philosophy was now even hating the word mukti. This was possible only by the mercy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 279, as long as it does not turn iron into gold by its touch, no one can recognize an unknown stone to be a touchstone. Text 280, upon seeing transcendental Vaisnavism in Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, everyone could understand that Lord Caitanya was none other than Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja. Text 281, after this incident, all the inhabitants of Jagannath Puri, headed by Kasi Misra, came to take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 282, later I shall describe how Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya always engaged in the service of the Lord. Text 283, I shall also describe in full detail how Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya perfectly rendered service to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu by offering him alms. Text 284-285, if one hears with faith and love these pastimes concerning Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu's meeting with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he very soon is freed from the net of speculation and fruitive activity and attains the shelter of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Text 286, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 7 The Lord begins his tour of South India in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes the 7th chapter as follows. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order of life in the month of Magha, January to February, and went to Jagannath Puri in the month of Falguna, February to March. He saw the Dola Yatra festival during the month of Falguna, and in the month of Kaitra he liberated Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. During the month of Vaisakha, he began to tour South India. When he proposed to travel to South India alone, Sri Nityananda Prabhu gave him a Brahmana assistant named Krishnadasa. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was beginning his tour, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya gave him 4 sets of clothes and requested him to see Ramananda Raya, who was residing at that time on the bank of the river Godavari. Along with other devotees, Nityananda Prabhu accompanied the Lord to Alalanatha, but there Lord Caitanya left them all behind and went ahead with the Brahmana Krishnadasa. The Lord began chanting the mantra Krishna 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 He. In whatever village he spent the night, whenever a person came to see him in his shelter, the Lord implored him to preach the Krishna consciousness movement. After teaching the people of one village, the Lord proceeded to other villages to increase devotees. In this way he finally reached Kurmasthana. While there, he bestowed his causeless mercy upon a Brahmana called Kurma and cured another Brahmana, named Vasudeva, who was suffering from leprosy. After curing this Brahmana leper, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu received the title Vasudevamrita, meaning one who delivered nectar to the leper Vasudeva. Text 1, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, being very compassionate toward a Brahmana named Vasudeva, cured him of leprosy. He transformed him into a beautiful man satisfied with devotional service. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the glorious Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 2, all glories to Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Caitanya. Text 3, after delivering Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the Lord desired to go to South India to preach. Text 4, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order during the waxing fortnight of the month of Magha. During the following month, Falguna, he went to Jagannath Puri and resided there. Text 5, at the end of the month of Falguna, he witnessed the Dola Yatra ceremony, and in his usual ecstatic love of God, he chanted and danced in various ways on the occasion. Text 6, during the month of Kaitra, while living at Jagannath Puri, the Lord delivered Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and at the beginning of the next month, Vaisakha, he decided to go to South India. Texts 7-8, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu called all his devotees together and, holding them by the hand, humbly informed them, "You are all more dear to me than my life. I can give up my life, but to give you up is difficult for me." Text 9, "You are all my friends, and you have properly executed the duties of friends by bringing me here to Jagannath Puri and giving me the chance to see Lord Jagannath in the temple." Text 10, "I now beg all of you for one bit of charity. Please give me permission to leave for a tour of South India." Text 11, "I shall go to search out Vaisvarupa. Please forgive me, but I want to go alone, I do not wish to take anyone with me." Text 12, "Until I return from Setalbanda, all of you dear friends should remain at Jagannath Puri." Text 13, knowing everything, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was aware that Vaisvarupa had already passed away. A pretense of ignorance was necessary, however, so that he could go to South India and liberate the people there. Text 14, upon hearing this message from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees became very unhappy and remained silent with sullen faces. Text 15, Nityananda Prabhu then said, "How is it possible for you to go alone? Who can tolerate this?" Text 16, "Let one or two of us go with you, otherwise you may fall into the clutches of thieves and rogues along the way. They may be whomever you like, but 2 persons should go with you." Text 17, "Indeed, I know all the paths to the different places of pilgrimage in South India. Just order me, and I shall go with you." Text 18, the Lord replied, "I am simply a dancer, and you are the wire puller. However you pull the wires to make me dance, I shall dance in that way." Text 19, "After accepting the sannyasa order, I decided to go to Vrindavana, but you took me instead to the house of Advaita Prabhu." Text 20, "While on the way to Jagannath Puri, you broke my sannyasa staff. I know that all of you have great affection for me, but such things disturb my activities." Text 21, "Jagadananda wants me to enjoy bodily sense gratification, and out of fear I do whatever he tells me." Text 22, "If I sometimes do something against his desire, out of anger he will not talk to me for 3 days." Text 23, "Being a sannyasi, I have a duty to lie down on the ground and to take a bath 3 times a day, even during the winter. But Mukunda becomes very unhappy when he sees my severe austerities." Text 24, "Of course, Mukunda does not say anything, but I know that he is very unhappy within, and upon seeing him unhappy, I become twice as unhappy." Text 25, "Although I am in the renounced order of life and Damodara is a brahmachari, he still keeps a stick in his hand just to educate me." Text 26, "According to Damodara, I am still a neophyte as far as social etiquette is concerned, therefore he does not like my independent nature." Text 27, "Damodara Pandita and others are more advanced in receiving the mercy of Lord Krishna, therefore they are independent of public opinion. As such, they want me to enjoy sense gratification, even though it be unethical. But since I am a poor sannyasi, I cannot abandon the duties of the renounced order, and therefore I follow them strictly." Text 28, "You should all therefore remain here in Nilakala for some days while I tour the sacred places of pilgrimage alone." Text 29, "Actually the Lord was controlled by the good qualities of all his devotees. On the pretense of attributing faults, he tasted all these qualities." Text 30, "No one can properly describe Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's affection for his devotees. He always tolerated all kinds of personal unhappiness resulting from his acceptance of the renounced order of life." Text 31, "The regulative principles observed by Caitanya Mahaprabhu were sometimes intolerable, and all the devotees became greatly affected by them. Although strictly observing the regulative principles, Caitanya Mahaprabhu could not tolerate the unhappiness felt by his devotees." Text 32, "Therefore, to prevent them from accompanying him and becoming unhappy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu declared their good qualities to be false." Text 33, 4 devotees then humbly insisted that they go with the Lord, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, being the independent Supreme Personality of Godhead, did not accept their request. Text 34, "Thereupon Lord Nityananda said, 'Whatever you order is my duty, regardless of whether it results in happiness or unhappiness.' Text 35, "Yet I still submit one petition to you. Please consider it, and if you think it proper, please accept it." Text 36, you must take with you a loincloth, external clothes and a water pot. You should take nothing more than this. Text 37, since your two hands will always be engaged in chanting and counting the holy names, how will you be able to carry the water pot and external garments? Text 38, when, along the way, you fall unconscious in ecstatic love of Godhead, who will protect your belongings, the water pot, garments and so forth? Text 39, Sri Nityananda Prabhu continued, here is a simple Brahmana named Krishna Dasa. Please accept him and take him with you. That is my request. Text 40, he will carry your water pot and garments. You may do whatever you like, he will not say a word. Text 41, accepting the request of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Caitanya took all his devotees and went to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 42, as soon as they entered his house, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya offered the Lord obeisances and a place to sit. After seating all the others, the Bhattacharya took his seat. Text 43, after they had discussed various topics about Lord Krishna, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu informed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, I have come to your place just to receive your order. Text 44, my elder brother, Vaisvarupa, has taken sannyasa and gone to South India. Now I must go search for him. Text 45, please permit me to go, for I must tour South India. With your permission, I shall soon return very happily. Text 46, upon hearing this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became very much agitated. Catching hold of the lotus feet of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave this sorrowful reply. Text 47, after many births, due to some pious activity I got your association. Now Providence is breaking this invaluable association. Text 48, if a thunderbolt falls on my head or if my son dies, I can tolerate it. But I cannot endure the unhappiness of separation from you. Text 49, my dear Lord, you are the independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Certainly you will depart. I know that. Still, I ask you to stay here a few days more so that I can see your lotus feet. Text 50, upon hearing Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's request, Caitanya Mahaprabhu relented. He stayed a few days longer and did not depart. Text 51, the Bhattacharya eagerly invited Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his home and fed him very nicely. Text 52, the Bhattacharya's wife, whose name was Satyamrta, the mother of Sathi, did the cooking. The narrations of these pastimes are very wonderful. Text 53, later I shall tell about this in elaborate detail, but at present I wish to describe Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's South Indian tour. Text 54, after staying 5 days at the home of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally asked his permission to depart for South India. Text 55, after receiving the Bhattacharya's permission, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Lord Jagannath in the temple. He took the Bhattacharya with him. Text 56, seeing Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu also begged his permission. The priest then immediately delivered prasadam and a garland to Lord Caitanya. Text 57, thus receiving Lord Jagannath's permission in the form of a garland, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered obeisances, and then in great jubilation he prepared to depart for South India. Text 58, accompanied by his personal associates and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu circumambulated the altar of Jagannath. The Lord then departed on his South Indian tour. Text 59, while the Lord was going along the path to Alalanatha, which was located on the seashore, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya gave the following orders to Gopinath Acharya. Text 60, bring the 4 sets of loincloths and outer garments I keep at home, and also some prasadam of Lord Jagannath. You may carry these things with the help of some brahmana. Text 61, while Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was departing, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya submitted the following at his lotus feet, my Lord, I have one final request that I hope you will kindly fulfill. Text 62, in the town of Vidayanagara, on the bank of the Godavari, there is a responsible government officer named Ramananda Raya. Text 63, please do not neglect him, thinking he belongs to a Sudra family engaged in material activities. It is my request that you meet him without fail. Text 64, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, Ramananda Raya is a fit person to associate with you, no other devotee can compare with him in knowledge of the transcendental mellows. Text 65, he is a most learned scholar as well as an expert in devotional mellows. Actually he is most exalted, and if you talk with him, you will see how glorious he is. Text 66, I could not realize when I first spoke with Ramananda Raya that his topics and endeavors were all transcendentally uncommon. I made fun of him simply because he was a Vaisnava. Text 67, the Bhattacharya said, by your mercy I can now understand the truth about Ramananda Raya. In talking with him, you also will acknowledge his greatness. Text 68. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's request that he meet Ramananda Raya. Bidding Sarvabhauma farewell, the Lord embraced him. Text 69. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked the Bhattacharya to bless him while he engaged in the devotional service of Lord Krishna at home, so that by Sarvabhauma's mercy the Lord could return to Jagannath Puri. Text 70. Saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu departed on his tour, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya immediately fainted and fell to the ground. Text 71. Although Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya fainted, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not take notice of him. Rather, he left quickly. Who can understand the mind and intention of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu? Text 72. This is the nature of the mind of an uncommon personality. Sometimes it is soft like a flower, but sometimes it is as hard as a thunderbolt. Text 73. The hearts of those above common behavior are sometimes harder than a thunderbolt and sometimes softer than a flower. How can one accommodate such contradictions in great personalities? Text 74. Lord Nityananda Prabhu raised Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and with the help of his men saw him to his home. Text 75. Immediately all the devotees came and partook of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's company. Afterwards, Gopinath Acharya came with the garments and prasadam. Text 76. All the devotees followed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to a place known as Alalanatha. There they all offered respects and various prayers. Text 77. In great ecstasy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu danced and chanted for some time. Indeed, all the neighbors came to see him. Text 78. All around Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is also known as Gaura Hari, people began to shout the holy name of Hari. Lord Chaitanya, immersed in his usual ecstasy of love, danced in the midst of them. Text 79. The body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was naturally very beautiful. It was like molten gold dressed in saffron cloth. Indeed, he was most beautiful for being ornamented with the ecstatic symptoms, which caused his bodily hair to stand on end, tears to well up in his eyes, and his body to tremble and perspire all over. Text 80. Everyone present was astonished to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's dancing and his bodily transformations. Whoever came did not want to return home. Text 81. Everyone, including children, old men and women, began to dance and to chant the holy names of Sri Krishna and Gopala. In this way they all floated in the ocean of love of Godhead. Text 82. Upon seeing the chanting and dancing of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda predicted that later there would be dancing and chanting in every village. Text 83. Seeing that it was already getting late, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, the spiritual master, invented a means to disperse the crowd. Text 84. When Lord Nityananda Prabhu took Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu for lunch at noon, everyone came running around them. Text 85. After finishing their baths, they returned at noon to the temple. Admitting his own men, Sri Nityananda Prabhu closed the outside door. Text 86. Gopinath Acharya then brought prasadam for the two lords to eat, and after they had eaten, the remnants of the food were distributed to all the devotees. Text 87. Hearing about this, everyone there came to the outside door and began chanting the holy name, Hari, Hari. Thus there was a tumultuous sound. Text 88. After lunch, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu made them open the door. In this way everyone received his audience with great pleasure. Text 89. The people came and went until evening, and all of them became Vaisnava devotees and began to chant and dance. Text 90. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then passed the night there and discussed the pastimes of Lord Krishna with his devotees with great pleasure. Text 91. The next morning, after taking his bath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu started on his South Indian tour. He bade farewell to the devotees by embracing them. Text 92. Although they all fell to the ground unconscious, the Lord did not turn to see them but proceeded onward. Text 93. In separation, the Lord became very much perturbed and walked on unhappily. His servant, Krishnadasa, who was carrying his water pot, followed behind. Text 94. All the devotees remained there and fasted, and the next day they all unhappily returned to Jagannath Puri. Text 95. Almost like a mad lion, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went on his tour filled with ecstatic love and performing Sankirtana, chanting Krishna's names as follows. Text 96. The Lord chanted. Text 97. Chanting this verse, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, known as Gaura Hari, went on his way. As soon as he saw someone, he would request him to chant Hari, Hari. Text 98. Whoever heard Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chant Hari, Hari, also chanted the holy name of Lord Hari and Krishna. In this way they all followed the Lord, very eager to see him. Text 99. After some time the Lord would embrace these people and bid them return home, having invested each of them with spiritual potency. Text 100, each of these empowered persons would return to his own village, always chanting the holy name of Krishna and sometimes laughing, crying and dancing. Text 101, such an empowered person would request everyone and anyone, whomever he saw, to chant the holy name of Krishna. In this way all the villagers would also become devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 102, people from different villages who came to see such an empowered individual would become like him simply by seeing him and receiving the mercy of his glance. Text 103, when each of these newly empowered individuals returned to his own village, he also converted the villagers into devotees. And when others came from different villages to see him, they were also converted. Text 104, in this way, as empowered men went from one village to another, all the people of South India became devotees. Text 105, thus many hundreds of people became Vaisnavas when they passed the Lord on the way and were embraced by him. Text 106, in whatever village Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stayed to accept alms, many people came to see him. Text 107, by the mercy of the Supreme Lord, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, everyone became a first-class devotee. Later they became teachers or spiritual masters and liberated the entire world. Text 108, in this way the Lord went to the extreme southern part of India, and he converted all the provinces to Vaishnavism. Text 109, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not manifest his spiritual potencies at Navadvipa, but he did manifest them in South India and liberated all the people there. Text 110, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's empowering of others can be understood by one who is actually a devotee of the Lord and who has received his mercy. Text 111, if one does not believe in the uncommon transcendental pastimes of the Lord, he is vanquished both in this world and in the next. Text 112, whatever I have stated about the beginning of the Lord's tour should also be understood to hold for as long as the Lord toured South India. Text 113, when Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu came to the holy place known as Kerm etc., he saw the deity and offered prayers and obeisances. Text 114, while at this place, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was in his usual ecstasy of love of Godhead and was laughing, crying, dancing and chanting. Everyone who saw him was astonished. Text 115, after hearing of these wonderful occurrences, everyone came to see him there. When they saw the beauty of the Lord and his ecstatic condition, they were all struck with wonder. Text 116, just by seeing Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, everyone became a devotee. They began to chant Krishna and Hari and all the holy names. They all were merged in a great ecstasy of love, and they began to dance, raising their arms. Text 117, always hearing them chant the holy names of Lord Krishna, the residents of all the other villages also became Vaisnavas. Text 118, by hearing the holy name of Krishna, the entire country became Vaisnava. It was as if the nectar of the holy name of Krishna overflooded the entire country. Text 119, after some time, when Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu manifested his external consciousness, a priest of the Lord Karma deity gave him various offerings. Text 120, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mode of preaching has already been explained, and I shall not repeat the explanation. In whichever village the Lord entered, his behavior was the same. Text 121, in one village there was a Vedic Brahmana named Karma. He invited Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his home with great respect and devotion. Text 122, this Brahmana brought Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his home, washed his lotus feet and, with his family members, drank that water. Text 123, with great affection and respect, that Karma Brahmana made Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu eat all kinds of food. After that, the remnants were shared by all the members of the family. Text 124, the Brahmana then began to pray, O my Lord, your lotus feet are meditated upon by Lord Brahma, and these very lotus feet have come into my home. Text 125, my dear Lord, there is no limit to my great fortune. It cannot be described. Today my family, birth and riches have all been glorified. Text 126, the Brahmana begged Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, my dear Lord, kindly show me favor and let me go with you. I can no longer tolerate the waves of misery caused by materialistic life. Text 127, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, don't speak like that again. Better to remain at home and chant the holy name of Krishna always. Text 128, instruct everyone to follow the orders of Lord Sri Krishna as they are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. Text 129, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu further advised the Brahmana Karma, if you follow this instruction, Your materialistic life at home will not obstruct your spiritual advancement. Indeed, if you follow these regulative principles, we will again meet here, or, rather, you will never lose my company. Text 130, at whosever house Sri Caitanya accepted his alms by taking prasadam, he would convert the dwellers to his Sankirtana movement and advise them just as he advised the Brahmana named Kurma. Texts 131 to 132, while on his tour, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would spend the night at a temple by the road. Whenever he accepted food from a person, he would give him the same advice he gave the Brahmana named Kurma. He adopted this process until he returned to Jagannath Puri from his South Indian tour. Text 133, thus I have described the Lord's behavior elaborately in the case of Kurma. In this way, you will know Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's dealings throughout South India. Text 134, thus Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would remain at night in one place, and the next morning, after bathing, he would start again. Text 135, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu left, the Brahmana Kurma followed him a great distance, but eventually Lord Chaitanya took care to send him back home. Text 136, there was also a Brahmana named Vasudeva, who was a great person but was suffering from leprosy. Indeed, his body was filled with living worms. Text 137, although suffering from leprosy, the Brahmana Vasudeva was enlightened. As soon as one worm fell from his body, he would pick it up and place it back again in the same location. Text 138, then one night Vasudeva heard of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival, and in the morning he came to see the Lord at the house of Kurma. Text 139, when the leper Vasudeva came to Kurma's house to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was informed that the Lord had already left. The leper then fell to the ground unconscious. Text 140, when Vasudeva, the leper Brahmana, was lamenting due to not being able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord immediately returned to that spot and embraced him. Text 141, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu touched him, both the leprosy and his distress went to a distant place. Indeed, Vasudeva's body became very beautiful, to his great happiness. Text 142, the Brahmana Vasudeva was astonished to behold the wonderful mercy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and he began to recite a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, touching the Lord's lotus feet. Text 143, he said, who am I? A sinful, poor friend of a Brahmana. And who is Krishna? The Supreme Personality of Godhead, full in 6 opulences. Nonetheless, he has embraced me with his 2 arms. Texts 144 to 145, the Brahmana Vasudeva continued, O my merciful Lord, such mercy is not possible for ordinary living entities. Such mercy can be found only in you. Upon seeing me, even a sinful person goes away due to my bad bodily odor. Yet you have touched me. Such is the independent behavior of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 146, being meek and humble, the Brahmana Vasudeva worried that he would become proud after being cured by the grace of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 147, to protect the Brahmana, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu advised him to chant the Hare Krishna mantra incessantly. By doing so, he would never become unnecessarily proud. Text 148, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu also advised Vasudeva to preach about Krishna and thus liberate living entities. As a result, Krishna would very soon accept him as his devotee. Text 149, after instructing the Brahmana Vasudeva in that way, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu disappeared from that place. Then the 2 Brahmanas, Kurma and Vasudeva, embraced each other and began to cry, remembering the transcendental qualities of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 150, thus I have described how Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu reclaimed the leper Vasudeva and so received the name Vasudevamrita. Text 151, thus I end my description of the beginning of the tour of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, his visiting the temple of Kurma and his liberating the leper Brahmana Vasudeva. Text 152, one who hears these pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with great faith will surely very soon attain the lotus feet of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 153, I admit that I do not know the beginning or the end of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. However, whatever I have written I have heard from the mouths of great personalities. Text 154, O devotees, please do not consider my offenses in this regard. Your lotus feet are my only shelter. Text 155, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 8 talks between Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Raya. The summary of the 8th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya. After visiting the temple of Jayanarsama, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to the banks of the river Godavari, to a place known as Vidayanagara. When Srila Ramananda Raya went there to take his bath, they met. After introducing himself, Sri Ramananda Raya requested Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to remain in the village for some days. Honoring his request, Caitanya Mahaprabhu stayed there in the home of some Vedic Brahmanas. In the evening, Srila Ramananda Raya used to come to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Ramananda Raya, who was clothed in ordinary dress, offered the Lord respectful obeisances. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu questioned him on the object and process of worship and also asked him to recite verses from the Vedic literature. First of all, Srila Ramananda Raya enunciated the system of the Varnasrama institution. He recited various verses about karmapana, stating that everything should be dedicated to the Lord. He then spoke of detached action, knowledge mixed with devotional service, and finally the spontaneous loving service of the Lord. After hearing Srila Ramananda Raya recite some verses, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the principle of pure devotional service devoid of all kinds of speculation. After this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked Ramananda Raya to explain the higher platform of devotional service. Then Srila Ramananda Raya explained unalloyed devotional service, love of Godhead, and serving the Lord in the moods of pure servitude, fraternity and parental love. Finally he spoke of serving the Lord in conjugal love. He then spoke of how conjugal love can be developed in various ways. This conjugal love attains its highest perfection in Srimati Radharani's love for Krishna. He next described the position of Srimati Radharani and the transcendental mellows of love of God. Srila Ramananda Raya then recited a verse of his own concerning the platform of ecstatic vision, technically called Prema Vilasa Vivarta. Srila Ramananda Raya also explained that all stages of conjugal love can be attained through the mercy of the residents of Vrindavana, especially by the mercy of the Gopas. All these subject matters were thus vividly described. Gradually Ramananda Raya could understand the position of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited his real form, Ramananda Raya fell unconscious. After some days, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked Ramananda Raya to retire from government service and come to Jagannath Puri. These descriptions of the meetings between Ramananda Raya and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are taken from the notebook of Svarupa Damodara Goswami. Text 1, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is known as Gauranga, is the ocean of all-conclusive knowledge and devotional service. He empowered Sri Ramananda Raya, who may be likened to a cloud of devotional service. This cloud was filled with the water of all the conclusive purports of devotional service and was empowered by the ocean to spread this water over the sea of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu himself. Thus the ocean of Caitanya Mahaprabhu became filled with the jewels of the knowledge of pure devotional service. Text 2, All glories to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda. All glories to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3, According to his previous program, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went forward on his tour and after some days arrived at the place of pilgrimage known as Jayanarsama. Text 4, Upon seeing the deity of Lord Nrsimha in the temple, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered his respectful obeisances by falling flat. Then, in ecstatic love, he performed various dances, chanted, and offered prayers. Text 5, All glories to Nrsimhadeva. All glories to Nrsimhadeva, who is the Lord of Prahlada Maharaja and, like a honeybee, is always engaged in beholding the lotus-like face of the goddess of fortune. Text 6, Although very ferocious, the lioness is very kind to her cubs. Similarly, although very ferocious to non-devotees like Hiranyakasipu, Lord Nrsimhadeva is very, very soft and kind to devotees like Prahlada Maharaja. Text 7, In this way Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu recited different verses from the Sastra. The priest of Lord Nrsimhadeva then brought garlands and the remnants of the Lord's food and offered them to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 8, As usual, a Brahmana offered Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu an invitation. The Lord passed the night in the temple and then commenced his tour again. Text 9, The next morning, in the great ecstasy of love, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu started on his tour with no knowledge of the proper direction, and he continued the whole day and night. Text 10, As previously, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu converted to Vaishnavism many people he met on the road. After some days, the Lord reached the banks of the river Godavari. Text 11, When he saw the river Godavari, the Lord remembered the river Yamuna, and when he saw the forest on the banks of the river, he remembered Sri Vrindavanadama. Text 12, After performing his usual chanting and dancing for some time in this forest, the Lord crossed the river and took his bath on the other bank. Text 13, After bathing in the river, The Lord walked a little distance from the bathing place and engaged in chanting the holy name of Krishna. Text 14, at that time, accompanied by the sounds of music, Ramananda Raya came there on a palanquin to take his bath. Text 15, many Brahmanas following the Vedic principles accompanied Ramananda Raya. According to the Vedic rituals, Ramananda Raya took his bath and offered oblations to his forefathers. Text 16, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu could understand that the person who had come to bathe in the river was Ramananda Raya. The Lord wanted so much to meet him that his mind immediately began running after him. Text 17, although Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was running after him mentally, he patiently remained sitting. Ramananda Raya, seeing the wonderful sannyasi, then came to see him. Text 18, Srila Ramananda Raya then saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to be as brilliant as 100 suns. The Lord was covered by a saffron garment. He was large in body and very strongly built, and his eyes were like lotus petals. Text 19, when Ramananda Raya saw the wonderful sannyasi, he was struck with wonder. He went to him and immediately offered his respectful obeisances, falling down flat like a rod. Text 20, the Lord stood up and asked Ramananda Raya to arise and chant the holy name of Krishna. Indeed, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very eager to embrace him. Text 21, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then inquired whether he was Ramananda Raya, and he replied, yes, I am your very low servant, and I belong to the Sudra community. Text 22, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then embraced Sri Ramananda Raya very firmly. Indeed, both the master and the servant almost lost consciousness due to ecstatic love. Text 23, their natural love for each other was awakened in them both, and they embraced and fell to the ground. Text 24, when they embraced each other, ecstatic symptoms, paralysis, perspiration, tears, shivering, paleness and standing up of the bodily hairs, appeared. The word Krishna came from their mouths falteringly. Text 25, when the stereotyped, ritualistic Brahmanas who were following the Vedic principles saw this ecstatic manifestation of love, they were struck with wonder. All these Brahmanas began to reflect as follows. Text 26, the Brahmanas thought, we can see that this sannyasi has luster like the effulgence of Braham, but how is it he is crying upon embracing a Sudra, a member of the fourth caste in the social order? Text 27, they thought, this Ramananda Raya is the governor of Madras, a highly learned and grave person, a Mahapandita, but upon touching this sannyasi he has become restless like a madman. Text 28, while the Brahmanas were thinking in this way about the activities of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Raya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw those outsiders and restrained his transcendental emotions. Text 29, when they regained their sanity, they both sat down, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu smiled and began to speak as follows. Text 30, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya spoke of your good qualities, and he made a great endeavor to convince me to meet you. Text 31, indeed, I have come here just to meet you. It is very good that even without making an effort I have gotten your interview here. Text 32, Ramananda Raya replied, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya thinks of me as his servant. Even in my absence he is very careful to do me good. Text 33, by his mercy I have received your interview here. Consequently I consider that today I have become a successful human being. Text 34, I can see that you have bestowed special mercy upon Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Therefore you have touched me, although I am untouchable. This is due only to his love for you. Text 35, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana himself, and I am only a government servant interested in materialistic activities. Indeed, I am the lowest among men of the fourth caste. Text 36, you do not fear the Vedic injunctions stating that you should not associate with a Sudra. You are not contemptuous of my touch, although in the Vedas you are forbidden to associate with Sudras. Text 37, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, therefore no one can understand your purpose. By your mercy you are touching me, although this is not sanctioned by the Vedas. Text 38, you have come here specifically to deliver me. You are so merciful that you alone can deliver all fallen souls. Text 39, it is the general practice of all saintly people to deliver the fallen. Therefore they go to people's houses, although they have no personal business there. Text 40, my dear Lord, sometimes great saintly persons go to the homes of householders, although these householders are generally low-minded. When a saintly person visits their homes, one can understand that it is for no other purpose than to benefit the householders. Text 41, along with me there are about 1,000 men, including the Brahmanas, and all of them appear to have had their hearts melted simply by seeing you. Text 42, I hear everyone chanting the holy name of Krishna. Everyone's body is thrilled with ecstasy, and there are tears in everyone's eyes. Text 43, my dear sir, According to your behavior and bodily features, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is impossible for ordinary living beings to possess such transcendental qualities. Text 44, the Lord replied to Ramananda Raya, Sir, you are the best of the topmost devotees, therefore simply the sight of you has melted everyone's heart. Text 45, although I am a Mayavadi sannyasi, a non-devotee, I am also floating in the ocean of love of Krishna simply by touching you. And what to speak of others? Text 46, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya knew this would happen, and thus to rectify my heart, which is very hard, he asked me to meet you. Text 47, in this way each of them praised the qualities of the other, and both of them were pleased to see each other. Text 48, at this time a Brahmana Vaisnava following the Vedic principles came and offered obeisances. He fell flat before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and invited him for lunch. Text 49, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the invitation, knowing the Brahmana to be a devotee, and slightly smiling, he spoke as follows to Ramananda Raya. Text 50, I wish to hear from you about Lord Krishna. Indeed, my mind is inclined to desire this, therefore I wish to see you again. Texts 51 to 52, Ramananda Raya replied, My Lord, although you have come to correct me, a fallen soul, my mind is not yet purified simply by seeing you. Please stay for 5 or 7 days and kindly cleanse my polluted mind. After that much time, my mind will certainly be pure. Text 53, although neither could tolerate separation from the other, Ramananda Raya nonetheless offered his obeisances to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and departed. Text 54, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then went to the house of the Brahmana who had invited him and took his lunch there. When the evening of that day arrived, both Ramananda Raya and the Lord were eager to meet each other again. Text 55, after finishing his evening bath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sat down and waited for Ramananda Raya to come. Then Ramananda Raya, accompanied by one servant, came to meet him. Text 56, Ramananda Raya approached Lord Sri Caitanya and offered his respectful obeisances, and the Lord embraced him. Then they began to discuss Krishna in a secluded place. Text 57, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Ramananda Raya, recite a verse from the revealed scriptures concerning the ultimate goal of life. Text 58, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, is worshipped by the proper execution of prescribed duties in the system of Varna and Asrama. There is no other way to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One must be situated in the institution of the 4 Varnas and Asramas. Text 59, the Lord replied, This is external. You had better tell me of some other means. Text 60, Ramananda Raya continued, My dear son of Kunti, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give in charity, and whatever austerities you perform, all the results of such activities should be offered to me, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 61, this is also external, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said. Please proceed and speak further on this matter. Ramananda Raya replied, To give up one's occupational duties in the Varnasrama system is the essence of perfection. Text 62, Ramananda Raya continued, Occupational duties are described in the religious scriptures. If one analyzes them, he can fully understand their qualities and faults and then give them up completely to render service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such a person is considered a first-class man. Text 63, as stated in Scripture, BG 18.66, after giving up all kinds of religious and occupational duties, if you come to me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and take shelter, I will give you protection from all of life's sinful reactions. Do not worry. Text 64, after hearing Ramananda Raya speak in this way, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu again rejected his statement and said, Go ahead and say something more. Text 65, Ramananda Raya continued, according to the Bhagavad Gita, one who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed toward every living entity. In that state he attains pure devotional service unto me. Text 66, after hearing this, the Lord, as usual, rejected it, considering it to be external devotional service. He again asked Ramananda Raya to speak further, and Ramananda Raya replied, Pure devotional service without any touch of speculative knowledge is the essence of perfection. Text 67, Ramananda Raya continued, Lord Brahma said, My dear Lord, those devotees who have thrown away the impersonal conception of the absolute truth and have therefore abandoned discussing empiric philosophical truths should hear from self-realized devotees about your holy name, form, pastimes and qualities. They should completely follow the principles of devotional service and remain free from illicit sex, gambling, intoxication and animal slaughter. Surrendering themselves fully with body, words and mind, they can live in any asrama or social status. Indeed, you are conquered by such persons, although you are always unconquerable. Text 68. At this point, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "This is all right, but still you can speak more on the subject." Text 69. Ramananda Raya continued, "As long as there is hunger and thirst within the stomach, varieties of food and drink make one feel very happy. Similarly, when the Lord is worshipped with pure love, the various activities performed in the course of that worship awaken transcendental bliss in the heart of the devotee." Text 70. Pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness cannot be had even by pious activity in hundreds and thousands of lives. It can be attained only by paying one price, that is, intense greed to obtain it. If it is available somewhere, one must purchase it without delay. Text 71. Hearing up to the point of spontaneous love, the Lord said, "This is all right, but if you know more, please tell me." Text 72. A man becomes purified simply by hearing the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. Therefore what remains to be attained by those who have become his servants? Text 73. By serving you constantly, one is freed from all material desires and is completely pacified. When shall I engage as your permanent eternal servant and always feel joyful to have such a perfect master? Text 74. Hearing this from Ramananda Raya, the Lord again requested him to go a step further. In reply, Ramananda Raya said, "Loving service to Krishna rendered in fraternity is the highest perfection." Text 75. Neither those engaged in the self-realization of appreciating the Brahma effulgence of the Lord, nor those engaged in devotional service while accepting the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Master, nor those under the clutches of Maya, thinking the Lord an ordinary person, can understand that certain exalted personalities, after accumulating volumes of pious activities, are now playing with the Lord in friendship as cowherd boys. Text 76. The Lord said, "This statement is very good, but please proceed even further." Text 77. Ramananda Raya continued, "O Brahmana, what pious activities did Nanda Maharaja perform by which he received the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna as his son? And what pious activities did Mother Yasoda perform that made the Absolute Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna call her mother and suck her breasts?" Text 78. The favor Mother Yasoda obtained from Sri Krishna, the bestower of liberation, was never obtained even by Lord Brahma or Lord Shiva, nor even by the Goddess of Fortune, who always remains on the chest of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vishnu. Text 79. The Lord said, "Your statements are certainly getting better and better one after the other, but surpassing all of them is another transcendental mellow, and you can speak of it as the most sublime." Text 80. When Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the Gopas in the Rasa Līlā, the Gopas were embraced around the neck by the Lord's arms. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the Goddess of Fortune or the other consorts in the spiritual world. Nor was such a thing ever imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, girls whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the beauty and fragrance of lotus flowers. And what to speak of worldly women, who may be very, very beautiful according to material estimation. Text 81. Suddenly, due to their feelings of separation, Lord Krishna appeared among the Gopas dressed in yellow garments and wearing a flower garland. His lotus face was smiling, and he was directly attracting the mind of Cupid. Text 82. There are various means and processes by which one may attain the favor of Lord Krishna. All those transcendental processes will be studied from the viewpoint of comparative importance. Text 83. It is true that whatever relationship a particular devotee has with the Lord is the best for him. Still, when we study all the different methods from a neutral position, we can understand that there are higher and lower degrees of love. Text 84. Increasing love is experienced in various tastes, one above another. But that love which has the highest taste in the gradual succession of desires manifests itself in the form of conjugal love. Text 85. There is a gradual order of improvement in transcendental mellows from the initial ones to the later ones. In each subsequent mellow the qualities of the previous mellows are manifested, counting from 2, then 3, and up to the point of 5 complete qualities. Text 86. As the qualities increase, so the taste also increases in each and every mellow. Therefore the qualities found in Santarasa, Dasarasa, Sakhya-rasa and Vatsalya-rasa are all manifested in conjugal love, Madhurya-rasa. Text 87. The qualities in the material elements, sky, air, fire, water and earth, increase one after another by a gradual process of 1, 2 and 3, and at the last stage, in the element earth, all 5 qualities are completely visible. Text 88. Complete attainment of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna is made possible by love of Godhead, specifically Madhurya Rasa, or conjugal love. Lord Krishna is indeed captivated by this standard of love. This is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 89, Lord Krishna told the gopis, "The means of attaining my favor is loving service unto me, and fortunately you are all thus engaged. Those living beings who render service unto me are eligible to be transferred to the spiritual world and attain eternal life with knowledge and bliss." Text 90, Lord Krishna has made a firm promise for all time. If one renders service unto him, Krishna correspondingly gives him an equal amount of success in devotional service to the Lord. Text 91, according to Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, 4.11, as all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Prtha. Text 92, in Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.32.22, it is said that Lord Krishna cannot proportionately reciprocate devotional service in the Madhurya Rasa, therefore he always remains a debtor to such devotees. Text 93, when the gopis were overwhelmed with dissatisfaction due to Lord Krishna's absence from the Rasa Līlā, Krishna returned to them and told them, "My dear gopis, our meeting is certainly free of all material contamination. I must admit that in many lives it would be impossible for me to repay my debt to you because you have cut off the bondage of family life just to search for me. Consequently I am unable to repay you. Therefore please be satisfied with your honest activities in this regard." Text 94, although Krishna's unparalleled beauty is the topmost sweetness of love of Godhead, his sweetness increases unlimitedly when he is in the company of the gopis. Consequently Krishna's exchange of love with the gopis is the topmost perfection of love of Godhead. Text 95, although the son of Devaki, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the reservoir of all kinds of beauty, when he is among the gopis he nonetheless becomes more beautiful, for he resembles a Maricotta jewel surrounded by gold and other jewels. Text 96, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "This is certainly the limit of perfection, but please be merciful to me and speak more if there is more." Text 97, Raya Ramananda replied, "Until this day I did not know anyone within this material world who could inquire beyond this perfectional stage of devotional service." Text 98, among the loving affairs of the gopis, Ramananda Raya continued, Srimati Radharani's love for Sri Krishna is topmost. Indeed, the glories of Srimati Radharani are highly esteemed in all revealed scriptures. Text 99, just as Srimati Radharani is most dear to Sri Krishna, her bathing place, Radhakunda, is also dear to him. Among all the gopis, Srimati Radharani is supermost and very dear to Lord Krishna. Text 100, when the gopis began to talk among themselves, they said, "Dear friends, the gopi who has been taken away by Krishna to a secluded place must have worshipped the Lord more than anyone else." Text 101, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Please speak on. I am very happy to hear you because a river of unprecedented nectar is flowing from your mouth." Text 102, during the Rasa dance Sri Krishna did not exchange loving affairs with Srimati Radharani due to the presence of the other gopis. Because of the dependence of the others, the intensity of love between Radha and Krishna was not manifest. Therefore he stole her away. Text 103, if Lord Krishna rejected the company of the other gopis for Srimati Radharani, we can understand that Lord Sri Krishna has intense affection for her. Text 104, Ramananda Raya continued, "Please therefore hear from me about the glories of Srimati Radharani's loving affairs. They are beyond compare within these three worlds." Text 105, finding herself treated equally with all the other gopis, Srimati Radharani displayed her tricky behavior and left the circle of the Rasa dance. Missing Srimati Radharani's presence, Krishna became very unhappy and began to lament and wander throughout the forest to search her out. Text 106, Lord Krishna, the enemy of Kamsa, took Srimati Radharani within his heart, for he desired to dance with her. Thus he left the arena of the Rasa dance and the company of all the other beautiful damsels of Raya. Text 107, being afflicted by the arrow of Cupid and unhappily regretting his mistreating Srimati Radharani, Madhava, Lord Krishna, began to search for her along the banks of the Yamuna river. When he failed to find her, he entered the bushes of Vrindavana and began to lament. Text 108, simply by considering these two verses one can understand what nectar there is in such dealings. It is exactly like freeing a mine of nectar. Text 109, although Krishna was in the midst of hundreds of thousands of gopis during the Rasa dance, he still kept himself in one of his transcendental forms by the side of Srimati Radharani. Text 110, Lord Krishna is equal to everyone in his general dealings, but due to the conflicting ecstatic love of Srimati Radharani, there were opposing elements. Text 111, the progress of loving affairs between a young boy and a young girl is like the movement of a snake. On account of this, Two types of anger arise between a young boy and girl, anger with cause and anger without cause. Text 112. When Radharani left the Rasa dance out of anger and resentment, Lord Sri Krishna became very anxious because he could not see her. Text 113. Lord Krishna's desire in the Rasa Līlā circle is perfectly complete, but Srimati Radharani is the binding link in that desire. Text 114. The Rasa dance does not shine in the heart of Krishna without Srimati Radharani. Therefore, he also gave up the circle of the Rasa dance and went out to search for her. Text 115. When Krishna went out to search for Srimati Radharani, he wandered here and there. Not finding her, he became afflicted by the arrow of Cupid and began to lament. Text 116. Since Krishna's lusty desires were not satisfied even in the midst of hundreds of thousands of gopas and he was thus searching after Srimati Radharani, we can easily imagine how transcendentally qualified she is. Text 117. After hearing this, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu said to Ramananda Raya, "That for which I have come to your residence has now become an object of truth in my knowledge." Text 118. Now I have come to understand the sublime goal of life and the process of achieving it. Nevertheless, I think that there is something more ahead, and my mind is desiring to have it. Text 119. Kindly explain the transcendental features of Krishna and Srimati Radharani. Also explain the truth of transcendental mellows and the transcendental form of love of Godhead. Text 120. Kindly explain all these truths to me. But for yourself, no one can ascertain them. Text 121. Sri Ramananda Raya replied, I do not know anything about this. I simply vibrate the sound you make me speak. Text 122. I simply repeat like a parrot whatever instructions you have given me. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. Who can understand your dramatic performances? Text 123. You inspire me within the heart and make me speak with the tongue. I do not know whether I am speaking well or badly. Text 124. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, I am a Mayavadi in the renounced order of life, and I do not even know what transcendental loving service to the Lord is. I simply float in the ocean of Mayavada philosophy. Text 125. Due to the association of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, my mind became enlightened. Therefore I asked him about the truths of transcendental loving service to Krishna. Text 126. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya told me, I do not actually know about the topics of Lord Krishna. They are all known only to Ramananda Raya, but he is not present here. Text 127. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, after hearing about your glories, I have come to your place. But you are offering me words of praise out of respect for a sannyasi, one in the renounced order of life. Text 128. Whether one is a brahmana, a sannyasi or a sudra, regardless of what he is, he can become a spiritual master if he knows the science of Krishna. Text 129. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, please do not try to cheat me, thinking of me as a learned sannyasi. Please satisfy my mind by just describing the truth of Radha and Krishna. Texts 130 to 131. Sri Ramananda Raya was a great devotee of the Lord and a lover of God, and although his mind could not be covered by Krishna's illusory energy, and although he could understand the mind of the Lord, which was very strong and intense, Ramananda's mind became a little agitated. Text 132. Sri Ramananda Raya said, I am just a dancing puppet, and you pull the strings. Whichever way you make me dance, I will dance. Text 133. My dear Lord, my tongue is just like a stringed instrument, and you are its player. Therefore I simply vibrate whatever arises in your mind. Text 134. Ramananda Raya then began to speak on Krishna Tattva. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he said. He is personally the original Godhead, the source of all incarnations and the cause of all causes. Text 135. There are innumerable Vaikunta planets, as well as innumerable incarnations. In the material world also there are innumerable universes, and Krishna is the supreme resting place for all of them. Text 136. The transcendental body of Sri Krishna is eternal and full of bliss and knowledge. He is the son of Nanda Maharaja. He is full of all opulences and potencies, as well as all spiritual mellows. Text 137. Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme controller. He has an eternal, blissful, spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin, for he is the prime cause of all causes. Text 138. In the spiritual realm of Vrindavana, Krishna is the spiritual, ever-fresh Cupid. He is worshipped by the chanting of the Kama Gayatri mantra, with the spiritual seed Klim. Text 139. The very name Krishna means that he attracts even Cupid. He is therefore attractive to everyone, male and female, moving and inert living entities. Indeed, Krishna is known as the all-attractive one. Text 140, when Krishna left the Rasa Līlā dance, the Gopas became very morose, and when they were grieving, Krishna reappeared dressed in yellow garments. Wearing a flower garland and smiling, he was attractive even to Cupid. In this way Krishna appeared among the Gopas. Text 141, each and every devotee has a certain type of transcendental mellow in relation to Krishna. But in all transcendental relationships the devotee is the worshipper, Asraya, and Krishna is the object of worship, Visaya. Text 142, let Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, be glorified. By virtue of his expanding attractive features, he subjugated the Gopas named Taraka and Pali and absorbed the minds of Syama and Lalita. He is the most attractive lover of Srimati Radharani and is the reservoir of pleasure for devotees in all transcendental mellows. Text 143, Krishna is all attractive for devotees in all mellows because he is the personification of the conjugal mellow. Krishna is attractive not only to all the devotees, but to himself as well. Text 144, my dear friends, just see how Sri Krishna is enjoying the season of spring. With the Gopas embracing each of his limbs, he is like amorous love personified. With his transcendental pastimes, he enlivens all the Gopas and the entire creation. With his soft bluish-black arms and legs, which resemble blue lotus flowers, he has created a festival for Cupid. Text 145, he also attracts Narayana, who is the incarnation of Sankarsana and the husband of the goddess of fortune. He attracts not only Narayana but also all women, headed by the goddess of fortune, the consort of Narayana. Text 146, addressing Krishna and Arjuna, Lord Mahavishnu, the Mahapurusa, said, I wanted to see both of you, and therefore I have brought the sons of the Brahmana here. Both of you have appeared in the material world to re-establish religious principles, and you have both appeared here with all your potencies. After killing all the demons, please quickly return to the spiritual world. Text 147, O Lord, we do not know how the serpent Kaliya attained such an opportunity to be touched by the dust of your lotus feet. For this end, the goddess of fortune performed austerities for centuries, giving up all other desires and observing austere vows. Indeed, we do not know how this serpent Kaliya got such an opportunity. Text 148, Lord Krishna's sweetness is so attractive that it steals away his own mind. Thus even he wants to embrace himself. Text 149, upon seeing his own reflection in the bejeweled pillar of his Dvaraka palace, Krishna desired to embrace it, saying, Alas, I have never seen such a person before. Who is he? Just by seeing him I have become eager to embrace him, exactly like Srimati Radharani. Text 150, Sri Ramananda Raya then said, I have thus briefly explained the original form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now let me describe the position of Srimati Radharani. Text 151, Krishna has unlimited potencies, which can be divided into three main parts. These are the spiritual potency, the material potency and the marginal potency, which is known as the living entities. Text 152, in other words, these are all potencies of God, internal, external and marginal. But the internal potency is the Lord's personal energy and stands over the other two. Text 153, the original potency of Lord Vishnu is superior, or spiritual, and the living entity actually belongs to that superior energy. But there is another energy, called the material energy, and this third energy is full of ignorance. Text 154, originally Lord Krishna is Saksidananda Vigraya, the transcendental form of eternity, bliss and knowledge, therefore his personal potency, the internal potency, has three different forms. Text 155, Ladini is his aspect of bliss, Sandhini, of eternal existence, and Samvat, of cognizance, which is also accepted as knowledge. Text 156, my dear Lord, you are the transcendental reservoir of all transcendental qualities. Your pleasure potency, existence potency and knowledge potency are actually all one internal spiritual potency. The conditioned soul, although actually spiritual, sometimes experiences pleasure, sometimes pain and sometimes a mixture of pain and pleasure. This is due to his being touched by matter. But because you are above all material qualities, these are not found in you. Your superior spiritual potency is completely transcendental, and for you there is no such thing as relative pleasure, pleasure mixed with pain, or pain itself. Text 157, the potency called Ladini gives Krishna transcendental pleasure. Through this pleasure potency, Krishna personally tastes all spiritual pleasure. Text 158, Lord Krishna tastes all kinds of transcendental happiness, although he himself is happiness personified. The pleasure relished by his pure devotees is also manifested by his pleasure potency. Text 159. The most essential part of this pleasure potency is love of Godhead, prima. Consequently, the explanation of love of Godhead is also a transcendental mela full of pleasure. Text 160. The essential part of love of Godhead is called Mahabhava, transcendental ecstasy, and that ecstasy is represented by Srimati Radharani. Text 161. Among the Gopas of Vrindavana, Srimati Radharani and another Gopi are considered chief. But when we compare the Gopas, it appears that Srimati Radharani is most important because her real feature expresses the highest ecstasy of love. The ecstasy of love experienced by the other Gopas cannot be compared to that of Srimati Radharani. Text 162. The body of Srimati Radharani is a veritable transformation of love of Godhead. She is the dearmost friend of Krishna, and this is known throughout the world. Text 163. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who resides in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha, who resembles his own spiritual figure and who embodies the ecstatic potency, Ladini. Their companions are her confidants, who embody extensions of her bodily form and who are imbued and permeated with ever blissful spiritual rasa. Text 164. That supreme ecstasy of Srimati Radharani is the essence of spiritual life. Her only business is to fulfill all the desires of Krishna. Text 165. Srimati Radharani is the topmost spiritual gem, and the other Gopas, Lalita, Visakha and so on, are expansions of her spiritual body. Text 166. Srimati Radharani's transcendental body is brilliant in luster and full of all transcendental fragrances. Lord Krishna's affection for her is like a perfumed massage. Text 167. Srimati Radharani takes her first bath in the shower of the nectar of compassion, and she takes her second bath in the nectar of youth. Text 168. After her midday bath, Radharani takes another bath in the nectar of bodily luster, and she puts on the garment of shyness, which is her black silk sari. Text 169. Srimati Radharani's affection for Krishna is her upper garment, which is pinkish in color. She then covers her breasts with another garment, composed of affection and anger toward Krishna. Text 170. Srimati Radharani's personal beauty is the reddish powder known as kumkuma, her affection for her associates is sandalwood pulp, and the sweetness of her smile is camphor. All these, combined together, are smeared over her body. Text 171. Conjugal love for Krishna is an abundance of musk, and with that musk her whole body is decorated. Text 172. Craftiness and covered anger constitute the arrangement of her hair. The quality of anger due to jealousy is the silk garment covering her body. Text 173. Her attachment for Krishna is the reddish color of betel nuts on her brilliant lips. Her double dealings in loving affairs constitute the black ointment around her eyes. Text 174. The ornaments decorating her body are the blazing ecstasies of goodness and the constantly existing ecstasies, headed by jubilation. All these ecstasies are the ornaments all over her body. Text 175. Also ornamenting her body are the 20 kinds of ecstatic symptoms beginning with Kilak and Sita. Her transcendental qualities constitute the flower garland hanging in fullness over her body. Text 176. The tilaka of good fortune is on her beautiful broad forehead. Her various loving affairs are a gem, and her heart is the locket. Text 177. Srimati Radharani's gopi friends are her mental activities, which are concentrated on the pastimes of Sri Krishna. She keeps her hand on the shoulder of a friend, who represents youth. Text 178. Srimati Radharani's bedstead is pride itself, and it is situated in the abode of her bodily aroma. She is always seated there thinking of Krishna's association. Text 179. Srimati Radharani's earrings are the name, fame and qualities of Lord Krishna. The glories of Lord Krishna's name, fame and qualities are always inundating her speech. Text 180. Srimati Radharani induces Krishna to drink the honey of the conjugal relationship. She is therefore engaged in satisfying all the lusty desires of Krishna. Text 181. Srimati Radharani is a mine filled with valuable jewels of love for Krishna. Her transcendental body is complete with unparalleled spiritual qualities. Text 182. If one asks about the origin of love of Krishna, the answer is that the origin is in Srimati Radharani alone. Who is the most dear friend of Krishna? The answer again is Srimati Radharani alone. No one else. Srimati Radharani's hair is very curly, her two eyes are always moving to and fro, and her breasts are firm. Since all transcendental qualities are manifested in Srimati Radharani, she alone is able to fulfill all the desires of Krishna. No one else. Texts 183 to 184. Even Satyabhama, one of the queens of Sri Krishna, desires the fortunate position and excellent qualities of Srimati Radharani. All the Gopas learn the art of dressing from Srimati Radharani, and even the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, and the wife of Lord Shiva, Parvati, desire her beauty and qualities. Indeed, Arundhati, the celebrated chaste wife of Vasishtha, also wants to imitate the chastity and religious principles of Srimati Radharani. Text 185. Even Lord Krishna himself cannot reach the limit of the transcendental qualities of Srimati Radharani. How, then, can an insignificant living entity count them? Text 186. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "Now I have come to understand the truth of the loving affairs between Radha and Krishna. Nonetheless, I still want to hear how both of them gloriously enjoy such love." Text 187. Raya Ramananda replied, "Lord Krishna is Tira Lalita, for he can always keep his girlfriends in a subjugated state. Thus his only business is enjoying sense gratification." Text 188. A person who is very cunning and always youthful, expert in joking and without anxiety, and who can keep his girlfriends always subjugated, is called Hira Lalita. Text 189. Day and night Lord Sri Krishna enjoys the company of Srimati Radharani in the bushes of Vrindavana. Thus his pre-youthful age is fulfilled through his affairs with Srimati Radharani. Text 190. Thus Lord Sri Krishna spoke of the sexual activities of the previous night. In this way he made Srimati Radharani close her eyes out of shyness. Taking this opportunity, Sri Krishna painted various types of dolphins on her breasts. Thus he became a very expert artist for all the Gopas. During such pastimes, the Lord enjoyed the fulfillment of his youth. Text 191. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "This is all right, but please continue." Text 192. Raya Ramananda then informed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu that there was another topic, known as Prema Vilasa Vivarta. "You may hear of this from me," Ramananda Raya said, "but I do not know whether you will be happy with it or not." Text 193. Saying this, Ramananda Raya began to sing a song he had composed, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, out of the ecstasy of love of Godhead, immediately covered Ramananda's mouth with his own hand. Text 194. Alas, before we met there was an initial attachment between us brought about by an exchange of glances. In this way attachment evolved. That attachment has gradually grown, and there is no limit to it. Now that attachment has become a natural sequence between ourselves. It is not that it is due to Krishna, the enjoyer, nor is it due to me, for I am the enjoyed. It is not like that. This attachment was made possible by mutual meeting. This mutual exchange of attraction is known as Manobhava, or Cupid. Krishna's mind and my mind have merged together. Now, during this time of separation, it is very difficult to explain these loving affairs. My dear friend, though Krishna might have forgotten all these things, you can understand and bring this message to him. But during our first meeting there was no messenger between us, nor did I request anyone to see him. Indeed, Cupid's 5 arrows were our via media. Now, during this separation, that attraction has increased to another ecstatic state. My dear friend, please act as a messenger on my behalf, because if one is in love with a beautiful person, this is the consequence. Text 195. O my Lord, you live in the forest of Govardhana Hill, and, like the king of elephants, you are expert in the art of conjugal love. O Master of the universe, your heart and Srimati Radharani's heart are just like shellac and are now melted in your spiritual perspiration. Therefore one can no longer distinguish between you and Srimati Radharani. Now you have mixed your newly invoked affection, which is like vermilion, with your melted hearts, and for the benefit of the whole world you have painted both your hearts red within this great palace of the universe. Text 196. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu confirmed these verses recited by Sri Ramananda Raya, saying, "This is the limit of the goal of human life. Only by your mercy have I come to understand it conclusively." Text 197. The goal of life cannot be achieved unless one practices the process. Now, being merciful upon me, please explain that means by which this goal can be attained. Text 198. Sri Ramananda Raya replied, "I do not know what I am saying, but you have made me speak what I have spoken, be it good or bad. I am simply repeating that message." Text 199. Within these 3 worlds, who is so undisturbed that he can remain steady as you manipulate your different energies? Text 200. Actually you are speaking through my mouth, and at the same time you are listening. This is very mysterious. Anyway, kindly hear the explanation of the process by which the goal can be attained. Text 201. The pastimes of Radha and Krishna are very confidential. They cannot be understood through the melas of servitude, fraternity or parental affection. Text 202. Actually, only the Gopas have the right to appreciate these transcendental pastimes, and only from them can these pastimes be expanded. Text 203, without the Gopas, these pastimes between Radha and Krishna cannot be nourished. Only by their cooperation are such pastimes broadcast. It is their business to taste the mellows. Text 204-205, without the help of the Gopas, one cannot enter into these pastimes. Only one who worships the Lord in the ecstasy of the Gopas, following in their footsteps, can engage in the service of Sri Radha Krishna in the bushes of Vrindavana. Only then can one understand the conjugal love between Radha and Krishna. There is no other procedure for understanding. Text 206, the pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna are self-effulgent. They are happiness personified, unlimited and all-powerful. Even so, the spiritual humors of such pastimes are never complete without the Gopas, the Lord's personal friends. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is never complete without his spiritual potencies, therefore unless one takes shelter of the Gopas, one cannot enter into the company of Radha and Krishna. Who can be interested in their spiritual pastimes without taking their shelter? Text 207, there is an inexplicable fact about the natural inclinations of the Gopas. The Gopas never want to enjoy themselves with Krishna personally. Text 208, the happiness of the Gopas increases 10 million times when they serve to engage Sri Radha and Krishna in their transcendental pastimes. Text 209, by nature, Srimati Radharani is just like a creeper of love of Godhead, and the Gopas are the twigs, flowers and leaves of that creeper. Text 210, when the nectar of Krishna's pastimes is sprinkled on that creeper, the happiness derived by the twigs, flowers and leaves is 10 million times greater than that derived by the creeper itself. Text 211, all the Gopas, the personal friends of Srimati Radharani, are equal to her. Krishna is pleasing to the inhabitants of Rajabhumi, just as the moon is pleasing to the lotus flower. His pleasure-giving potency is known as Aladini, of which the active principle is Srimati Radharani. She is compared to a creeper with newly grown flowers and leaves. When the nectar of Krishna's pastimes is sprinkled on Srimati Radharani, all her friends, the Gopas, immediately appreciate the pleasure 100 times more than if they were sprinkled themselves. Actually, this is not at all wonderful. Text 212, although the Gopas, Srimati Radharani's friends, do not desire to enjoy themselves directly with Krishna, Srimati Radharani makes a great endeavor to induce Krishna to enjoy himself with the Gopas. Text 213, presenting various pleas for the Gopas, Srimati Radharani sometimes sends the Gopas to Krishna just to enable them to associate with him directly. At such times, she enjoys a happiness 10 million times greater than that enjoyed through direct association. Text 214, the transcendental mellow is nourished by that mutual behavior in transcendental love of Godhead. When Lord Krishna sees how the Gopas have developed pure love for him, he becomes very satisfied. Text 215, it is to be noted that the natural characteristic of the Gopas is to love the Supreme Lord. Their lusty desire is not to be compared to material lust. Nonetheless, because their desire sometimes appears to resemble material lust, their transcendental love for Krishna is sometimes described as lust. Text 216, although the dealings of the Gopas with Krishna are on the platform of pure love of Godhead, such dealings are sometimes considered to be lusty. But because they are completely spiritual, Uddhava and all the other dearmost devotees of the Lord desire to participate in them. Text 217, lusty desires are experienced when one is concerned with his own personal sense gratification. The mood of the Gopas is not like that. Their only desire is to satisfy the senses of Krishna. Text 218, among the Gopas, there is not a pinch of desire for sense gratification. Their only desire is to give pleasure to Krishna, and this is why they mingle with him and enjoy with him. Text 219, all the Gopas said, Dear Krishna, we carefully hold your delicate lotus feet upon our hard breasts. When you walk in the forest, your soft lotus feet are pricked by small bits of stone. We fear that this is paining you. Since you are our life and soul, our minds are very much disturbed when your lotus feet are pained. Text 220, one who is attracted by that ecstatic love of the Gopas does not care about popular opinion or the regulative principles of Vedic life. Rather, he completely surrenders unto Krishna and renders service unto him. Text 221, if one worships the Lord on the path of spontaneous love and goes to Vrindavana, he receives the shelter of Virajendra Nandana, the son of Nanda Maharaja. Text 222, in his liberated stage the devotee is attracted by one of the 5 humors in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. As he continues to serve the Lord in that transcendental mood, he attains a spiritual body to serve Krishna in Goloka Vrindavana. Text 223, those saintly persons who represent the Upanishads are vivid examples of this. By worshipping the Lord on the path of spontaneous love, they attain the lotus feet of Virajendra Nandana, the son of Nanda Maharaja. Text 224, Great sages conquer the mind and senses by practicing the mystic yoga system and controlling the breath. Thus engaging in mystic yoga, they see the supersoul within their hearts and ultimately enter into impersonal Brahman. But even the enemies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead attain that position simply by thinking of the Supreme Lord. However, the damsels of Raya, the Gopis, being attracted by the beauty of Krishna, simply wanted to embrace him in his arms, which are like serpents. Thus the Gopis ultimately tasted the nectar of the lotus feet of the Lord. Similarly, we Upanishads can also taste the nectar of his lotus feet by following in the footsteps of the Gopis. Text 225, the word Samadrasa, mentioned in the fourth line of the previous verse, means following the mood of the Gopis. The word Sama means the shrudis attainment of bodies like those of the Gopis. Text 226, the word Angri Padmasudha means associating intimately with Krishna. One can attain such perfection only by spontaneous love of God. One cannot obtain Krishna in Goloka Vrindavana simply by serving the Lord according to regulative principles. Text 227, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the son of Mother Yasoda, is accessible to those devotees engaged in spontaneous loving service, but he is not as easily accessible to mental speculators, to those striving for self-realization by severe austerities and penances, or to those who consider the body the same as the self. Text 228, therefore one should accept the mood of the Gopis in their service. In such a transcendental mood, one should always think of the pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna. Text 229, after thinking of Radha and Krishna and their pastimes for a long time and after getting completely free from material contamination, one is transferred to the spiritual world. There the devotee attains an opportunity to serve Radha and Krishna as one of the Gopis. Text 230, unless one follows in the footsteps of the Gopis, he cannot attain the service of the lotus feet of Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja. If one is overcome by knowledge of the Lord's opulence, he cannot attain the Lord's lotus feet, even though he is engaged in devotional service. Text 231, the unspoken example in this connection is the goddess of fortune, who worshipped Lord Krishna in order to attain his pastimes in Vrindavana. But due to her opulent lifestyle, she could not attain the service of Krishna in Vrindavana. Text 232, when Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the Gopis in the Rasa Līlā, the Gopis were embraced around the neck by the Lord's arms. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the goddess of fortune or the other consorts in the spiritual world. Nor was such a thing ever imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, girls whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the beauty and fragrance of lotus flowers. And what to speak of worldly women, who may be very, very beautiful according to material estimation. Text 233, after hearing this, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Ramananda Raya, and both of them, embracing shoulder to shoulder, began to cry. Text 234, the entire night was passed in this way, in ecstatic love of Godhead. In the morning they both departed to tend to their respective duties. Text 235, before departing from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Ramananda Raya fell to the ground and caught hold of the Lord's lotus feet. He then spoke submissively as follows. Text 236, Sri Ramananda Raya said, "You have come here just to show me your causeless mercy. Therefore stay here for at least 10 days and purify my polluted mind." Text 237, but for you, there is no one who can deliver all the living entities, for you alone can deliver love of Krishna. Text 238, the Lord replied, "Having heard about your good qualities, I have come here. I have come to hear about Krishna from you and thus purify my mind." Text 239, now that I have actually seen your glories, what I heard about you is confirmed. As far as the pastimes of Radha and Krishna in a loving mood are concerned, you are the limit of knowledge. Text 240, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, to say nothing of 10 days, as long as I live I shall find it impossible to give up your company. Text 241, you and I shall remain together at Jagannath Puri. We shall pass our time together in joy, talking about Krishna and his pastimes. Text 242, in this way they both departed to perform their respective duties. Then, in the evening, Ramananda Raya returned to see Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 243, thus they met time and time again, sitting in a secluded place and jubilantly discussing devotional service by the question and answer process. Text 244, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked the questions, and Sri Ramananda Raya gave the answers. In this way they were engaged in discussion throughout the night. Text 245, on one occasion the Lord inquired, of all types of education, which is the most important? Text 246, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then asked Ramananda Raya, out of all glorious activities, which is the most glorious? Text 247, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, of the many capitalists who possess great riches, who is the topmost? Text 248, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, of all kinds of distress, what is the most painful? Sri Ramananda Raya replied, apart from separation from the devotee of Krishna, I know of no unbearable unhappiness. Text 249, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then inquired, out of all liberated persons, who should be accepted as the greatest? Text 250, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu next asked Ramananda Raya, among many songs, which song is to be considered the actual religion of the living entity? Text 251, then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, out of all auspicious and beneficial activities, which is best for the living entity? Text 252, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, what should all living entities constantly remember? Text 253, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu further inquired, out of many types of meditation, which is required for all living entities? Text 254, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, where should the living entity live, abandoning all other places? Text 255, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, out of all topics people listen to, which is best for all living entities? Text 256, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked, among all worshipable objects, which is the chief? Text 257, and what is the destination of those who desire liberation and those who desire sense gratification? Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked. Text 258, Ramananda Raya continued, those who are devoid of all transcendental mellows are like the crows that suck the juice from the bitter fruits of the nimba tree of knowledge, whereas those who enjoy mellows are like the cuckoos who eat the buds of the mango tree of love of Godhead. Text 259, Ramananda Raya concluded, the unfortunate empiric philosophers taste the dry process of philosophical knowledge, whereas the devotees regularly drink the nectar of love of Krishna. Therefore they are the most fortunate of all. Text 260, in this way Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Raya passed the whole night relishing the mellows of Krishna Katha, topics about Krishna. While they were chanting, dancing and crying, the night ended. Text 261, the next morning they both departed to perform their respective duties, but in the evening Ramananda Raya returned to meet the Lord again. Text 262, that evening, after discussing the topics of Krishna for some time, Ramananda Raya caught hold of the lotus feet of the Lord and spoke as follows. Text 263, there is a variety of transcendental truths, the truth about Krishna, the truth about Radharani, the truth about their loving affairs, the truth about transcendental humors, and the truth about the Lord's pastimes. Text 264, you have manifested all these transcendental truths in my heart. This is exactly the way Narayana educated Lord Brahma. Text 265, Ramananda Raya continued, the supersoul within everyone's heart speaks not externally but from within. He instructs the devotees in all respects, and that is his way of instruction. Text 266, O my Lord, Sri Krishna, son of Vasudeva, O all-pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance and destruction of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire, or land seen on water. Only because of him do the material universes, temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature, appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free from the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. Text 267, Ramananda Raya then said that he had but one doubt within his heart, and he petitioned the Lord, please be merciful upon me and just remove my doubt. Text 268, Ramananda Raya then told Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, at first I saw you appear like a sannyasi, but now I am seeing you as Syamasundara, the cowherd boy. Text 269, I now see you appearing like a golden doll, and your entire body appears covered by a golden luster. Text 270, I see that you are holding a flute to your mouth, and your lotus eyes are moving very restlessly due to various ecstasies. Text 271, I actually see you in this way, and this is very wonderful. My Lord, please tell me without duplicity what is causing this. Text 272, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, You have a deep love for Krishna, and one who has such deep ecstatic love for the Lord naturally sees things in such a way. Please take this from me to be certain. Text 273. A devotee advanced on the spiritual platform sees everything movable and inert as the Supreme Lord. For him, everything he sees here and there is but a manifestation of Lord Krishna. Text 274. The Mahabhagavata, the advanced devotee, certainly sees everything mobile and immobile, but he does not exactly see their forms. Rather, everywhere he immediately sees manifest the form of the Supreme Lord. Text 275. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, a person advanced in devotional service sees within everything the Soul of Souls, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Consequently he always sees the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the cause of all causes and understands that all things are situated in him. Text 276. The plants, creepers and trees were full of fruits and flowers due to ecstatic love of Krishna. Indeed, being so full, they were bowing down. They were inspired by such deep love for Krishna that they were constantly pouring showers of honey. In this way the Gopas saw all the forests of Vrindavana. Text 277. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, my dear Raya, you are an advanced devotee and are always filled with ecstatic love for Radha and Krishna. Therefore whatever you see, anywhere and everywhere, simply awakens your Krishna consciousness. Text 278. Ramananda Raya replied, my dear Lord, please give up all these serious talks. Please do not conceal your real form from me. Text 279. Ramananda Raya continued, my dear Lord, I can understand that you have assumed the ecstasy and bodily complexion of Srimati Radharani. By accepting this, you are tasting your own personal transcendental humor and have therefore appeared as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 280. My dear Lord, you have descended in this incarnation of Lord Caitanya for your own personal reasons. You have come to taste your own spiritual bliss, and at the same time you are transforming the whole world by spreading the ecstasy of love of Godhead. Text 281. My dear Lord, by your causeless mercy you have appeared before me to grant me liberation. Now you are playing in a duplicitous way. What is the reason for this behavior? Text 282. Lord Sri Krishna is the reservoir of all pleasure, and Srimati Radharani is the personification of ecstatic love of Godhead. These two forms had combined as one in Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. This being the case, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu revealed his real form to Ramananda Raya. Text 283. Upon seeing this form, Ramananda Raya lost consciousness in transcendental bliss. Unable to remain standing, he fell to the ground. Text 284. When Ramananda Raya fell to the ground unconscious, Caitanya Mahaprabhu touched his hand, and he immediately regained consciousness. But when he saw Lord Caitanya in the dress of a sannyasi, he was struck with wonder. Text 285. After embracing Ramananda Raya, the Lord pacified him, informing him, but for you, no one has ever seen this form. Text 286. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu confirmed, all the truths about my pastimes and mellows are within your knowledge. Therefore I have shown this form to you. Text 287. Actually my body does not have a fair complexion. It only appears so because it has touched the body of Srimati Radharani. However, she does not touch anyone but the son of Nanda Maharaja. Text 288. I have now converted my body and mind into the ecstasy of Srimati Radharani, thus I am tasting my own personal sweetness in that form. Text 289. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu then admitted to his pure devotee, Ramananda Raya, now there is no confidential activity unknown to you. Even though I try to conceal my activities, you can understand everything in detail by virtue of your advanced love for me. Text 290. The Lord then requested Ramananda Raya, keep all these talks a secret. Please do not expose them anywhere and everywhere. Since my activities appear to be like those of a madman, people may take them lightly and laugh. Text 291. Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, indeed, I am a madman, and you are also a madman. Therefore we are on the same platform. Text 292. For 10 nights Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Raya spent a happy time discussing the pastimes of Krishna. Text 293. The conversations between Ramananda Raya and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu contain the most confidential subject matters, touching the conjugal love between Radha and Krishna in Vrindavana, Vrajabhumi. Although they talked at great length about these pastimes, they could not reach the limit of discussion. Text 294. Actually, these conversations are like a great mine where, from a single place, one can extract all kinds of metals, copper, bell metal, silver and gold, and also touchstone, the basis of all metals. Text 295. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Raya worked like miners, excavating all kinds of valuable metals, each one better than the other. Their questions and answers are exactly like that. Text 296. The next day Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu begged Ramananda Raya to give him permission to leave, and at the time of farewell the Lord gave him the following orders. Text 297. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu told him, "Give up all material engagements and come to Jagannath Puri. I will return there very soon after finishing my tour and pilgrimage." Text 298. The two of us shall remain together at Jagannath Puri and happily pass our time discussing Krishna. Text 299. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then embraced Sri Ramananda Raya, and after sending him back to his home, the Lord took rest. Text 300. After rising from bed the next morning, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the local temple, where there was a deity of Hanuman. After offering him obeisances, the Lord departed for South India. Text 301. All the residents of Vijayanagara were of different faiths, but after seeing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, they abandoned their own faiths and became Vaisnavas. Text 302. When Ramananda Raya began to feel separation from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he was overwhelmed. Meditating on the Lord, he gave up all his material business. Text 303. I have briefly described the meeting between Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Raya. No one can actually describe this meeting exhaustively. It is even impossible for Lord Sesanaga, who has thousands of hoods. Text 304. The activities of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are like condensed milk, and the activities of Ramananda Raya are like large quantities of sugar candy. Text 305. Their meeting is exactly like a mixture of condensed milk and sugar candy. When they talk of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, camphor is added. One who tastes this combined preparation is most fortunate. Text 306. This wonderful preparation has to be taken orally. If one takes it, he becomes greedy to relish it even further. Text 307. By hearing the talks between Ramananda Raya and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, one becomes enlightened with the transcendental knowledge of the melas of Radha and Krishna's pastimes. Thus one can develop unalloyed love for the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. Text 308. The author requests every reader to hear these talks with faith and without argument. By studying them in this way, one will be able to understand the confidential truth of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 309. This part of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes is most confidential. One can derive benefit quickly only by faith, otherwise, by arguing one will always remain far away. Text 310. He who has accepted as everything the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Prabhu can attain this transcendental treasure. Text 311. I offer 10 million obeisances unto the lotus feet of Sri Ramananda Raya because from his mouth much spiritual information has been expanded by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 312. I have tried to preach the pastimes of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's meeting with Ramananda Raya in accordance with the notebooks of Sri Svarupa Damodara. Text 313. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 9 Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's travels to the holy places. A summary of the 9th chapter is given by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakura. After leaving Vijayanagara, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited such places of pilgrimage as Gautami Ganga, Mallikarjuna, Ahovalanrasama, Siddhavada, Skanda etc., Pramatha, Vardakasi, Baudastana, Tirupati, Tirumala, Pananarsama, Shiva Kanci, Vishnu Kanci, Trikalahasti, Vridakola, Siali Bhairavi, the Kaveri River and Kumbhakarnakapula. Finally the Lord went to Sri Ranga etc., where he converted a Brahmana named Venkatabhata, who, along with his family, took up devotional service to Krishna. After leaving Sri Ranga, Caitanya Mahaprabhu reached Rzabapurvata, where he met Paramananda Puri, who later arrived at Jagannath Puri. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then proceeded farther, arriving at Setubandha Ramesvara. At Sri Sailapurvata, the Lord met Lord Shiva and his wife Durga in the dress of a Brahmana and Brahmani. From there he went to Kamakasti Puri and later arrived at southern Mathura. A Brahmana devotee of Lord Ramachandra talked with him. Then the Lord took his bath in the river Kritamala. On the hill known as Mahendra Saila, the Lord saw Parasurma. Then the Lord went to Setubandha and took his bath at Danastirtha. He also visited Ramesvara, where he collected some papers connected with Sitadevi, whose illusory form had been kidnapped by Ravana. The Lord next visited the places known as Bandyadesa, the Tamraparni River, Nayatripati, Chiadatala, Tila Kanci, Gajendra Moksana, Panagati, Kamtapura, Sri Vakunta, Malaya Purvada and Kanyakumari. The Lord then confronted the Bodhisattvaris at Malaradesa and saved Kalakrishnadasa from their clutches. The Lord also collected the Brahma Samhita, 5th chapter, on the banks of the Payasvini river. He then visited Payasvini, Sringavarapuri Mata and Matsutirtha. At the village of Udupi he saw the Gopala deity installed by Sri Madhvakarya. He then defeated the Tadvavadis in Sastra conversation. The Lord next visited Falgutirtha, Tritakupa, Pankapsara, Sarparika, and Kalapura. At Pandarapura the Lord received news from Sri Rangapuri that Sankararanya, Vaisvarupa, had disappeared there. He then went to the banks of the Krishna-Venba river, where he collected from among the Vaisnava Brahmanas a book written by Balvamangala Thakura, Sri Krishna Caitanya. The Lord then visited the Tapi river, Mahismatipura, the Narmada river and Rasyamukha Purvata. He entered Dandakaranya and liberated 7 palm trees. From there he visited a place known as Pampasarovara and visited Pankavati, Nasika, Brahmagiri and also the source of the Godavari river, Kusavarta. Thus the Lord visited almost all the holy places in South India. He finally returned to Jagannath Puri by taking the same route, after visiting Vidayanagara again. Text 1. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu converted the inhabitants of South India. These people were as strong as elephants, but they were in the clutches of the crocodiles of various philosophies, such as the Buddhist, Jain and Mayavada philosophies. With his disk of mercy the Lord delivered them all by converting them into Vaisnavas, devotees of the Lord. Text 2. All glories to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Sri Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's tour of South India was certainly very extraordinary because he visited many thousands of places of pilgrimage there. Text 4. On the plea of visiting all those holy places, the Lord converted many thousands of residents and thus delivered them. Simply by touching the holy places, he made them into great places of pilgrimage. Text 5. I cannot chronologically record all the places of pilgrimage visited by Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. I can only summarize everything by saying that the Lord visited all holy places right and left, coming and going. Text 6. Because it is impossible for me to record all these places in chronological order, I will simply make a token gesture of recording them. Text 7-8. As previously stated, all the residents of the villages visited by Lord Caitanya became Vaisnavas and began to chant Hari and Krishna. In this way, in all the villages visited by the Lord, everyone became a Vaisnava, a devotee. Text 9. In South India there were many types of people. Some were philosophical speculators, and some were fruitive workers, but in any case there were innumerable non-devotees. Text 10. By the influence of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all these people abandoned their own opinions and became Vaisnavas, devotees of Krishna. Text 11. At the time, all the South Indian Vaisnavas were worshippers of Lord Ramacandra. Some were Tadvavadis, and some were followers of Ramanujakarya. Text 12. After meeting Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all those different Vaisnavas became devotees of Krishna and began chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 13. O Lord Ramacandra, descendant of Maharaja Raghu, kindly protect me. O Lord Krishna, killer of the Kesi demon, kindly protect me. Text 14. While walking on the road, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to chant this Ramaragava mantra. Chanting in this way, he arrived at the banks of the Gautami Ganga and took his bath there. Text 15. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then went to Mallikarjuna Tirtha and saw the deity of Lord Shiva there. He also induced all the people to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 16. There he saw Lord Mahadeva, Shiva, the servant of Lord Rama. He then went to Ahovalanarasimha. Text 17. Upon seeing the Ahovalanarasimha deity, Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered many prayers unto the Lord. He then went to Siddhavada, where he saw the deity of Ramacandra, the lord of Siddhadevi. Text 18. Upon seeing the deity of Lord Ramacandra, the descendant of King Raghu, the Lord offered his prayers and obeisances. Then a Brahmana invited the Lord to take lunch. Text 19. That Brahmana constantly chanted the holy name of Ramacandra. Indeed, but for chanting Lord Ramacandra's holy name, that Brahmana did not speak a word. Text 20. That day, Lord Caitanya remained there and accepted prasadam at his house. After bestowing mercy upon him in this way, the Lord proceeded ahead. Text 21. At the holy place known as Skanda etc., Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Skanda. From there he went to Trimatha, where he saw the Vishnu deity Trivikrama. Text 22. After visiting the temple of Trivikrama, the Lord returned to Siddhavada, where he again visited the house of the Brahmana, who was now constantly chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 23, after finishing his lunch there, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked the Brahmana, "My dear friend, kindly tell me what your position is now." Text 24, formerly you were constantly chanting the holy name of Lord Rama. Why are you now constantly chanting the holy name of Krishna? Text 25, the Brahmana replied, "This is all due to your influence, sir. After seeing you, I have lost my lifelong practice." Text 26, from my childhood I have been chanting the holy name of Lord Ramacandra, but upon seeing you I chanted the holy name of Lord Krishna just once. Text 27, since then, the holy name of Krishna has been tightly fixed upon my tongue. Indeed, since I have been chanting the holy name of Krishna, the holy name of Lord Ramacandra has gone far away. Text 28, from my childhood I have been collecting the glories of the holy name from revealed scriptures. Text 29, the supreme absolute truth is called Rama because the transcendentalists take pleasure in the unlimited true pleasure of spiritual existence. Text 30, the word Krs is the attractive feature of the Lord's existence, and Na means spiritual pleasure. When the verb Krs is added to the affix Na, it becomes Krishna, which indicates the absolute truth. Text 31, as far as the holy names of Rama and Krishna are concerned, they are on an equal level, but for further advancement we receive some specific information from the revealed scriptures. Text 32, Lord Shiva addressed his wife, Durga, over an Anna, I chant the holy name of Rama, Rama, Rama and thus enjoy this beautiful sound. This holy name of Ramacandra is equal to 1000 holy names of Lord Vishnu. Text 33, the pious results derived from chanting the 1000 holy names of Vishnu 3 times can be attained by only one utterance of the holy name of Krishna. Text 34, according to this statement of the Sastras, the glories of the holy name of Krishna are unlimited. Still I could not chant his holy name. Please hear the reason for this. Text 35, my worshipable Lord has been Lord Ramacandra, and by chanting his holy name I received happiness. Because I received such happiness, I chanted the holy name of Lord Rama day and night. Text 36, by your appearance, Lord Krishna's holy name also appeared, and at that time the glories of Krishna's name awoke in my heart. Text 37, Sir, you are that Lord Krishna himself. This is my conclusion. Saying this, the Brahmana fell down at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 38, after showing mercy to the Brahmana, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu left the next day and arrived at Varanasi, where he visited the temple of Lord Shiva. Text 39, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then left Varanasi and proceeded further. In one village he saw that most of the residents were Brahmanas, and he took his rest there. Text 40, due to the influence of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, many millions of men came just to see him. Indeed, the assembly being unlimited, its members could not be counted. Text 41, the Lord's bodily features were very beautiful, and in addition he was always in the ecstasy of love of Godhead. Simply by seeing him, everyone began chanting the holy name of Krishna, and thus everyone became a Vaisnava devotee. Text 42, there are many kinds of philosophers. Some are logicians who follow Gautama or Kanada. Some follow the Mamsa philosophy of Jaimini. Some follow the Mayavada philosophy of Sankaracharya, and others follow Kapila's Sankhya philosophy or the mystic yoga system of Patanjali. Some follow the Samarthi Sastra composed of 20 religious scriptures, and others follow the Puranas and the Tantra Sastra. In this way there are many different types of philosophers. Text 43, all of these adherents of various scriptures were ready to present the conclusions of their respective scriptures, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu broke all their opinions to pieces and established his own cult of bhakti based on the Vedas, Vedanta, the Brahma Sutra and the philosophy of Akantayabdabheda Tattva. Text 44, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu established the devotional cult everywhere. No one could defeat him. Text 45, being thus defeated by Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all these philosophers and their followers entered into his cult. In this way Lord Caitanya made South India into a country of Vaisnavas. Text 46, when the non-believers heard of the erudition of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, they came to him with great pride, bringing their disciples with them. Text 47, one of them was a leader of the Buddhist cult and was a very learned scholar. To establish the 9 philosophical conclusions of Buddhism, he came before the Lord and began to speak. Text 48, although the Buddhists are unfit for discussion and should not be seen by Vaisnavas, Caitanya Mahaprabhu spoke to them just to decrease their false pride. Text 49, the scriptures of the Buddhist cult are chiefly based on argument and logic, and they contain 9 chief principles. Because Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu defeated the Buddhists in their argument, they could not establish their cult. Text 50, The teacher of the Buddhist cult set forth the 9 principles, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu broke them to pieces with his strong logic. Text 51. All mental speculators and learned scholars were defeated by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and when the people began to laugh, the Buddhist philosophers felt both shame and fear. Text 52. The Buddhists could understand that Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was a Vaisnava, and they returned home very unhappy. Later, however, they began to plot against the Lord. Text 53. Having made their plot, the Buddhists brought a plate of untouchable food before Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and called it Mahaprasadam. Text 54. When the contaminated food was offered to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, a very large bird appeared on the spot, picked up the plate in its beak and flew away. Text 55. Indeed, the untouchable food fell upon the Buddhists, and the large bird dropped the plate on the head of the chief Buddhist teacher. When it fell on his head, it made a big sound. Text 56. The plate was made of metal, and when its edge hit the head of the teacher, it cut him, and the teacher immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Text 57. When the teacher fell unconscious, his Buddhist disciples cried aloud and ran to the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu for shelter. Text 58. They all prayed to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, addressing him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself and saying, "Sir, please excuse our offense. Please have mercy upon us and bring our spiritual master back to life." Text 59. The Lord then replied to the Buddhist disciples, "You should all chant the names of Krishna and Hari very loudly near the ear of your spiritual master." Text 60. By this method your spiritual master will regain his consciousness. Following Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's advice, all the Buddhist disciples began to chant the holy name of Krishna congregationally. Text 61. When all the disciples chanted the holy names Krishna, Rama, and Hari, the Buddhist teacher regained consciousness and immediately began to chant the holy name of Lord Hari. Text 62. When the spiritual master of the Buddhists began to chant the holy name of Krishna and submitted to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the people who were gathered there were astonished. Text 63. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Sasidevi, then suddenly and playfully disappeared from everyone's sight, and it was impossible for anyone to find him. Text 64. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu next arrived at Tirupati and Tirumala, where he saw a four-handed deity. Then he proceeded toward Venkata Hill. Text 65. After arriving at Tirupati, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Lord Ramacandra. He offered his prayers and obeisances before Ramacandra, the descendant of King Raghu. Text 66. Everywhere Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went, his influence astonished everyone. He next arrived at the temple of Pananarsimha. The Lord is so merciful. Text 67. In great ecstatic love, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered obeisances and prayers unto Lord Narasimha. The people were astonished to see Lord Chaitanya's influence. Text 68. Arriving at Shiva Kanci, Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the deity of Lord Shiva. By his influence, he converted all the devotees of Lord Shiva into Vaisnavas. Text 69. The Lord then visited a holy place known as Vishnu Kanci. There he saw Lakshmi Narayana deities, and he offered his respects and many prayers to please them. Text 70. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stayed at Vishnu Kanci for 2 days, he danced and performed kirtana in ecstasy. When all the people saw him, they were converted into devotees of Lord Krishna. Text 71. After visiting Trimalaya, Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Trikalahasti. There he saw Lord Shiva and offered him all respects and obeisances. Text 72. At Paksitirtha, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Lord Shiva. Then he went to the Vrdakola place of pilgrimage. Text 73. At Vrdakola, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Svatavara, the white boar incarnation. After offering him respects, the Lord visited the temple of Lord Shiva, wherein the deity is dressed with yellow garments. Text 74. After visiting the temple of Siali Bhairavi, a form of the goddess Durga, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sasi, went to the bank of the river Kaveri. Text 75. The Lord then visited a place known as Gosamaja, where he saw Lord Shiva's temple. He then arrived at Vedavana, where he saw another deity of Lord Shiva and offered him prayers. Text 76. Seeing the Shiva deity named Amritalinga, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered his obeisances. Thus he visited all the temples of Lord Shiva and converted the devotees of Lord Shiva into Vaisnavas. Text 77. At Devastana, Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Lord Vishnu, and there he talked with the Vaisnavas in the disciplic succession of Ramanujakarya. These Vaisnavas are known as Sri Vaisnavas. Text 78. At Kumbhakarnakupala, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw a great lake and then the holy place named Shiva etc., where a temple of Lord Shiva is located. Text 79. After visiting the holy place named Shiva etc., Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Papanasana and there saw the temple of Lord Vishnu. Then he finally reached Sri Rang etc. Text 80. After bathing in the river Kaveri, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw the temple of Ranganatha and offered his ardent prayers and obeisances. Thus he felt himself successful. Text 81. In the temple of Ranganatha, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu chanted and danced in ecstatic love of Godhead. Seeing his performance, everyone was struck with wonder. Text 82. A Vaisnava known as Venkatabhata then invited Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his home with great respect. Text 83. Sri Venkatabhata took Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his home. After he washed the Lord's feet, all the members of his family drank the water. Text 84. After offering lunch to the Lord, Venkatabhata submitted that the period of Caitanya had already arrived. Text 85. Venkatabhata said, "Please be merciful to me and stay at my house during Caitanya. Speak about Lord Krishna's pastimes and kindly deliver me by your mercy." Text 86. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained at the house of Venkatabhata for 4 continuous months. The Lord passed his days in great happiness, enjoying the transcendental mellow of discussing Lord Krishna's pastimes. Text 87. While there, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took his bath in the river Kaveri and visited the temple of Sri Ranga. Every day the Lord also danced in ecstasy. Text 88. The beauty of Lord Chaitanya's body and his ecstatic love of God were witnessed by everyone. Many people used to come see him, and as soon as they saw him, all their unhappiness and distress vanished. Text 89. Many hundreds of thousands of people from various countries came to see the Lord, and after seeing him they all chanted the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 90. Indeed, they did not chant anything but the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and all of them became Lord Krishna's devotees. Thus the general populace was astonished. Text 91. All the Vaisnava Brahmanas residing in Sri Ranga etc. invited the Lord to their homes. Indeed, he had an invitation every day. Text 92. Each day the Lord was invited by a different Brahmana, but some of the Brahmanas did not get the opportunity to offer him lunch because the period of Caitanya came to an end. Text 93. In the holy place of Sri Ranga etc., a Brahmana Vaisnava used to visit the temple daily and recite the entire text of the Bhagavad Gita. Text 94. The Brahmana regularly read the 18 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita in great transcendental ecstasy, but because he could not pronounce the words correctly, people used to joke about him. Text 95. Due to his incorrect pronunciation, people sometimes criticized him and laughed at him, but he did not care. He was full of ecstasy due to reading the Bhagavad Gita and was personally very happy. Text 96. While reading the book, the Brahmana experienced transcendental bodily transformations. The hairs on his body stood on end, tears welled up in his eyes, and his body trembled and perspired as he read. Seeing this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became very happy. Text 97. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked the Brahmana, "My dear sir, why are you in such ecstatic love? Which portion of the Bhagavad Gita gives you such transcendental pleasure?" Text 98. The Brahmana replied, "I am illiterate and therefore do not know the meaning of the words. Sometimes I read the Bhagavad Gita correctly and sometimes incorrectly, but in any case I am doing this in compliance with the orders of my spiritual master." Text 99. The Brahmana continued, "Actually I only see Lord Krishna sitting on a chariot as Arjuna's charioteer. Taking the reins in his hands, he appears very beautiful and blackish." Text 100. While seeing Lord Krishna sitting in a chariot and instructing Arjuna, I am filled with ecstatic happiness. Text 101. As long as I read the Bhagavad Gita, I simply see the Lord's beautiful features. It is for this reason that I am reading the Bhagavad Gita, and my mind cannot be distracted from this. Text 102. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu told the Brahmana, "Indeed, you are an authority in the reading of the Bhagavad Gita. Whatever you know constitutes the real purport of the Bhagavad Gita." Text 103. After saying this, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced the Brahmana, and the Brahmana, catching the lotus feet of the Lord, began to cry. Text 104. The Brahmana said, "Upon seeing you, my happiness is doubled. I take it that you are the same Lord Krishna." Text 105. The mind of the Brahmana was purified by the revelation of Lord Krishna, and therefore he could understand the truth of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in all details. Text 106. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then taught the Brahmana very thoroughly and requested him not to disclose the fact that he was Lord Krishna himself. Text 107. That Brahmana became a great devotee of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and for 4 continuous months he did not give up the Lord's company. Text 108, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained at the house of Venkatabhata and constantly talked with him about Lord Krishna. In this way he was very happy. Text 109, being a Vaisnava in the Ramanuja Sampradaya, Venkatabhata worshipped the deities of Lakshmi and Narayana. Seeing his pure devotion, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very satisfied. Text 110, constantly associating with each other, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Venkatabhata gradually developed a friendly relationship. Indeed, sometimes they laughed and joked together. Text 111, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu told the Bhattacharya, your worshipable goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, always remains on the chest of Narayana, and she is certainly the most chaste woman in the creation. Text 112, however, my lord is Lord Sri Krishna, a cowherd boy who is engaged in tending cows. Why is it that Lakshmi, being such a chaste wife, wants to associate with my lord? Text 113, just to associate with Krishna, Lakshmi abandoned all transcendental happiness in Vaikuntha and for a long time accepted vows and regulative principles and performed unlimited austerities. Text 114, Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, O Lord, we do not know how the serpent Kaliya attained such an opportunity to be touched by the dust of your lotus feet. Even the goddess of fortune, for this end, performed austerities for centuries, giving up all other desires and observing austere vows. Indeed, we do not know how the serpent Kaliya got such an opportunity. Text 115, Venkatabhata then said, Lord Krishna and Lord Narayana are one and the same, but the pastimes of Krishna are more relishable due to their sportive nature. Text 116, since Krishna and Narayana are the same personality, Lakshmi's association with Krishna does not break her vow of chastity. Rather, it was in great fun that the goddess of fortune wanted to associate with Lord Krishna. Text 117, Venkatabhata continued, according to transcendental realization, there is no difference between the forms of Narayana and Krishna. Yet in Krishna there is a special transcendental attraction due to the conjugal mellow, and consequently he surpasses Narayana. This is the conclusion of transcendental mellows. Text 118, the goddess of fortune considered that her vow of chastity would not be damaged by her relationship with Krishna. Rather, by associating with Krishna she could enjoy the benefit of the rasa dance. Text 119, Venkatabhata further explained, Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, is also an enjoyer of transcendental bliss, therefore if she wanted to enjoy herself with Krishna, what fault is there? Why are you joking so about this? Text 120, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, I know that there is no fault on the part of the goddess of fortune, but still she could not enter into the rasa dance. We hear this from the revealed scriptures. Text 121, when Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the gopis in the rasa līlā, the gopis were embraced around the neck by the Lord's arms. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the goddess of fortune or the other consorts in the spiritual world. Nor was such a thing ever imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, girls whose bodily luster and aroma exactly resemble the beauty and fragrance of lotus flowers. And what to speak of worldly women, who may be very, very beautiful according to material estimation. Text 122, but can you tell me why the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, could not enter the rasa dance? The authorities of Vedic knowledge could enter the dance and associate with Krishna. Text 123, great sages conquer the mind and senses by practicing the mystic yoga system and controlling the breath. Thus engaging in mystic yoga, they see the supersoul within their hearts and ultimately enter into impersonal Brahman. But even the enemies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead attain that position simply by thinking of the Supreme Lord. However, the damsels of Raya, the gopis, being attracted by the beauty of Krishna, simply wanted to embrace him in his arms, which are like serpents. Thus the gopis ultimately tasted the nectar of the lotus feet of the Lord. Similarly, we Upanishads can also taste the nectar of his lotus feet by following in the footsteps of the gopis. Text 124, having been asked by Caitanya Mahaprabhu why the goddess of fortune could not enter into the rasa dance whereas the authorities on Vedic knowledge could, Venkatabhata replied, I cannot enter into the mysteries of this behavior. Text 125, Venkatabhata then said, I am an ordinary human being. Since my intelligence is very limited and I am easily agitated, my mind cannot enter within the deep ocean of the pastimes of the Lord. Text 126, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself. You know the purport of your activities, and the person whom you enlighten can also understand your pastimes. Text 127, the Lord replied, Lord Krishna has a special characteristic. He attracts everyone's heart by the mellow of his personal conjugal love. Text 128, by following in the footsteps of the inhabitants of the planet known as Rajaloka or the Loka Vrindavana, one can attain the shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. However, in that planet the inhabitants do not know that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 129. There someone may accept him as a son and sometimes bind him to a grinding mortar. Someone else may accept him as an intimate friend and, attaining victory over him, playfully mount his shoulders. Text 130. The inhabitants of Rajabhumi know Krishna as the son of Maharaja Nanda, the king of Rajabhumi, and they consider that they can have no relationship with the Lord in the rasa of opulence. Text 131. One who worships the Lord by following in the footsteps of the inhabitants of Rajabhumi attains him in the transcendental planet of Raya, where he is known as the son of Maharaja Nanda. Text 132. Caitanya Mahaprabhu then quoted, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the son of Mother Yasoda, is accessible to those devotees engaged in spontaneous loving service, but he is not as easily accessible to mental speculators, to those striving for self-realization by severe austerities and penances, or to those who consider the body the same as the self." Text 133. The authorities in the Vedic literature who are known as the Shruti Ganas worshipped Lord Krishna in the ecstasy of the Gopas and followed in their footsteps. Text 134. The personified authorities on the Vedic hymns acquired bodies like those of the Gopas and took birth in Rajabhumi. In those bodies they were allowed to enter into the Lord's Rasa Līlā dance. Text 135. Lord Krishna belongs to the cowherd community, and the Gopas are the dearmost lovers of Krishna. Although the wives of the denizens of the heavenly planets are most opulent within the material world, neither they nor any other women in the material universe can acquire Krishna's association. Text 136. The goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, wanted to enjoy Krishna and at the same time retain her spiritual body in the form of Lakshmi. However, she did not follow in the footsteps of the Gopas in her worship of Krishna. Text 137. Vyasadeva, the supreme authority on Vedic literature, composed the verse beginning Nayam Sukapa Bhagavan because no one can enter into the Rasa Līlā dance in any body other than that of a gopi. Text 138. Before this explanation was given by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Venkatabhata thought that Sri Narayana was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 139. Thinking in this way, Venkatabhata believed that worship of Narayana was the supreme form of worship, superior to all other processes of devotional service, for it was followed by the Sri Vaisnava disciples of Ramanujakarya. Text 140. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had understood this misconception of Venkatabhata's, and to correct it the Lord talked so much in a joking way. Text 141. The Lord then continued, "My dear Venkatabhata, please do not continue doubting. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and this is the conclusion of the Vedic literatures." Text 142. Lord Narayana, the opulent form of Krishna, attracts the minds of the goddess of fortune and her followers. Text 143. All these incarnations of Godhead are either plenary portions or parts of the plenary portions of the Purusa avatars. But Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. In every age he protects the world through his different features when the world is disturbed by the enemies of Indra. Text 144. Because Krishna has four extraordinary qualities not possessed by Lord Narayana, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, always desires his company. Text 145. You have recited the sloka beginning with Siddhantadas Devi Abhidpai. That very verse is evidence that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 146. According to transcendental realization, there is no difference between the forms of Krishna and Narayana. Yet in Krishna there is a special transcendental attraction due to the conjugal mellow, and consequently he surpasses Narayana. This is the conclusion of transcendental mellows. Text 147. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, attracts the mind of the goddess of fortune, but Lord Narayana cannot attract the minds of the Gopas. This proves the super-excellence of Krishna. Text 148. To say nothing of Lord Narayana personally, Lord Krishna himself appeared as Narayana just to play a joke on the Gopas. Text 149. Although Krishna assumed the four-armed form of Narayana, he could not attract the serious attention of the Gopas in ecstatic love. Text 150. Once Lord Sri Krishna playfully manifested himself as Narayana, with four victorious hands and a very beautiful form. When the Gopas saw this exalted form, however, their ecstatic feelings were crippled. A learned scholar, therefore, cannot understand the Gopas' ecstatic feelings, which are firmly fixed upon the original form of Lord Krishna as the son of Nanda Maharaja. The wonderful feelings of the Gopas in ecstatic Parama Rasa with Krishna constitute the greatest mystery in spiritual life. Text 151. In this way Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu deflated the pride of Venkatabhata, but just to make him happy again, he spoke as follows. Text 152, the Lord pacified Venkatabhata by saying, "Actually whatever I have said is by way of jest. Now you can hear from me the conclusion of the Sastras, in which every Vaisnava devotee has firm faith." Text 153, there is no difference between Lord Krishna and Lord Narayana, for they are of the same form. Similarly, there is no difference between the Gopas and the goddess of fortune, for they also are of the same form. Text 154, the goddess of fortune enjoys the association of Krishna through the Gopas. One should not differentiate between the forms of the Lord, for such a conception is offensive. Text 155, there is no difference between the transcendental forms of the Lord. Different forms are manifested due to different attachments of different devotees. Actually the Lord is one, but he appears in different forms just to satisfy his devotees. Text 156, when the jewel known as Vaidurya touches various other materials, it appears to be separated into different colors, and consequently its forms also appear different. Similarly, according to the meditational ecstasy of the devotee, the Lord, who is known as Asayuta, the infallible one, appears in different forms, although he is essentially one. Text 157, Venkatabhata then said, "I am an ordinary fallen living entity, but you are Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself." Text 158, the transcendental pastimes of the Lord are unfathomable, and I do not know anything about them. Whatever you say I accept as the truth. Text 159, I have been engaged in the service of Lakshmi Narayana, and it is due to their mercy that I have been able to see your lotus feet. Text 160, out of your causeless mercy you have told me of the glories of Lord Krishna. No one can reach the end of the opulence, qualities and forms of the Lord. Text 161, I can now understand that devotional service unto Lord Krishna is the supreme form of worship. Out of your causeless mercy you have made my life successful simply by explaining the facts. Text 162, after saying this, Venkatabhata fell down before the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord, out of his causeless mercy, embraced him. Text 163, when the period of Caitanya was completed, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took permission to leave from Venkatabhata, and after visiting Sri Ranga, he proceeded further toward southern India. Text 164, Venkatabhata did not want to return home but also wanted to go with the Lord. It was with great endeavor that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu bade him farewell. Text 165, when he did so, Venkatabhata fell down unconscious. Such are the pastimes of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sasi, at Sri Ranga etc. Text 166, when the Lord arrived at Urzaba hill, he saw the temple of Lord Narayana and offered obeisances and various prayers. Text 167, Paramananda Puri had stayed at Urzaba hill during the 4 months of the rainy season, and when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard this, he immediately went to see him. Text 168, upon meeting Paramananda Puri, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered him all respects, touching his lotus feet, and Paramananda Puri embraced the Lord in ecstasy. Text 169, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stayed with Paramananda Puri in the Brahmana's house where he was residing. The two of them passed 3 days there discussing topics of Krishna. Text 170, Paramananda Puri informed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu that he was going to see Purushotama at Jagannath Puri. After seeing Lord Jagannath there, he would go to Bengal to bathe in the Ganges. Text 171, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then told him, "Please return to Jagannath Puri, for I will return there very soon from Ramesvara, Setalbenda." Text 172, it is my desire to stay with you, and therefore if you would return to Jagannath Puri, you would show great mercy to me. Text 173, after talking in this way with Paramananda Puri, the Lord took his permission to leave and, very pleased, departed for southern India. Text 174, thus Paramananda Puri started for Jagannath Puri, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began walking toward Sri Sela. Text 175, in Sri Sela Lord Shiva and his wife Durga lived in the dress of Brahmanas, and when they saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, they became very pleased. Text 176, Lord Shiva, dressed like a Brahmana, gave alms to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and invited him to spend 3 days in a solitary place. Sitting there together, they talked very confidentially. Text 177, after talking with Lord Shiva, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took his permission to leave and went to Kamakasti Puri. Text 178, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at southern Mathura from Kamakasti, he met a Brahmana. Text 179, The Brahmana who met Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu invited the Lord to his home. This Brahmana was a great devotee and an authority on Lord Sri Ramacandra. He was always detached from material activities. Text 180. After bathing in the river Kritamala, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to the Brahmana's house to take lunch, but he saw that the food was unprepared because the Brahmana had not cooked it. Text 181. Seeing this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My dear sir, please tell me why you have not cooked. It is already noon." Text 182. The Brahmana replied, "My dear Lord, we are living in the forest. For the time being we cannot get all the ingredients for cooking." Text 183. When Lakshmana brings all the vegetables, fruits and roots from the forest, Sita will do the necessary cooking. Text 184. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very satisfied to hear about the Brahmana's method of worship. Finally the Brahmana hastily made arrangements for cooking. Text 185. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took his lunch at about 3 o'clock, but the Brahmana, being very sorrowful, fasted. Text 186. While the Brahmana was fasting, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked him, "Why are you fasting? Why are you so unhappy? Why are you so worried?" Text 187. The Brahmana replied, "I have no reason to live. I shall give up my life by entering either fire or water." Text 188. My dear sir, Mother Sita is the mother of the universe and the supreme goddess of fortune. She has been touched by the demon Ravana, and I am troubled upon hearing this news. Text 189. Sir, due to my unhappiness I cannot continue living. Although my body is burning, my life is not leaving. Text 190. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "Please do not think this way any longer. You are a learned Pandita. Why don't you consider the case?" Text 191. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "Sita Devi, the dearmost wife of the Supreme Lord Ramacandra, certainly has a spiritual form full of bliss. No one can see her with material eyes, for no materialist has such power." Text 192. To say nothing of touching Mother Sita, a person with material senses cannot even see her. When Ravana kidnapped her, he kidnapped only her material, illusory form. Text 193. As soon as Ravana arrived before Sita, she disappeared. Then just to cheat Ravana she sent an illusory, material form. Text 194. Spiritual substance is never within the jurisdiction of the material conception. This is always the verdict of the Vedas and Puranas. Text 195. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then assured the Brahmana, "Have faith in my words and do not burden your mind any longer with this misconception." Text 196. Although the Brahmana was fasting, he had faith in the words of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and accepted food. In this way his life was saved. Text 197. After thus assuring the Brahmana, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu proceeded further into southern India and finally arrived at Durvasana, where he bathed in the river Kritamala. Text 198. At Durvasana Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Lord Ramacandra, and on the hill known as Mahendrasala he saw Lord Parasurma. Text 199. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then went to Setubandha, Ramesvara, where he took his bath at the place called Danastirtha. From there he visited the Ramesvara temple and then took rest. Text 200. There, among the Brahmanas, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu listened to the Karma Purana, wherein is mentioned the chaste woman's narration. Text 201. Srimati Sita Devi is the mother of the three worlds and the wife of Lord Ramacandra. Among chaste women she is supreme, and she is the daughter of King Janaka. Text 202. When Ravana came to kidnap Mother Sita and she saw him, she took shelter of the fire god, Agni. The fire god covered the body of Mother Sita, and in this way she was protected from the hands of Ravana. Text 203. Upon hearing from the Karma Purana how Ravana had kidnapped a false form of Mother Sita, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became very satisfied. Text 204. The fire god, Agni, took away the real Sita and brought her to the place of Parvati, goddess Durga. An illusory form of Mother Sita was then delivered to Ravana, and in this way Ravana was cheated. Text 205. After Ravana was killed by Lord Ramacandra, Sita Devi was brought before the fire and tested. Text 206. When the illusory Sita was brought before the fire by Lord Ramacandra, the fire god made the illusory form disappear and delivered the real Sita to Lord Ramacandra. Text 207. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard this story, he was very pleased, and he remembered the words of Ramadasa Vipra. Text 208. Indeed, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard these conclusive statements from the Karma Purana, he felt great happiness. After asking the Brahmana's permission, he took possession of the manuscript leaves of the Karma Purana. Text 209. Since the Karma Purana was very old, the manuscript was also very old. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took possession of the original leaves in order to have direct evidence. The text was copied onto new leaves in order that the Purana be replaced. Text 210. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned to southern Madurai, and delivered the original manuscript of the Karma Purana to Ramadasa Vipra. Text 211-212. When he was petitioned by Mother Sita, the fire god, Agni, brought forth an illusory form of Sita, and Ravana, who had 10 heads, kidnapped the false Sita. The original Sita then went to the abode of the fire god. When Lord Ramachandra tested the body of Sita, it was the false, illusory Sita that entered the fire. At that time the fire god brought the original Sita from his abode and delivered her to Lord Ramachandra. Text 213. Ramadasa Vipra was very pleased to receive the original leaf manuscript of the Karma Purana, and he immediately fell down before the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and began to cry. Text 214. After receiving the manuscript, the Brahmana, being very pleased, said, "Sir, you are Lord Ramachandra himself and have come in the dress of a sannyasi to give me audience." Text 215. My dear sir, you have delivered me from a very unhappy condition. I request that you take your lunch at my place. Please accept this invitation. Text 216. Due to my mental distress I could not give you a very nice lunch the other day. Now, by good fortune, you have come again to my home. Text 217. Saying this, the Brahmana very happily cooked food, and a first-class dinner was offered to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 218. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night in the house of the Brahmana. Then, after showing him mercy, the Lord started toward the Tamraparni river in Pandya Desa. Text 219. There were 9 temples of Lord Vishnu at Nayatripati, on the bank of the river Tamraparni, and after bathing in the river, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw the deities with great curiosity and wandered on. Text 220. After this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to a holy place known as Chiatatala, where he saw the deities of the 2 brothers Lord Ramachandra and Lakshmana. He then proceeded to Tilakanci, where he saw the temple of Lord Shiva. Text 221. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then visited the holy place named Gajendra Moksana, where he went to a temple of Lord Vishnu. He then came to Panagati, a holy place where he saw the deities of Lord Ramachandra and Sita. Text 222. Later the Lord went to Kamtapura, where he saw the deities of Lord Ramachandra and Lakshmana. He then went to Sri Vakunta and saw the temple of Lord Vishnu there. Text 223. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then went to Malaya Parvat and offered prayers to Agastya Muni. He then visited Kanyakumari, Cape Comorin. Text 224. After visiting Kanyakumari, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu came to Amlatala, where he saw the deity of Sri Ramachandra. Thereafter he went to a place known as Malaradesa, where a community of Bodhisattvas lived. Text 225. After visiting Malaradesa, Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to Tamalakartika and then to Vedapani. There he saw the temple of Raghunatha, Lord Ramachandra, and passed the night. Text 226. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was accompanied by his servant, Krishnadasa. He was a Brahmana, but he met with the Bodhisattvas there. Text 227. With women the Bodhisattvas allured the Brahmana Krishnadasa, who was simple and gentle. By virtue of their bad association, they polluted his intelligence. Text 228. Allured by the Bodhisattvas, Krishnadasa went to their place early in the morning. The Lord also went there very quickly just to find him. Text 229. Upon reaching their community, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu asked the Bodhisattvas, "Why are you keeping my Brahmana assistant?" Text 230. I am in the renounced order of life, and so are you. Yet you are purposefully giving me pain, and I do not see any good logic in this. Text 231. Upon hearing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the Bodhisattvas came running from all sides with weapons in their hands, desiring to hurt the Lord. Text 232. However, their weapons fell from their hands and struck their own bodies. When some of the Bodhisattvas were thus cut to pieces, the others ran away in the 4 directions. Text 233. While there was much roaring and crying at the Bodhisattva community, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu grabbed Krishnadasa by the hair and took him away. Text 234. That very night, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his assistant Krishnadasa arrived at the bank of the Payasvini river. They took their bath and then went to see the temple of Adikesava. Text 235. When the Lord saw the Adikesava temple, he was immediately overwhelmed with ecstasy. offering various obeisances and prayers, he chanted and danced. Text 236. All the people there were greatly astonished to see the ecstatic pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. They all received the Lord very well. Text 237. In the temple of Adikesava, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu discussed spiritual matters among highly advanced devotees. While there, he found a chapter of the Brahma Samhita. Text 238. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was greatly happy to find a chapter of that scripture, and symptoms of ecstatic transformation, trembling, tears, perspiration, trance and jubilation, were manifest in his body. Text 239-240. There is no scripture equal to the Brahma Samhita as far as the final spiritual conclusion is concerned. Indeed, that scripture is the supreme revelation of the glories of Lord Govinda, for it reveals the topmost knowledge about him. Since all conclusions are briefly presented in the Brahma Samhita, it is essential among all the Vaisnava literatures. Text 241. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu copied the Brahma Samhita, and then with great pleasure he went to a place known as Ananta Padmanabha. Text 242. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained for 2 or 3 days at Ananta Padmanabha and visited the temple there. Then, in great ecstasy he went to see the temple of Sri Janardana. Text 243. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu chanted and danced at Sri Janardana for 2 days. He then went to the bank of the Payasvini river and visited the temple of Sankara Narayana. Text 244. Then he saw the monastery known as Sringeri Mata, the abode of Acharya Sankara. He then visited Matsya Tirtha, a place of pilgrimage, and took a bath in the river Tungabhadra. Text 245. Caitanya Mahaprabhu next arrived at Udupi, the place of Madhvacarya, where the philosophers known as Tadvavadis resided. There he saw the deity of Lord Krishna and became mad with ecstasy. Text 246. While at the Udupi monastery, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw dancing Gopala, a most beautiful deity. This deity appeared to Madhvacarya in a dream. Text 247. Madhvacarya had somehow or other acquired the deity of Krishna from a heap of gopi kandana that had been transported in a boat. Text 248. Madhvacarya brought this dancing Gopala deity to Udupi and installed him in the temple. To date, the followers of Madhvacarya, known as Tadvavadis, worship this deity. Text 249. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu received great pleasure in seeing this beautiful form of Gopala. For a long time he danced and chanted in ecstatic love. Text 250. When the Tadvavadi Vaisnavas first saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, they considered him a Mayavadi sannyasi. Therefore they did not talk to him. Text 251. Later, after seeing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in ecstatic love, they were struck with wonder. Then, considering him a Vaisnava, they gave him a nice reception. Text 252. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu could understand that the Tadvavadis were very proud of their Vaisnavism. He therefore smiled and began to speak to them. Text 253. Considering them very proud, Caitanya Mahaprabhu began his discussion. Text 254. The chief Acharya of the Tadvavada community was very learned in the revealed scriptures. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu humbly questioned him. Text 255. Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, I do not know very well the aim of life and how to achieve it. Please tell me of the best ideal for humanity and how to attain it. Text 256. The Acharya replied, when the activities of the 4 castes and the 4 asramas are dedicated to Krishna, they constitute the best means whereby one can attain the highest goal of life. Text 257. When one dedicates the duties of Varnasrama Dharma to Krishna, he is eligible for 5 kinds of liberation. Thus he is transferred to the spiritual world in Vaikuntha. This is the highest goal of life in the verdict of all revealed scriptures. Text 258. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, according to the verdict of the Sastras, the process of hearing and chanting is the best means to attain loving service to Krishna. Text 259-260. This process entails hearing, chanting and remembering the holy name, form, pastimes, qualities and entourage of the Lord, offering service according to the time, place and performer, worshipping the deity, offering prayers, always considering oneself the eternal servant of Krishna, making friends with him and dedicating everything unto him. These 9 items of devotional service, when directly offered to Krishna, constitute the highest attainment of life. This is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. Text 261. When one comes to the platform of loving service to Lord Krishna by executing these 9 processes, beginning with hearing and chanting, he has attained the 5th platform of success and the limit of life's goals. Text 262. When a person is actually advanced and takes pleasure in chanting the holy name of the Lord, who is very dear to him, He is agitated and loudly chants the holy name. He also laughs, cries, becomes agitated and chants just like a madman, not caring for outsiders. Text 263. In every revealed scripture there is condemnation of fruitive activities. It is advised everywhere to give up engagement in fruitive activities, for no one can attain the highest goal of life, love of Godhead, by executing them. Text 264. Occupational duties are described in the religious scriptures. If one analyzes them, he can fully understand their qualities and faults and then give them up completely to render service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A person who does so is considered a first-class man. Text 265. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Text 266. As long as one is not satiated by fruitive activity and has not awakened his taste for devotional service by Sravanam Kirtanam Visno, one has to act according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. Text 267. Pure devotees reject the 5 kinds of liberation. Indeed, for them liberation is very insignificant because they see it as hellish. Text 268. Pure devotees always reject the 5 kinds of liberation, which include living in the spiritual Vaikunta planets, possessing the same opulences as those possessed by the Supreme Lord, having the same bodily features as the Lord's, associating with the Lord and merging into the body of the Lord. The pure devotees do not accept these benedictions without the service of the Lord. Text 269. It is very difficult to give up material opulence, land, children, society, friends, riches, wife or the blessings of the goddess of fortune, which are desired even by great demigods. But King Birda did not desire such things, and this was quite befitting his position, because for a pure devotee whose mind is always engaged in the service of the Lord, even liberation, or merging into the existence of the Lord, is insignificant. And what to speak of material opportunities? Text 270. A person who is a devotee of Lord Narayana is not afraid of a hellish condition, because he considers it the same as elevation to the heavenly planets or liberation. The devotees of Lord Narayana are accustomed to seeing all these things on the same level. Text 271. Both liberation and fruitive activity are rejected by devotees. You are trying to establish these things as life's goal and the process for attaining it. Text 272. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued speaking to the Tadvavadyakarya, seeing that I am a mendicant in the renounced order of life, you have been playing with me in a duplicitous way. You have not actually described the process and ultimate objective. Text 273. After hearing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the Acharya of the Tadvavada Sampradaya became very much ashamed. Upon observing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's rigid faith in Vaisnavism, he was struck with wonder. Text 274. The Tadvavadyakarya replied, "What you have said is certainly factual. It is the conclusion of all the revealed scriptures of the Vaisnavas." Text 275. Still, whatever Madhvacarya has established as the formula for our party we practice as a party policy. Text 276. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, both the fruitive worker and the speculative philosopher are considered non-devotees. We see both elements present in your sampradaya. Text 277. The only qualification that I see in your sampradaya is that you accept the form of the Lord as truth. Text 278. Thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu broke the pride of the Tadvavadis to pieces. He then went to the holy place known as Falgu Tirtha. Text 279. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sasi, next went to Tritakupa, and after seeing the Vesala deity there, he went to the holy place known as Pankapsara Tirtha. Text 280. After seeing Pankapsara, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to Gokarna. While there, he visited the temple of Lord Shiva, and then he went to Devapayani. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the crown jewel of all sannyasis, then went to Saparika Tirtha. Text 281. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then visited the town of Kalapura, where he saw the goddess of fortune in the temple of Ksira Bhagavati and Salanga Ganesa in another temple, known as Korparvati. Text 282. From there Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to Pandharapura, where he happily saw the temple of Vithala Thakura. Text 283. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu chanted and danced in various ways as usual. A Brahmana, seeing him in ecstatic love, was very pleased and invited the Lord to his home for lunch. Text 284. The Brahmana offered Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu food with great respect and love. After finishing his lunch, the Lord received auspicious news. Text 285. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu received word that Sri Rangapuri, one of the disciples of Sri Madhavendra Puri, was present in that village at the home of a Brahmana. Text 286. Hearing this news, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately went to see Sri Rangapuri at the Brahmana's home. Upon entering, the Lord saw him sitting there. Text 287. As soon as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw Sri Rangapuri, he immediately offered him obeisances in ecstatic love, falling flat on the ground. The symptoms of transcendental transformation were visible, namely, tears, jubilation, trembling and perspiration. Text 288. Upon seeing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in such an ecstatic mood, Sri Rangapuri said, "Your Holiness, please get up." Text 289. Your Holiness is certainly related to Sri Madhya, without whom there is no fragrance of ecstatic love. Text 290. After saying this, Sri Rangapuri lifted Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu up and embraced him. As they embraced shoulder to shoulder, they both began to cry in ecstasy. Text 291. After some moments, they came to their senses and became patient. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then informed Sri Rangapuri about his relationship with Isvarapuri. Text 292. They were both inundated by the wonderful ecstasy of love that was aroused in them. Finally they sat down and respectfully began to converse. Text 293. In this way they discussed topics about Lord Krishna continually for 5 to 7 days. Text 294. Out of curiosity, Sri Rangapuri asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu about his birthplace, and the Lord informed him that it was Navadvipadama. Text 295. Sri Rangapuri had formerly gone to Navadvipa with Sri Madhavendra, and he therefore remembered the incidents that had taken place there. Text 296. As soon as Sri Rangapuri recalled Navadvipa, he also recalled accompanying Sri Madhavendra to the house of Jagannath Misra, where Rangapuri had taken lunch. He even remembered the taste of an unprecedented curry made of banana flowers. Text 297. Sri Rangapuri also remembered the wife of Jagannath Misra. She was very devoted and chaste. As for her affection, she was exactly like the mother of the universe. Text 298. He also remembered how Sri Jagannath Misra's wife, Sasamata, was expert in cooking. He recalled that she was very affectionate toward the sannyasis and fed them exactly like her own sons. Text 299. Sri Rangapuri also remembered that one of her deserving sons had accepted the renounced order at a very young age. His name was Sankararanya. Text 300. Sri Rangapuri informed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu that the sannyasi named Sankararanya had attained perfection in that holy place, Pundarapura. Text 301. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "In my previous asrama, Sankararanya was my brother and Jagannath Misra was my father." Text 302. After finishing his talks with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Rangapuri started for Dwarkadama. Text 303. After Sri Rangapuri departed for Dwarka, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained with the Brahmana at Pundarapura for 4 more days. He took his bath in the Bhima river and visited the temple of Vithala. Text 304. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu next went to the bank of the Krishnavenva river, where he visited many holy places and the temples of various gods. Text 305. The Brahmana community there was composed of pure devotees. They regularly studied a book entitled Krishna-caritamrta, which was composed by Balvamangala Thakura. Text 306. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased to hear the book Krishna-caritamrta, and with great eagerness he had it copied and took it with him. Text 307. There is no comparison to the Krishna-caritamrta within the 3 worlds. By studying this book, one is elevated to the knowledge of pure devotional service to Krishna. Text 308. One who constantly reads the Krishna-caritamrta can fully understand the beauty and melodious taste of the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 309. The Brahma Samhita and Krishna-caritamrta were 2 books that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu considered to be most valuable jewels. Therefore he took them with him on his return trip. Text 310. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu next arrived at the banks of the river Tapi. After bathing there, he went to Mahismadipura. While there, he saw many holy places on the banks of the river Narmada. Text 311. The Lord next arrived at Danastirtha, where he took his bath in the river Nirvindya. He then arrived at Rishyamaka mountain and then went to Dandakaranya. Text 312. Within the Dandakaranya forest Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then visited a place called Saptatala. The 7 palm trees there were very old, very bulky and very high. Text 313. Upon seeing the 7 palm trees, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced them. As a result, they all returned to Vaikuntha Loka, the spiritual world. Text 314. After the 7 palm trees had departed for Vaikuntha, everyone was astonished to see that they were gone. The people then began to say, "This sannyasi called Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu must be an incarnation of Lord Ramacandra." Text 315. Only Lord Ramacandra has the power to send 7 palm trees to the spiritual Vaikunta planets. Text 316. Eventually Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at a lake known as Pampa, where he took his bath. He then went to a place called Pankavati, where he rested. Text 317. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then visited Nasika, where he saw the deity of Triambaka, Lord Shiva. He then went to Brahmagiri and then to Kusavarta, the source of the river Godavari. Text 318. After visiting many other holy places, the Lord went to Sapta Godavari. At last he returned to Vidayanagara. Text 319. When Ramananda Raya heard of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival, he was very pleased, and he immediately went to see him. Text 320. When Ramananda Raya fell flat, touching the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord immediately raised him to his feet and embraced him. Text 321. In great ecstatic love they both began to cry, and thus their minds were slackened. Text 322. After some time they regained their senses and sat together to discuss various subjects. Text 323. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu gave Ramananda Raya a vivid description of his travels to the holy places and told him how he had acquired the 2 books named Krishna-caritamrta and Brahma Samhita. The Lord delivered the books to Ramananda Raya. Text 324. The Lord said, "Whatever you have told me about devotional service is all supported by these 2 books." Text 325. Ramananda Raya was very happy to receive these books. He tasted their contents along with the Lord and made a copy of each. Text 326. News spread in the village of Vidayanagara about the arrival of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and everyone came to see him once again. Text 327. After seeing the people who gathered there, Sri Ramananda Raya returned to his own home. At noon, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu got up to take his lunch. Text 328. Sri Ramananda Raya returned at night, and he and the Lord discussed topics concerning Krishna. Thus they passed the night. Text 329. Ramananda Raya and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu discussed Krishna day and night, and thus they passed from 5 to 7 days in great happiness. Text 330. Ramananda Raya said, "My dear Lord, with your permission I have already written a letter to the king with great humility." Text 331. The king has already given me an order to return to Jagannath Puri, and I am making arrangements to do this. Text 332. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, "It is for this purpose alone that I have returned. I want to take you with me to Jagannath Puri." Text 333. Ramananda Raya said, "My dear Lord, it is better that you proceed to Jagannath Puri alone because with me there will be many horses, elephants and soldiers, all roaring tumultuously." Text 334. I shall make arrangements within 10 days. Following you, I shall go to Nilakala without delay. Text 335. Giving orders to Ramananda Raya to come to Nilakala, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu departed for Jagannath Puri with great pleasure. Text 336. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned by the same road he had formerly taken to Vidayanagara, and all the Vaisnavas along the way saw him again. Text 337. Wherever Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went, the holy name of Sri Hari was vibrated. Seeing this, the Lord became very happy. Text 338. When the Lord reached Alalanatha, he sent his assistant Krishnadasa ahead to call for Nityananda Prabhu and other personal associates. Text 339. As soon as Nityananda Prabhu received news of the arrival of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately got up and started out to see him. Indeed, he was very impatient in his great ecstasy. Text 340. Sri Nityananda Raya, Jagadananda, Damodara Pandita and Mukunda all became ecstatic in their happiness, and dancing along the way, they went to meet the Lord. Text 341. Gopinath Acharya also went in a very happy mood. They all went to meet the Lord, and they finally contacted him on the way. Text 342. The Lord was also filled with ecstatic love, and he embraced them all. Out of their love, they began to cry with pleasure. Text 343. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya also went to see the Lord with great pleasure, and he met him on the beach by the sea. Text 344. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya fell down at the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord pulled him up and embraced him. Text 345. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya cried in great ecstatic love. Then the Lord, accompanied by them all, went to the temple of Jagannath. Text 346. Due to ecstatic love experienced upon visiting Lord Jagannath, inundations of trembling, perspiration, tears and jubilation swept the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 347. In ecstatic love Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu danced and chanted. At that time all the attendants and priests came to offer him a garland and the remnants of Lord Jagannath's food. Text 348, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became patient after receiving the garland and prasadam of Lord Jagannath. All the servants of Lord Jagannath met Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with great pleasure. Text 349, Afterward, Kasi Misra came and fell down at the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord respectfully embraced him. Text 350, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then took the Lord with him to his home, saying, "Today's luncheon will be at my home." In this way he invited the Lord. Text 351, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya brought various types of food remnants that had been left by Lord Jagannath. He brought all kinds of cakes and condensed milk preparations. Text 352, accompanied by all his associates, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house and took his noon lunch there. Text 353, after offering food to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya made him lie down to rest, and he personally began to massage the legs of the Lord. Text 354, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then sent Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya to take his lunch, and the Lord remained that night in his home just to please him. Text 355, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his personal associates remained with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. They all stayed awake the entire night as the Lord spoke of his pilgrimage. Text 356, the Lord told Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, "I have traveled to many holy places, but I could not find a Vaisnava as good as you anywhere." Text 357, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "I received much pleasure from the talks of Ramananda Raya." Text 358, thus I have ended my narration about Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's pilgrimage, describing it in brief. It cannot be described very broadly. Text 359, the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya are unlimited. No one can properly describe his activities, yet I make the attempt out of greed. This but reveals my shamelessness. Text 360, whoever hears of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's pilgrimage to various holy places attains the riches of very deep ecstatic love. Text 361, please hear the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with faith and devotion. Giving up envy of the Lord, everyone chant the Lord's holy name, Hari. Text 362, in this age of Kali there are no genuine religious principles other than those established by Vaisnava devotees and the Vaisnava scriptures. This is the sum and substance of everything. Text 363, the pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu are just like an unfathomable ocean. It is not possible for me to enter into it. Simply standing on the shore, I am but touching the water. Text 364, the more one hears the pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with faith, analytically studying them, the more one attains the ecstatic riches of love of Godhead. Text 365, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 10 The Lord's return to Jagannath Puri. While Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was travelling in South India, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had many talks with King Prataparudra. When Maharaja Prataparudra requested the Bhattacharya to arrange an interview with the Lord, the Bhattacharya assured him that he would try to do so as soon as Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned from South India. When the Lord returned to Jagannath Puri from his South Indian tour, he lived at the home of Kasi Misra. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya introduced many Vaisnavas to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu after his return. The father of Ramananda Raya, Bhavananda Raya, offered another son named Vaninatha Patnayaka for the Lord's service. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu informed his associates about the pollution of Krishnadasa brought about by his association with the Bhattacharys, and thus the Lord proposed to give him leave. Nityananda Prabhu sent Krishnadasa to Bengal to inform the Navadvipa devotees about the Lord's return to Jagannath Puri. All the devotees of Navadvipa thus began arranging to come to Jagannath Puri. At this time Paramananda Puri was at Navadvipa, and immediately upon hearing news of the Lord's return, he started for Jagannath Puri accompanied by a Brahmana named Kamalakanta. Purasattama Bhattacharya, a resident of Navadvipa, was educated at Varanasi. He accepted the renounced order from Caitanya-nanda, but he took the name of Svarupa. Thus he arrived at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. After the demise of Sri Isvarapuri, his disciple Govinda, following his instructions, went to serve Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Due to his relationship with Kesava Bharati, Brahmananda Bharati was also respectfully received by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. When he arrived at Jagannath Puri, he was advised to give up the deerskin clothing he wore. When Brahmananda understood Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu correctly, he accepted him as Krishna himself. However, when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya addressed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as Krishna, the Lord immediately protested. In the meantime, Vasisvargasvami also came to see Caitanya Mahaprabhu. In this chapter, devotees from many different areas come to see Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and they are exactly like many rivers that come from many places to finally flow into the sea. Text 1. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is compared to a cloud that pours water on fields of grain, which are like devotees suffering due to a shortage of rain. Separation from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is like a drought, but when the Lord returns, his presence is like a nectarian rain that falls on all the grains and saves them from perishing. Text 2. All glories to Lord Caitanya. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Kendra. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Caitanya. Text 3. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu departed for South India, King Prataparudra called Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya to his palace. Text 4. When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya met with the king offered him a seat with all respects and inquired about news of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 5. The king said to the Bhattacharya, I have heard that a great personality has come from Bengal and is staying at your home. I have also heard that he is very, very merciful. Text 6. I have also heard that this great personality has shown you great favor. At any rate, this is what I hear from many different people. Now, being merciful upon me, you should do me the favor of arranging an interview. Text 7. The Bhattacharya replied, all that you have heard is true, but as far as an interview is concerned, it is very difficult to arrange. Text 8. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is in the renounced order and is very much detached from worldly affairs. He stays in solitary places, and even in dreams he does not grant interviews to a king. Text 9. Still, I would have tried to arrange your interview, but he has recently left to tour South India. Text 10. The king asked, why has he left Jagannath Puri? Text 11. Great saints go to holy places of pilgrimage in order to purify them. For that reason Caitanya Mahaprabhu is visiting many tirthas and delivering many, many conditioned souls. Text 12. Saints of your caliber are themselves places of pilgrimage. Because of their purity, they are constant companions of the Lord, and therefore they can purify even the places of pilgrimage. Text 13. A Vaisnava travels to places of pilgrimage to purify them and reclaim fallen conditioned souls. This is one of the duties of a Vaisnava. Actually, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is not a living entity but the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Consequently, he is a fully independent controller, yet in his position as a devotee, he carries out the activities of a devotee. Text 14. Upon hearing this, the king replied, why did you allow him to leave? Why didn't you fall at his lotus feet and keep him here? Text 15. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself and is completely independent. Being Lord Krishna himself, he is not dependent on anyone. Text 16. Still, I endeavored very hard to keep him here, but because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and completely independent, I was not successful. Text 17. The king said, Bhattacharya, you are the most learned and experienced person I know. Therefore when you address Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as Lord Krishna, I accept this as the truth. Text 18. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returns, I wish to see him just once in order to make my eyes perfect. Text 19. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, His Holiness Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu will return very soon. I wish to have a nice place ready for him, a place solitary and peaceful. Text 20. Lord Chaitanya's residence should be very secluded and also near the temple of Jagannath. Please consider this proposal and give me a nice place for him. Text 21. The king replied, Kasi Misra's house is exactly what you require. It is near the temple and is very secluded, calm and quiet. Text 22. After saying this, the king became very anxious for the Lord to return. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then went to Kasi Misra to convey the king's desire. Text 23. When Kasi Misra heard the proposal, he said, I am very fortunate that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord of all Prabhus, will stay at my home. Text 24. Thus all the residents of Jagannath Puri, which is also known as Purushotama, became anxious to meet Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu again. Text 25. When all the residents of Jagannath Puri became extremely anxious to meet the Lord again, he returned from South India. Text 26. Hearing of the Lord's return, everyone became very happy, and they all went to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and spoke to him as follows. Text 27. Please arrange our meeting with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. It is only by your mercy that we can attain the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 28. The Bhattacharya replied to the people, Tomorrow the Lord will be at the house of Kasi Misra. I shall arrange for you all to meet him. Text 29. The next day Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived and went with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, with great enthusiasm, to see the temple of Lord Jagannath. Text 30. All the servants of Lord Jagannath delivered remnants of the Lord's food to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. In return, Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced them all. Text 31. After seeing Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu left the temple. The Bhattacharya then took him to the house of Kasi Misra. Text 32. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at his house, Kasi Misra immediately fell down at his lotus feet and surrendered himself and all his possessions. Text 33. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then showed Kasi Misra his four-armed form. Then, accepting him for his service, the Lord embraced him. Text 34. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu next sat down at the place prepared for him, and all the devotees, headed by Lord Nityananda Prabhu, surrounded him. Text 35. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy to see his residential quarters, in which all his necessities were taken care of. Text 36. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "This place is just befitting you. Please accept it. It is the hope of Kasi Misra that you do." Text 37. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My body belongs to all of you. Therefore I agree to whatever you say." Text 38. After this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, sitting at the right hand of the Lord, began to introduce all the inhabitants of Purushotama, Jagannath Puri. Text 39. The Bhattacharya said, "My dear Lord, all these people who are residents of Nilakala, Jagannath Puri, have been very anxious to meet you." Text 40. In your absence all these people have been exactly like thirsty Kataka birds crying in disappointment. Kindly accept them. Text 41. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya first introduced Janardana, saying, "Here is Janardana, servant of Lord Jagannath. He renders service to the Lord when it is time to renovate his transcendental body." Text 42. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, "This is Krishnadasa, who carries a golden cane, and here is Sikhi Mahiti, who is in charge of writing." Text 43. This is Pradyumna Misra, who is chief of all Vaisnavas. He is a great servitor of Jagannath, and his name is Dasa. Text 44. This is Mrari Mahiti, the brother of Sikhi Mahiti. He has nothing other than your lotus feet. Text 45. Here are Kandansvara, Sivasvara, Mrari Brahmana, and Visnudasa. They are all constantly engaged in meditating on your lotus feet. Text 46. This is Paramananda Raja, who is also known as Mahapatara. He is very, very intelligent. Text 47. All these pure devotees serve as ornaments to Jagannath Puri. They are always undeviatingly meditating upon your lotus feet. Text 48. After this introduction, everyone fell to the ground like rods. Being very merciful upon them all, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced each one of them. Text 49. At this time Bhavananda Raya appeared with 4 of his sons, and all of them fell down at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 50. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, "This is Bhavananda Raya, the father of Sri Ramananda Raya, who is his first son." Text 51. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Bhavananda Raya and with great respect spoke of his son Ramananda Raya. Text 52. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu honored Bhavananda Raya by saying, "The glories of a person who has a jewel of a son like Ramananda Raya cannot be described within this mortal world." Text 53. You are Maharaja Pandu himself, and your wife is Kunti Devi herself. All your highly intellectual sons are representatives of the 5 Pandavas. Text 54. After hearing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's praise, Bhavananda Raya submitted, "I am in the 4th class of the social order, and I engage in mundane affairs. Although I am very fallen, you have still touched me. This is proof that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Text 55. Appreciating Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's favor, Bhavananda Raya also said, "Along with my home, riches, servants and 5 sons, I surrender myself at your lotus feet." Text 56. This son Vaninatha will remain at your lotus feet to always immediately attend to your orders and serve you. Text 57. My dear Lord, please consider me your relative. Do not hesitate to order whatever you desire at any time you desire it. Text 58. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted Bhavananda Raya's offer, saying, "I accept without hesitation because you are not an outsider. Birth after birth you have been my servant, along with your family members." Text 59. Sri Ramananda Raya is coming within 5 to 7 days. As soon as he arrives, my desires will be fulfilled. I take great pleasure in his company. Text 60. Saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Bhavananda Raya. The Lord then touched the heads of his sons with his lotus feet. Text 61. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then sent Bhavananda Raya back to his home, and he kept only Vinatha Patnayaka in his personal service. Text 62, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then asked all the people to leave. Afterward, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu called for Kala Krishnadasa, who had accompanied the Lord during his South Indian tour. Text 63, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My dear Bhattacharya, just consider the character of this man who went with me to South India." Text 64, he left my company to associate with the Bhattacharys, but I rescued him from their company and brought him here. Text 65, now that I have brought him here, I am asking him to leave. Now he can go wherever he likes, for I am no longer responsible for him. Text 66, hearing the Lord reject him, Kala Krishnadasa began to cry. However, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, not caring for him, immediately left to take his noon lunch. Text 67, after this, the other devotees, headed by Nityananda Prabhu, Jagadananda, Mukunda and Damodara, began to consider a certain plan. Text 68, the Lord's four devotees considered, "We want a person to go to Bengal just to inform Sasamata about Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival at Jagannath Puri." Text 69, after hearing news of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival, devotees like Advaita and Srivasa will certainly come to see him. Text 70, let us therefore send Krishnadasa to Bengal. Saying this, they kept Krishnadasa engaged in the service of the Lord and gave him assurance. Text 71, the next day, all the devotees asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, "Please give permission for a person to go to Bengal." Text 72, Mother Sasi and all the devotees headed by Advaita Prabhu are all very unhappy due to not receiving news about your return from your South Indian tour. Text 73, one person should go to Bengal and inform them about the auspicious news of your return to Jagannath Puri. Text 74, in this way Kala Krishnadasa was sent to Bengal, and he was given sufficient quantities of Lord Jagannath's food remnants to distribute there. Text 75, thus Kala Krishnadasa went to Bengal, and he first went to Navadvipa to see Mother Sasi. Text 76, upon reaching Mother Sasi, Kala Krishnadasa first offered his obeisances and delivered the food remnants, Mahaprasadam. He then informed her of the good news that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had returned from his South Indian tour. Text 77, this good news gave much pleasure to Mother Sasi, as well as to all the devotees of Navadvipa, headed by Srivasa Thakura. Text 78, hearing of Lord Chaitanya's return to Puri, everyone became very glad. Krishnadasa next went to the house of Advaita Acharya. Text 79, after paying him respectful obeisances, Krishnadasa offered Mahaprasadam to Advaita Acharya. He then informed him of the news of Lord Chaitanya in complete detail. Text 80, when Advaita Acharya Goswami heard of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's return, he became very pleased. In his great ecstasy of love, he made a rumbling sound and danced and chanted for a long time. Text 81, also hearing this auspicious news, Haridasa Thakura became very pleased. So also did Vasudeva Datta, Mrarigupta, and Sivananda Sena. Text 82, Acharyaratna, Vakresvara Pandita, Acharyanatha and Gadadhara Pandita were all very pleased to hear this news. Text 83, Sri Rama Pandita, Damodara Pandita, Shriman Pandita, Vijaya and Sridhara were also very pleased to hear it. Text 84, Raghava Pandita, Nandana Acharya and all the devotees became very satisfied. How many can I describe? Text 85, everyone was very pleased, and they all gathered together at the house of Advaita Acharya. Text 86, all the devotees offered respectful obeisances at the lotus feet of Advaita Acharya, and in return Advaita Acharya embraced them all. Text 87, Advaita Acharya then held a festival that lasted 2 or 3 days. Thereafter, they all made a firm decision to go to Jagannath Puri. Text 88, all the devotees met together at Navadvipa and, with Mother Sasi's permission, departed for Niladri, Jagannath Puri. Text 89, the inhabitants of Kolina Grama, Satyaraja, Ramananda and all the other devotees there, came and joined Advaita Acharya. Text 90, Mukunda, Narahari, Raghulandana and all the others came from Kanta to Advaita Acharya's home to accompany him to Jagannath Puri. Text 91, at that time Paramananda Puri came from South India. Traveling along the banks of the Ganges, he ultimately reached the town of Madhya. Text 92, at Navadvipa, Paramananda Puri took his board and lodging at the house of Sasamata. She provided him with everything very respectfully. Text 93, while residing at the house of Sasamata, Paramananda Puri heard the news of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's return to Jagannath Puri. He therefore decided to go there as soon as possible. Text 94, there was a devotee of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's named Divya Kamalakanta, whom Paramananda Puri took with him to Jagannath Puri. Text 95, Paramananda Puri very soon arrived at Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's place. The Lord was very happy to see him. Text 96, in the great ecstasy of love, the Lord worshipped the lotus feet of Paramananda Puri, and in turn Paramananda Puri embraced the Lord in great ecstasy. Text 97, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Please stay with me and thus show me favor, accepting the shelter of Jagannath Puri." Text 98, Paramananda Puri replied, "I also wish to stay with you. Therefore I have come from Bengal, Gouda, to Jagannath Puri." Text 99, at Navadvipa, Mother Sasi and all the other devotees were very glad to hear about your return from South India. Text 100, they are all coming here to see you, but seeing that they were delayed, I came alone very quickly. Text 101, there was a solitary room at K.C. Misra's house, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu gave it to Paramananda Puri. He also gave him a servant. Text 102, Svarupa Damodara also arrived the next day. He was a very intimate friend of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's, and he was an ocean of transcendental mellows. Text 103, when Svarupa Damodara was residing at Navadvipa under the shelter of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, his name was Purusattama-acharya. Text 104, after seeing that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order, Purusattama-acharya became like a madman and immediately went to Varanasi to take sannyasa. Text 105, at the conclusion of his sannyasa, his spiritual master, Caitanya Bharati, ordered him, read the Vedanta Sutra and teach it to all others. Text 106, Svarupa Damodara was a great renunciant as well as a great learned scholar. With heart and soul he took shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Text 107, he was very enthusiastic to worship Sri Krishna without disturbance, and therefore, almost in madness, he accepted the sannyasa order. Text 108, upon accepting sannyasa, Purusattama-acharya followed the regulative principles by giving up his tuft of hair and sacred thread, but he did not accept the saffron-colored dress. Also, he did not accept a sannyasi title but remained as a Nastika Brahmachari. Text 109, after taking permission from his sannyasa guru, Svarupa Damodara went to Nilakala and accepted the shelter of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Then all day and night, in ecstatic love of Krishna, he enjoyed transcendental mellows in the loving service of the Lord. Text 110, Svarupa Damodara was the limit of all learned scholarship, but he did not exchange words with anyone. He simply remained in a solitary place, and no one could understand where he was. Text 111, Sri Svarupa Damodara was the personification of ecstatic love, fully cognizant of the transcendental mellows in relationship with Krishna. He directly represented Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as his second expansion. Text 112, if someone wrote a book or composed verses and songs and wanted to recite them before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Svarupa Damodara would first examine them and then correctly present them. Only then would Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu agree to listen. Text 113, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was never pleased to hear books or verses opposed to the conclusive statements of devotional service. The Lord did not like hearing rasabhasa, the overlapping of transcendental mellows. Text 114, it was the practice of Svarupa Damodara Goswami to examine all literatures to find out whether their conclusions were correct. Only then would he allow them to be heard by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 115, Sri Svarupa Damodara used to read the poems of Vidyapati and Kantadasa and Jayadeva Goswami Sri Gita Govinda. He used to make Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu very happy by singing these songs. Text 116, Svarupa Damodara was as expert a musician as the Gandharvas, and in scriptural discussion he was just like Brihaspati, the priest of the heavenly gods. Therefore it is to be concluded that there was no great personality quite like Svarupa Damodara. Text 117, Sri Svarupa Damodara was very dear to Advaita Acharya and Nityananda Prabhu, and he was the life and soul of all the devotees, headed by Srivasa Thakura. Text 118, when Svarupa Damodara came to Jagannath Puri, he fell flat before the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, offering him obeisances and reciting a verse. Text 119, O Ocean of Mercy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu! Let there be an awakening of your auspicious mercy, which easily drives away all kinds of material lamentation by making everything pure and blissful. Indeed, your mercy awakens transcendental bliss and covers all material pleasures. By your auspicious mercy, quarrels and disagreements arising among different scriptures are vanquished. Your auspicious mercy pours forth transcendental mellows and thus causes the heart to jubilate. Your mercy, which is full of joy, always stimulates devotional service and glorifies conjugal love of God. May transcendental bliss be awakened within my heart by your causeless mercy. Text 120, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu raised Svarupa Damodar to his feet and embraced him. They both became ecstatic in love and fell unconscious. Text 121. After they had regained their patience, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to speak. Text 122. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, I saw in a dream that you were coming, and so this is very auspicious. I have been like a blind man, but your coming here restores my vision. Text 123. Svarupa said, My dear Lord, please excuse my offense. I gave up your company to go elsewhere, and that was my great mistake. Text 124. My dear Lord, I do not possess even a trace of love for your lotus feet. If I did, how could I have gone to another country? I am therefore a most sinful man. Text 125. I gave up your company, but you did not give me up. By your rope of mercy you have bound me by the neck and brought me back again to your lotus feet. Text 126. Svarupa Damodar then worshipped the lotus feet of Nityananda Prabhu, and Nityananda Prabhu in turn embraced him in the ecstasy of love. Text 127. After worshipping Nityananda Prabhu, Svarupa Damodar met Jagadananda, Mukunda, Sankara, and Sarvabhauma, as was befitting. Text 128. Svarupa Damodar also offered his worshipful prayers at the lotus feet of Paramananda Puri, who, in return, embraced him in ecstatic love. Text 129. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then gave Svarupa Damodar residence in a solitary place and ordered a servant to serve him with a supply of water and other necessities. Text 130. The next day Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sat with all the devotees, headed by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and they discussed the pastimes of Krishna. Text 131. At that time Govinda appeared on the scene, offered his respectful obeisances and spoke submissively. Text 132. I am the servant of Isvarapuri. My name is Govinda, and following the orders of my spiritual master, I have come here. Text 133. Just before his departure from this mortal world to attain the highest perfection, Isvarapuri told me that I should go to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and render service unto him. Text 134. Isvara will also come here after visiting all the holy places. However, following the orders of my spiritual master, I have hastily come to be present at your lotus feet. Text 135. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, My spiritual master, Isvarapuri, always favors me with paternal affection. Therefore, out of his causeless mercy, he has sent you here. Text 136. After hearing this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Why did Isvarapuri keep a servant who comes from a Sudra family? Text 137. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Both the Supreme Personality of Godhead and my spiritual master, Isvarapuri, are completely independent. Therefore neither the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead nor that of Isvarapuri is subject to any Vedic rules and regulations. Text 138. The mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not restricted to the jurisdiction of caste and creed. Vidura was a Sudra, yet Krishna accepted lunch at his home. Text 139. Lord Krishna's mercy is dependent only on affection. Being obliged only by affection, Lord Krishna acts very independently. Text 140. In conclusion, dealings in affection with the Supreme Personality of Godhead bring happiness many millions of times greater than dealings with him in awe and veneration. Simply by hearing the holy name of the Lord, the devotee is merged in transcendental bliss. Text 141. After saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Govinda, and Govinda in turn offered his respectful obeisances unto Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Text 142. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then continued speaking to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Consider this point. The servant of the spiritual master is always respectable for me. Text 143. As such, it is not befitting that the Guru's servant should engage in my personal service. Yet my spiritual master has given this order. What shall I do? Text 144. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, The order of the spiritual master is very strong and cannot be disobeyed. That is the injunction of the Sastras, the revealed scriptures. Text 145. Being ordered by his father, Parasurama killed his mother, Renuka, just as if she were an enemy. When Lakshmana, the younger brother of Lord Ramacandra, heard of this, he immediately engaged himself in the service of his elder brother and accepted his orders. The order of the spiritual master must be obeyed without consideration. Text 146. The order of a great personality like a father must be executed without consideration because there is good fortune in such an order for both of us. In particular, there is good fortune for me. Text 147. After Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Govinda and engaged him in the service of his personal body. Text 148. Everyone respected Govinda as the dearest servant of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and Govinda served all the Vaisnavas and saw to their needs. Text 149. Both Haridasa Sr. and Haridasa Jr., who were musicians, as well as Ramaya and Nandai, used to stay with Govinda. Text 150. They all remained with Govinda to serve Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, therefore no one could estimate the good fortune of Govinda. Text 151. The next day Mukunda Datta informed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Brahmananda Bharati has come to see you. Text 152. Mukunda Datta then asked the Lord, shall I bring him here? Text 153. After saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees came into the presence of Brahmananda Bharati. Text 154. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees approached him, they saw that he was covered with a deerskin. Seeing this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became very unhappy. Text 155. Seeing Brahmananda Bharati wearing the deerskin, Caitanya Mahaprabhu pretended not to see him. Instead, he asked Mukunda Datta, where is Brahmananda Bharati, my spiritual master? Text 156. Mukunda Datta replied, here is Brahmananda Bharati, in your presence. Text 157. You must be talking of someone else, for this is surely not Brahmananda Bharati. You simply have no knowledge. Why should Brahmananda Bharati wear a deerskin? Text 158. When Brahmananda Bharati heard this, he thought, my deerskin is not approved by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 159. Thus admitting his mistake, Brahmananda Bharati thought, he spoke well. I put on this deerskin only for prestige. I cannot cross over the ocean of nescience simply by wearing a deerskin. Text 160. From today on I shall not wear this deerskin. As soon as Brahmananda Bharati decided this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, understanding his mind, immediately sent for the robes of a sannyasi. Text 161. As soon as Brahmananda Bharati gave up his deerskin and covered himself with sannyasi robes, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu came and offered his respects at his lotus feet. Text 162. Brahmananda Bharati said, you instruct the general populace by your behavior. I will not do anything against your wishes, otherwise you will not offer me respects but will neglect me. I am afraid of this. Text 163. At the present moment I see two Brahmins. One Brahman is Lord Jagannath, who does not move, and the other Brahman, who is moving, is you. Lord Jagannath is the Arka Vigraya, the worshipable deity, and it is he who is the non-moving Brahman. But you are Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and you are moving here and there. The two of you are the same Brahman, master of the material nature, but you are playing two parts, one moving and one not moving. In this way two Brahmins are now residing at Jagannath Puri, Purushotama. Text 164. Of the two Brahmins, you are fair complexion, and the other, Lord Jagannath, is blackish. Both of you are delivering the whole world. Text 165. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, actually, to tell you the truth, due to your presence there are now two Brahmins at Jagannath Puri. Text 166. Both Brahmananda and Gaurahari are moving, whereas the blackish Lord Jagannath is sitting tight and immobile. Text 167. Brahmananda Bharati said, my dear Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please become the mediator in this logical argument between Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and me. Text 168. Brahmananda Bharati continued, the living entity is localized, whereas the Supreme Brahman is all-pervading. That is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. Text 169. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu purified me by taking away my deerskin. This is proof that he is all-pervasive and all-powerful and that I am subordinate to him. Text 170. His bodily hue is golden, and his whole body is like molten gold. Every part of his body is very beautifully constructed and smeared with sandalwood pulp. Accepting the renounced order, the Lord is always equipoised. He is firmly fixed in his mission of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, and he is firmly situated in his dualistic conclusion and in his peace. Text 171. All the symptoms mentioned in the verse from the Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra are visible in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. His arms are decorated with sandalwood pulp and the thread received from the Sri Jagannath deity, and these are his ornamental bangles. Text 172. After hearing this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya rendered his judgment, saying, Brahmananda Bharati, I see that you are victorious. Text 173. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu thus posed himself as a disciple and accepted Brahmananda Bharati as his spiritual master. He then said, The disciple is certainly defeated in an argument with the spiritual master. Text 174, it is your natural characteristic to accept defeat at the hands of your devotee. There is also another glory of yours, which I ask you to hear attentively. Text 175, I have been meditating on the impersonal Brahman since my birth, but since I have seen you, I have fully experienced Krishna. Text 176, Brahmananda Bharati continued, since I have seen you, I have been feeling Lord Krishna's presence in my mind and have been seeing him before my eyes. I now want to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. Over and above this, within my heart I consider you to be Krishna, and I am therefore very eager to serve you. Text 177, Bilvamangala Thakura abandoned his impersonal realization for the realization of the personality of Godhead. I now see that my condition is similar to his, for it has already changed. Text 178, Brahmananda Bharati concluded, although I was worshipped by those on the path of monism and initiated into self-realization through the yoga system, I have nonetheless been forcibly turned into a maidservant by some cunning boy who is always joking with the gopas. Text 179, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, you have a deep ecstatic love for Krishna, therefore wherever you turn your eyes, you simply heighten your Krishna consciousness. Text 180, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, the statements of both of you are correct. Krishna gives direct audience through his mercy. Text 181, without having ecstatic love for Krishna, one cannot see him directly. Therefore through the mercy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Brahmananda Bharati has acquired direct vision of the Lord. Text 182, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, what are you saying? Lord Vishnu, save me. Such glorification is simply another form of blasphemy. Text 183, after saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took Brahmananda Bharati with him to his residence. From that time on, Brahmananda Bharati remained with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 184, later, Ramabhadracharya and Bhagavanacharya joined them and, giving up all other responsibilities, remained under Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's shelter. Text 185, the next day, Kasisvara Goswami also came and remained with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who received him with great respect. Text 186, Kasisvara used to usher Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu into the Jagannath temple. He would precede the Lord into the crowd and keep the people from touching him. Text 187, as all the rivers flow into the sea, all the devotees throughout the country finally came to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's shelter. Text 188, since all the devotees came to him for shelter, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu showed them all mercy and kept them under his protection. Text 189, thus I have described the meeting of all the Vaisnavas with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Whoever hears this description ultimately attains shelter at his lotus feet. Text 190, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 11 The Bhita Kirtana pastimes of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes the 11th chapter in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya. When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya tried his best to arrange a meeting between Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and King Prataparudra, the Lord flatly denied his request. At this time Sri Ramananda Raya returned from his governmental post, and he praised King Prataparudra highly in Lord Chaitanya's presence. Because of this, the Lord became a little soft. The king also made promises to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who hinted how the king might meet the Lord. During an avasara, while the Lord Jagannath was resting for 15 days, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, being unable to see Lord Jagannath, went to Alalanatha. Later, when the devotees from Bengal came to see him, he returned to Jagannath Puri. While Advaita Acharya and the other devotees were coming to Jagannath Puri, Svarupa Damodara, and Govinda, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's two personal assistants, went to receive all the devotees with garlands. From the roof of his palace, King Prataparudra could see all the devotees arriving. Gopinath Acharya stood on the roof with the king, and, following Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's instructions, identified each and every devotee. The king discussed the devotees with Gopinath Acharya, and he mentioned that the devotees were accepting prasadam without observing the regulative principles governing pilgrimages. They accepted prasadam without having shaved, and they neglected to fast in a holy place. After Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had explained to the king why the devotees had apparently violated the scriptural injunctions for visiting a place of pilgrimage, the king arranged residential quarters for all the devotees and saw to their prasadam. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu talked very happily with Vasudeva Datta and other devotees. Haridasa Thakur also came, and due to his humble and submissive attitude, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu gave him a nice solitary place near the temple. After this, the Lord began performing Sankirtana, dividing all the devotees into 4 groups. After Sankirtana, all the devotees left for their residential quarters. Text 1, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu merged the entire world into the ocean of ecstatic love by performing his beautiful dances within the temple of Jagannath. He danced exquisitely and jumped high. Text 2, all glories to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Sri Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3, the next day Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to give him permission to submit a statement without fear. Text 4, the Lord gave the Bhattacharya assurance that he could speak without fear, but added that if his statement were suitable he would accept it, and if it were not, he would reject it. Text 5, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, there is a king named Prataparuduraya. He is very anxious to meet you, and he wants your permission. Text 6, as soon as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard this proposal, he immediately covered his ears with his hands and said, my dear Sarvabhauma, why are you requesting such an undesirable thing from me? Text 7, since I am in the renounced order, it is as dangerous for me to meet a king as to meet a woman. To meet either would be just like drinking poison. Text 8, greatly lamenting, the Lord then informed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, alas, for a person who is seriously desiring to cross the material ocean and engage in the transcendental loving service of the Lord without material motives, seeing a materialist engaged in sense gratification or seeing a woman who is similarly interested is more abominable than drinking poison willingly. Text 9, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, my dear Lord, what you have said is correct, but this king is not an ordinary king. He is a great devotee and servant of Lord Jagannath. Text 10, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, although it is correct that the king is a great devotee, he is still to be considered a venomous snake. Similarly, even though a woman be made of wood, one becomes agitated simply by touching her form. Text 11, just as one is immediately frightened upon seeing a live serpent or even the form of a serpent, one endeavoring for self-realization should similarly fear a materialistic person and a woman. Indeed, he should not even glance at their bodily features. Text 12, Bhattacharya, if you continue to speak like this, you will never see me here again. Therefore you should never let such a request come from your mouth. Text 13, being afraid, Sarvabhauma returned home and began to meditate on the matter. Text 14, at this time, Maharaja Prataparudra arrived at Jagannath Puri, Purushotama, and, accompanied by his secretaries, ministers and military officers, went to visit the temple of Lord Jagannath. Text 15, when King Prataparudra returned to Jagannath Puri, Ramananda Raya came with him. Ramananda Raya immediately went to meet Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with great pleasure. Text 16, upon meeting Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Ramananda Raya offered his obeisances. The Lord embraced him, and both of them began to cry in the great ecstasy of love. Text 17, seeing Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's intimate dealings with Sri Ramananda Raya, all the devotees there were astonished. Text 18, Ramananda Raya said, I duly informed King Prataparudra of your order for me to retire from service. By your grace, the king was pleased to relieve me of these material activities. Text 19, I said, Your Majesty, I am now not willing to engage in political activities. I desire only to stay at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Kindly give me permission. Text 20, when I submitted this proposal, the king immediately became very pleased upon hearing your name. Indeed, he instantly rose from his throne and embraced me. Text 21, my dear Lord, as soon as the king heard your holy name, he was immediately overwhelmed by great ecstatic love. Catching my hand, he displayed all the symptoms of love. Text 22, as soon as he heard my petition, he immediately granted me a pension without reductions. Thus the king granted me a full salary as a pension and requested me to engage without anxiety in the service of your lotus feet. Text 23, then Maharaja Prataparudra very humbly said, I am most fallen and abominable, and I am unfit to receive an interview with the Lord. One's life is successful if one engages in his service. Text 24, the king then said, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna, the son of Maharajananda. He is very merciful, and I hope that in a future birth he will allow me an interview. Text 25, my lord, I don't think that there is even a fraction of Maharaja Prataparudra's loving ecstasy in me. Text 26, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, my dear Ramananda Raya, you are the foremost of all the devotees of Krishna, therefore whoever loves you is certainly a very fortunate person. Text 27, because the king has shown so much love for you, Lord Krishna will certainly accept him. Text 28, Lord Krishna told Arjuna, "Those who are my direct devotees are actually not my devotees, but those who are the devotees of my servant are factually my devotees." Texts 29-30, My devotees take great care and respect in rendering me service. They offer obeisances to me with all their bodily limbs. They worship other devotees and find all living entities related to me. For me they engage the entire energy of their bodies. They engage the power of speech in the glorification of my qualities and form. They also dedicate their minds unto me and try to give up all kinds of material desires. Thus my devotees are characterized. Text 31. Lord Shiva told the goddess Durga, "My dear Devi, although the Vedas recommend worship of demigods, the worship of Lord Vishnu is topmost. However, above the worship of Lord Vishnu is the rendering of service to Vaisnavas, who are related to Lord Vishnu." Text 32. Those whose austerity is meager can hardly obtain the service of the pure devotees progressing on the path back to the kingdom of Godhead, the Vaikunthas. Pure devotees engage 100% in glorifying the Supreme Lord, who is the Lord of the demigods and the controller of all living entities. Text 33, Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati Goswami, Svarupa Damodara Goswami, Lord Nityananda, Jagadananda, Mukunda and others were present before the Lord at that time. Text 34, Sri Ramananda Raya therefore offered his obeisances to all the Lord's devotees, in particular to the four spiritual masters. Thus Ramananda Raya suitably met all the devotees. Text 35, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu next asked Ramananda Raya, "Have you already visited the temple of the lotus-eyed Lord Jagannath?" Text 36, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "What have you done, my dear Raya? Why did you not first see Lord Jagannath and then come here? Why have you come here first?" Text 37, Ramananda Raya said, "The legs are like the chariot, and the heart is like the charioteer. Wherever the heart takes the living entity is obliged to go." Text 38, Sri Ramananda Raya continued, "What shall I do? My mind has brought me here. I could not consider going first to Lord Jagannath's temple." Text 39, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu advised, "Immediately go to Lord Jagannath's temple to see the Lord. Then go home and meet your family members." Text 40, having received Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's permission, Ramananda Raya hastily went to the temple of Lord Jagannath. Who can understand the devotional service of Raya Ramananda? Text 41, when King Prataparudra returned to Jagannath Puri, he called for Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. When the Bhattacharya went to see the king offered him respects and made the following inquiries. Text 42, the king asked, "Have you submitted my petition to the Lord?" Text 43, yet despite my great endeavor, the Lord would not agree to see a king. Indeed, he said that if he were asked again, he would quit Jagannath Puri and go elsewhere. Text 44, hearing this, the king became very unhappy and, greatly lamenting, began to speak as follows. Text 45, the king said, "Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has descended just to deliver all kinds of sinful, low-born persons. Consequently he has delivered sinners like Jagai and Madhya." Text 46, alas, has Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu incarnated to deliver all kinds of sinners with the exception of a king named Maharaja Prataparudra? Text 47, alas, has Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu made his advent deciding that he will deliver all others with the exception of me? He bestows his merciful glance upon many lower-class men who are usually not even to be seen. Text 48, Maharaja Prataparudra continued, "If Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is determined not to see me, then I am determined to give up my life if I do not see him." Text 49, if I do not receive Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, my body and my kingdom are certainly useless. Text 50, hearing King Prataparudra's determination, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became thoughtful. Indeed, he was very much astonished to see the king's determination. Text 51, finally Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "My dear king, do not worry. Because of your firm determination, I am sure that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy will definitely be bestowed upon you." Text 52, as soon as the Bhattacharya saw the king's firm determination, he declared, "The Supreme Lord is approached only by pure love. Your love for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is very, very deep, therefore without a doubt he will be merciful upon you." Text 53, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then suggested, "There is one means by which you can directly see him." Text 54, on the day of the car festival, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu will dance before the deity in great ecstatic love. Text 55, on that rather yatra festival day, after dancing before the Lord, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu will enter the Gandhika garden. At that time you should go there alone, without your royal dress. Text 56, When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu enters the Gandhika garden, you should also go there and read the 5 chapters of Srimad Bhagavatam about Lord Krishna's dancing with the Gopas. In this way you can catch hold of the Lord's lotus feet. Text 57, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu will be in a mood of ecstatic love, without external consciousness. At that time, as you recite those chapters from Srimad Bhagavatam, he will embrace you, knowing you to be a pure Vaisnava. Text 58, the Lord has already changed his mind due to Ramananda Ray's description of your pure love for him. Text 59, Maharaja Prataparudra took the Bhattacharya's advice and firmly decided to follow his instructions. Thus he felt transcendental happiness. Text 60, when the king asked the Bhattacharya when the bathing ceremony, Snanayatra, of Lord Jagannath would take place, the Bhattacharya replied that there were only 3 days left before the ceremony. Text 61, after thus encouraging the king, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya returned home. On the day of Lord Jagannath's bathing ceremony, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy at heart. Text 62, upon seeing the bathing ceremony of Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became very happy. But when Lord Jagannath retired after the ceremony, Lord Caitanya became very unhappy because he could not see him. Text 63, due to separation from Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu felt the same great anxiety the Gopas feel in separation from Krishna. In this condition he gave up all association and went to Alalanatha. Text 64, the devotees who had followed the Lord came into his presence and requested him to return to Puri. They submitted that the devotees from Bengal were coming to Pure Satam etc. Text 65, in this way Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya brought Lord Caitanya back to Jagannath Puri. He then went to King Prataparudra and informed him of the Lord's arrival. Text 66, at this time, Gopinath Acharya came there while Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was with King Prataparudra. Being a Brahmana, he offered his benediction to the king and addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya as follows. Text 67, about 200 devotees are coming from Bengal. All of them are greatly advanced and specifically devoted to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 68, all of them have already arrived on the bank of Lake Narendra and are waiting there. I desire residential quarters and prasadam arrangements for them. Text 69, the king replied, I shall give orders to the attendant in the temple. He will arrange for everyone's residential quarters and prasadam, as you desire. Text 70, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please show me, one after another, all of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's devotees who are coming from Bengal. Text 71, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested the king, go up on the roof of the palace. Gopinath Acharya knows every one of the devotees. He will identify them for you. Text 72, actually I do not know any of them, although I have a desire to know them. Since Gopinath Acharya knows them all, he will give you their names. Text 73, after Sarvabhauma said this, he went up to the top of the palace with the king and Gopinath Acharya. At this time all the Vaisnava devotees from Bengal drew closer to the palace. Text 74, Svarupa Damodara and Govinda, taking the flower garlands and prasadam of Lord Jagannath, proceeded to where all the Vaisnavas were standing. Text 75, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu first sent those 2 persons in advance. The king inquired, who are these 2? Please let me know their identities. Text 76, Sri Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, here is Svarupa Damodara, who is practically the second expansion of the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 77, the second person is Govinda, Lord Chaitanya's personal servant. The Lord has sent garlands and remnants of Lord Jagannath's food with these 2 persons simply to honor the devotees from Bengal. Text 78, at the beginning, Svarupa Damodara came forward and garlanded Advaita Acharya. Govinda next came and offered a second garland to Advaita Acharya. Text 79, when Govinda offered his obeisances by falling down flat before Advaita Acharya asked Svarupa Damodara about his identity, for he did not know Govinda at that time. Text 80, Svarupa Damodara informed him, Govinda was the servant of Isvarapuri. He is very highly qualified. Text 81, Isvarapuri ordered Govinda to serve Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus the Lord keeps him by his side. Text 82, the king inquired, to whom did Svarupa Damodara and Govinda offer the 2 garlands? His bodily effulgence is so great that he must be a very great devotee. Please let me know who he is. Text 83, Gopinath Acharya replied, his name is Advaita Acharya. He is honored even by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and he is therefore the topmost devotee. Text 84, here are Srivasa Pandita, Vakresvara Pandita, Vidyanidhi Acharya, and Gadadhara Pandita. Text 85, here are Karyaratna, Purandara Pandita, Gangadasa Pandita, and Sankara Pandita. Text 86, here are Murari Gupta, Pandita Narayana, and Haridasa Thakura, the deliverer of the whole universe. Text 87, here is Haribhata, and there is Nrsimhananda. Here are Vasudeva Datta and Sivananda Sena. Text 88, here also are Govinda Gosa, Madhava Gosa, and Vasudeva Gosa. They are three brothers, and their Sankirtana, congregational chanting, pleases the Lord very much. Text 89, here is Raghava Pandita, here is Nandana Acharya, there is Shriman Pandita, and here are Srikana and Narayana. Text 90, Gopinath Acharya continued to point out the devotees, here is Suklambara. See, there is Sridhara. Here is Vijaya, and there is Vallabhasena. Here is Purusatama, and there is Sanjaya. Text 91, and here are all the residents of Kulinagrama, such as Satyaraja Khan and Ramananda. Indeed, all of them are present here. Please see. Text 92, here are Mukunda Dasa, Narahari, Sri Raghuvanandana, Saranjiva, and Sulakana, all residents of Khanda. Text 93, how many names shall I speak to you? All the devotees you see here are associates of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is their life and soul. Text 94, the king said, upon seeing all these devotees, I am very much astonished, for I have never seen such an effulgence. Text 95, indeed, their effulgence is like the brilliance of a million suns. Nor have I ever heard the Lord's names chanted so melodiously. Text 96, I have never before seen such ecstatic love, nor heard the vibration of the holy name of the Lord chanted in such a way, nor seen such dancing during Sankirtana. Text 97, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, this sweet transcendental sound is a special creation of the Lord known as Prema Sankirtana, congregational chanting in love of Godhead. Text 98, in this age of Kali, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has descended to preach the religion of Krishna consciousness. Therefore the chanting of the holy names of Lord Krishna is the religious principle for this age. Text 99, anyone who worships Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu by congregational chanting should be understood to be very intelligent. One who does not do so must be considered a victim of this age and bereft of all intelligence. Text 100, in the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead who constantly sings the name of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his associates, servants, weapons and confidential companions. Text 101, the king said, according to evidence given in the revealed scriptures, it is concluded that Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is Lord Krishna himself. Why, then, are learned scholars sometimes indifferent to him? Text 102, the Bhattacharya replied, a person who has received but a small fraction of mercy from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu can understand that he is Lord Krishna. No one else can. Text 103, if the mercy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is not bestowed upon a person, regardless of how learned a scholar that person may be and regardless of his seeing or listening, he cannot accept Lord Caitanya as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 104, Lord Brahma said, my Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. Text 105, the king said, instead of visiting the temple of Lord Jagannath, all the devotees are running toward the residence of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 106, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, this is spontaneous love. All the devotees are very anxious to meet Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 107, first the devotees will meet Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and then take him with them to the temple to see Lord Jagannath. Text 108, the king said, the son of Bhavananda Raya named Vaninatha, along with 5 or 7 other men, went there to obtain the remnants of Lord Jagannath's food. Text 109, indeed, Vaninatha has already gone to the residence of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and has taken a huge quantity of Mahaprasadam. Please let me know the reason for this. Text 110, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, understanding that all the devotees have come, Lord Caitanya gave the sign, and therefore Vaninatha and the others have brought such great quantities of Mahaprasadam. Text 111, the king then asked the Bhattacharya, why have the devotees not observed the regulations for visiting the pilgrimage place, such as fasting, shaving and so on? Why have they first eaten prasadam? Text 112, the Bhattacharya told the king, what you have said is right according to the regulative principles governing the visiting of holy places, but there is another path, which is the path of spontaneous love. According to those principles, there are subtle intricacies involved in the execution of religious principles. Text 113, The scriptural injunctions for shaving and fasting are indirect orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. However, when there is a direct order from the Lord to take prasadam, naturally the devotees take prasadam as their first duty. Text 114. When Mahaprasadam is not available, there must be fasting, but when the Supreme Personality of Godhead directly orders one to take prasadam, neglecting such an opportunity is offensive. Text 115. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is distributing prasadam with his transcendental hand, who will neglect such an opportunity and accept the regulative principle of fasting? Text 116. Previously the Lord gave me Mahaprasadam rice one morning, and I ate it just sitting on my bed, without having even washed my mouth. Text 117. The man to whom the Lord shows his mercy by inspiring him within the heart takes shelter only of Lord Krishna and abandons all Vedic and social customs. Text 118. When one is inspired by the Lord, who is sitting in everyone's heart, he does not care for social custom or Vedic regulative principles. Text 119. After this, King Prataparudra came down from the top of his palace to the ground and called for Kasi Misra and the inspector of the temple. Texts 120-121. Maharaja Prataparudra then told both Kasi Misra and the temple inspector, provide all the devotees and associates of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with comfortable residences, convenient eating facilities for prasadam and convenient visiting arrangements at the temple so that there will not be any difficulty. Text 122. The orders of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu must be carefully carried out. Although the Lord may not give direct orders, you are still to carry out his desires simply by understanding his indications. Text 123. Saying this, the king gave them permission to leave. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya also went to see the assembly of all the Vaisnavas. Text 124. From a distant place, Gopinath Acharya and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya watched the meeting of all the Vaisnavas with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 125. Beginning from the right side of the lion gate, or the main gate of the temple, all the Vaisnavas began to proceed toward the house of Kasi Misra. Text 126. In the meantime, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, accompanied by his personal associates, met all the Vaisnavas on the road with great jubilation. Text 127. First Advaita Acharya offered prayers to the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord immediately embraced him in ecstatic love. Text 128. Indeed, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Advaita Acharya displayed agitation due to ecstatic love. Seeing the time and circumstance, however, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu remained patient. Text 129. After this, all the devotees, headed by Srivasa Thakura, offered prayers to the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord embraced each and every one of them in great love and ecstasy. Text 130. The Lord addressed all the devotees one after another and took all of them with him into the house. Text 131. Since the residence of Kasi Misra was insufficient, all the assembled devotees were very much overcrowded. Text 132. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu made all the devotees sit at his side, and with his own hand he offered them garlands and sandalwood pulp. Text 133. After this, Gopinath Acharya and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya met all the Vaisnavas at the place of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in a befitting manner. Text 134. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu addressed Advaita Acharya Prabhu, saying sweetly, My dear sir, today I have become perfect because of your arrival. Texts 135-136. Advaita Acharya Prabhu replied, This is a natural characteristic of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although he is personally complete and full in all opulences, he takes transcendental pleasure in the association of his devotees, with whom he has a variety of eternal pastimes. Text 137. As soon as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw Vasudeva Datta, the older brother of Mukunda Datta, he immediately became very happy and, placing his hand on his body, began to speak. Text 138. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Although Mukunda is my friend from childhood, I nonetheless take greater pleasure in seeing you than in seeing him. Text 139. Vasudeva replied, Mukunda got your association in the beginning. As such, he has taken shelter at your lotus feet. That is his transcendental rebirth. Text 140. Thus Vasudeva Datta admitted his inferiority to Mukunda, his younger brother. Although Mukunda is my junior, he said, he first received your favor. Consequently he became transcendentally senior to me. Besides that, you very much favored Mukunda. Thus he is superior in all good qualities. Text 141. The Lord said, For your sake only, I have brought 2 books from South India. Text 142. The books are being kept with Svarupa Damodara, and you can get them copied. Hearing this, Vasudeva became very glad. Text 143. Indeed, Each and every Vaisnava copied the 2 books. By and by, the 2 books, the Brahma Samhita and Sri Krishna Caitanya, were broadcast all over India. Text 144, the Lord addressed Srivasa and his brothers with great love and affection, saying, I am so obliged that I am purchased by you 4 brothers. Text 145, Srivasa then replied to the Lord, why are you speaking in a contradictory way? Rather, we 4 brothers have been purchased by your mercy. Text 146, after seeing Sankara, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu told Damodara, my affection for you is on the platform of awe and reverence. Text 147, therefore keep your younger brother Sankara with you because he is connected to me by pure unalloyed love. Text 148, Damodara Pandita replied, Sankara is my younger brother, but from today he becomes my elder brother because of your special mercy upon him. Text 149, then turning towards Sivanandasena, the Lord said, I know that from the very beginning your affection for me has been very great. Text 150, immediately upon hearing this, Sivanandasena became absorbed in ecstatic love and fell down on the ground, offering obeisances to the Lord. He then began to recite the following verse. Text 151, O my Lord! O Unlimited One! Although I was merged in the ocean of Nesads, I have now, after a long time, attained you, just as one may attain the seashore. My dear Lord, by getting me, you have obtained the right person upon whom to bestow your causeless mercy. Text 152, Mrarigupta at first did not meet the Lord but rather remained outside the door, falling down like a stick to offer obeisances. Text 153, when Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu could not see Mrari amongst the devotees, he inquired about him. Thereupon many people immediately went to Murari, running to take him to the Lord. Text 154, thus Murarigupta, catching 2 bunches of straw in his teeth, went before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu with humility and meekness. Text 155, upon seeing Mrari come to meet him, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went up to him, but Mrari began to run away and speak as follows. Text 156, my Lord, please do not touch me. I am most abominable and am not fit for you to touch because my body is sinful. Text 157, the Lord said, my dear Mrari, please restrain your unnecessary humility. My mind is disturbed to see your meekness. Text 158, saying this, the Lord embraced Mrari and had him sit down by his side. The Lord then began to cleanse his body with his own hands. Texts 159 to 160, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then again and again embraced all the devotees, including Acharya-Aratna, Vidyanidhi, Pandita Gadadhara, Gangadasa, Haribhata, and Acharya Purandara. The Lord described their good qualities and glorified them again and again. Text 161, after thus offering respect to each and every devotee, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became very jubilant. However, not seeing Haridasa Thakura, he inquired, where is Haridasa? Text 162, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then saw in the distance that Haridasa Thakura was lying down flat on the road offering obeisances. Text 163, Haridasa Thakura did not come to the Lord's meeting place but remained fallen flat on the common road at a distance. Text 164, all the devotees then went to Haridasa Thakura, saying, the Lord wants to meet you. Please come immediately. Text 165, Haridasa Thakura replied, I cannot go near the temple because I am a low caste, abominable person. I have no authority to go there. Text 166, Haridasa Thakura then expressed his desire, if I could just get a solitary place near the temple, I could stay there alone and pass my time. Text 167, I do not wish the servants of Lord Jagannath to touch me. I would remain there in the garden alone. That is my desire. Text 168, when this message was relayed to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu by the people, the Lord became very happy to hear it. Text 169, at this time, Kasi Misra, along with the superintendent of the temple, came and offered his respects unto the lotus feet of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 170, upon seeing all the Vaisnavas together, Kasi Misra and the superintendent became very happy. With great happiness they met with the devotees in a befitting manner. Text 171, both submitted to Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, please give us orders so that we may make proper arrangements to accommodate all the Vaisnavas. Text 172, accommodations have been arranged for all the Vaisnavas. Now let us distribute Mahaprasadam to all of them. Text 173, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately told Gopinath Acharya, please go with the Vaisnavas and accommodate them in whatever residences Kasi Misra and the temple superintendent offer. Text 174, Then the Lord told Kasi Misra and the temple superintendent, As for the remnants of food left by Jagannath, let them be delivered to Vinitha Raya's charge, for he can take care of all the Vaisnavas and distribute Mahaprasadam to them. Text 175, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, Nearby my place, in this garden of flowers, is a single room that is very solitary. Text 176, Please give that room to me, for I have a need for it. Indeed, I shall remember the lotus feet of the Lord sitting in that solitary place. Text 177, Kasi Misra then told Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Everything belongs to you. What is the use of your begging? By your own will you can take whatever you like. Text 178, My Lord, we are your two servants and are here just to carry out your orders. By your mercy, please tell us to do whatever you want. Text 179, Saying this, Kasi Misra and the temple inspector took their leave, and Gopinatha and Vinitha went with them. Text 180, Gopinatha was then shown all the residential places, and Vinitha was given large quantities of food, Mahaprasadam, left by Lord Jagannath. Text 181, Thus Vinitha Raya returned with large quantities of Lord Jagannath's food remnants, including cakes and other good eatables. Gopinatha Karya also returned after cleansing all the residential quarters. Text 182, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then addressed all the Vaisnavas and requested that they listen to him. He said, Now you can go to your respective residential quarters. Text 183, Go to the sea and bathe and look at the top of the temple. After so doing, please come back here and take your lunch. Text 184, After offering obeisances to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees departed for their residences, and Gopinatha Karya showed them their respective quarters. Text 185, After this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to meet Haridasa Thakura, and he saw him engaged in chanting the Maha Mantra with ecstatic love. Haridasa chanted, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Text 186, As soon as Haridasa Thakura saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately fell down like a stick to offer him obeisances, and Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu raised him up and embraced him. Text 187, Then both the Lord and his servant began to cry in ecstatic love. Indeed, the Lord was transformed by the qualities of his servant, and the servant was transformed by the qualities of his master. Text 188, Haridasa Thakura said, My dear Lord, please do not touch me, for I am most fallen and untouchable and am the lowest among men. Text 189, The Lord said, I wish to touch you just to be purified, for your purified activities do not exist in me. Text 190, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu exalted Haridasa Thakura, stating, At every moment you take your bath in all the holy places of pilgrimage, and at every moment you perform great sacrifices, austerity and charity. Text 191, You are constantly studying the four Vedas, and you are far better than any Brahman or sannyasi. Text 192, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then recited the following verse, My dear Lord, one who always keeps your holy name on his tongue becomes greater than an initiated Brahmana. Although he may be born in a family of dog-eaters and therefore by material calculation may be the lowest among men, he is still glorious. This is the wonderful effect of chanting the holy name of the Lord. It is therefore concluded that one who chants the holy name of the Lord should be understood to have performed all kinds of austerities and great sacrifices mentioned in the Vedas. He has already taken his bath in all the holy places of pilgrimage. He has studied all the Vedas, and he is actually an Aryan. Text 193, Saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took Haridasa Thakura within the flower garden, and there, in a very secluded place, he showed him his residence. Text 194, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu requested Haridasa Thakura, Remain here and chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. I shall personally come here to meet you daily. Text 195, Remain here peacefully and look at the chakra on the top of the temple and offer obeisances. As far as your prasadam is concerned, I shall arrange to have that sent here. Text 196, When Nityananda Prabhu, Jagadananda Prabhu, Damodar Prabhu and Mukunda Prabhu met Haridasa Thakura, they all became very pleased. Text 197, When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence after taking a bath in the sea, all the devotees, headed by Advaita Prabhu, went to bathe in the sea. Text 198, After bathing in the sea, Advaita Prabhu and all the other devotees returned, and on their return they saw the top of the Jagannath temple. They then went to the residence of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to take their luncheon. Text 199, One after the other, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu made all the devotees sit in their proper places. He then began to distribute prasadam with his own transcendental hand. Text 200. All the devotees were served prasadam on plantain leaves, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu distributed on each leaf a quantity suitable for 2 or 3 men to eat, for his hand could not distribute less than that. Text 201. All the devotees kept their hands raised over the prasadam distributed to them, for they did not want to eat without seeing the Lord eat first. Text 202. Svarupa Damodar Goswami then informed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, unless you sit and take prasadam, no one will accept it. Text 203. Gopinath Acharya has invited all the sannyasis who remain with you to come and take prasadam. Text 204. Gopinath Acharya has already come, bringing sufficient remnants of food to distribute to all the sannyasis, and sannyasis like Paramananda Puri and Brahmananda Bharati are waiting for you. Text 205. You may sit down and accept the luncheon with Nityananda Prabhu, and I shall distribute the prasadam to all the Vaisnavas. Text 206. After this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu carefully delivered some prasadam into the hands of Govinda to be given to Haridasa Thakura. Text 207. Then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally sat down to accept lunch with the other sannyasis, and Gopinath Acharya began to distribute the prasadam with great pleasure. Text 208. Then Svarupa Damodara Goswami, Damodara Pandita and Jagadanand all began to distribute prasadam to the devotees with great pleasure. Text 209. They ate all kinds of cakes and sweet rice, filling themselves up to their throats, and at intervals they vibrated the holy name of the Lord in great jubilation. Text 210. After everyone had finished his lunch and washed his mouth and hands, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally decorated everyone with flower garlands and sandalwood pulp. Text 211. After thus accepting prasadam, they all went to take rest at their respective residences, and in the evening they again came to meet Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 212. At this time Ramananda Raya also came to meet Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord took the opportunity to introduce him to all the Vaisnavas. Text 213. The great personality of Godhead, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, then took all of them to the temple of Jagannath and began the congregational chanting of the holy name there. Text 214. After seeing the Dhuparati of the Lord, they all began congregational chanting. Then the Padika, the superintendent of the temple, came and offered flower garlands and sandalwood pulp to everyone. Text 215. 4 parties were then distributed in 4 directions to perform Sankirtana, and in the middle of them the Lord himself, known as the son of Mother Sasi, began to dance. Text 216. In the 4 groups there were 8 mridangas and 32 cymbals. Altogether they began to vibrate the transcendental sound, and everyone said, "Very good. Very good." Text 217. When the tumultuous vibration of Sankirtana resounded, all good fortune immediately awakened, and the sound penetrated the whole universe through the 14 planetary systems. Text 218. When the congregational chanting began, ecstatic love immediately overflooded everything, and all the residents of Jagannath Puri came running. Text 219. Everyone was astonished to see such a performance of Sankirtana, and they all agreed that never before had Kirtana been so performed and ecstatic love of God so exhibited. Text 220. At this time Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu circumambulated the temple of Jagannath and continuously danced about the whole area. Text 221. As the circumambulation was performed, the 4 Kirtana parties sang in front and in the rear. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu fell down to the ground, Sri Nityananda Raya Prabhu lifted him up. Text 222. While Kirtana was going on, there was a transformation of ecstatic love and much tears, jubilation, trembling, perspiration and deep resounding in the body of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Upon seeing this transformation, all the people present became very much astonished. Text 223. The tears from the eyes of the Lord came out with great force, like water from a syringe. Indeed, all the people who surrounded him were moistened by his tears. Text 224. After circumambulating the temple, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu for some time remained at the rear of the temple and continued his Sankirtana. Text 225. On all 4 sides the 4 Sankirtana groups chanted very loudly, and in the middle Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu danced, jumping high. Text 226. After dancing for a long time, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became still and ordered 4 great personalities to begin to dance. Text 227. In one group Nityananda Prabhu began to dance, and in another group Advaita Acharya began to dance. Text 228. Vakresvara Pandita began to dance in another group, and in yet another group Srivasa Thakura began to dance. Text 229. While this dancing was going on, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu watched them and performed a miracle. Text 230, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stood in the middle of the dancers, and all the dancers in all directions perceived that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was looking at them. Text 231, wanting to see the dancing of the four great personalities, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited this miracle of seeing everyone simultaneously. Text 232, everyone who saw Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu could understand that he was performing a miracle, but they did not know how it was that he could see on all four sides. Text 233, in his own pastimes in Vrindavana, when Krishna used to eat on the bank of the Yamuna and sit in the center of his friends, every one of the cowherd boys would perceive that Krishna was looking at him. In the same way, when Caitanya Mahaprabhu observed the dancing, everyone saw that Caitanya Mahaprabhu was facing him. Text 234, when someone came nearby while dancing, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would tightly embrace him. Text 235, upon seeing the great dancing, great love and great Sankirtana, all the people of Jagannath Puri floated in an ecstatic ocean of love. Text 236, hearing the greatness of the Sankirtana, King Prataparudra went up to the top of his palace and watched the performance with his personal associates. Text 237, the king was very much astonished to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's kirtana, and the king's anxiety to meet him increased unlimitedly. Text 238, after the Sankirtana ended, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu watched the offering of flowers to the Lord Jagannath deity. Then he and all the Vaisnavas returned to his residence. Text 239, the superintendent of the temple then brought large quantities of prasadam, which Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally distributed to all the devotees. Text 240, finally they all departed to rest in bed. In this way Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Sasamata, performed his pastimes. Text 241, as long as the devotees remained at Jagannath Puri with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the pastime of Sankirtana was performed with great jubilation every day. Text 242, in this way I have explained the Lord's pastime of Sankirtana, and I bless everyone with this benediction. By listening to this description, one will surely become a servant of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 243, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Chapter 12 The cleansing of the Gandhika temple in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes this chapter as follows. The king of Orissa, Maharaja Prataparudra, tried his best to see Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Nityananda Prabhu and the other devotees informed the Lord about the king's desire, but Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would not agree to see him. At that time Sri Nityananda Prabhu devised a plan, and he sent a piece of the Lord's outward garment to the king. The next day, when Ramananda Raya again entreated Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to see the king, the Lord, denying the request, asked Ramananda Raya to bring the king's son before him. The prince visited the Lord dressed like a Vaisnava, and this awakened remembrance of Krishna. Thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu delivered the son of Maharaja Prataparudra. After this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu washed the Gandhika temple before the Ratha Yatra took place. He then took his bath at Indradyumna lake and partook of prasadam in the garden nearby. While Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu washed the temple of Gandhika, a Gaudiya Vaisnava washed the lotus feet of the Lord and drank the water. This incident is very significant, for it awoke within the devotee ecstatic love. Then the son of Advaita Prabhu named Gopala fainted during Kirtana, and when he did not come to his senses, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu favored him by awakening him. There was also some humorous talk between Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Prabhu during prasadam. Advaita Prabhu said that Nityananda Prabhu was unknown to anyone and that it was not the duty of a householder brahmana to accept dinner with a person unknown in society. In answer to this humorous statement, Sri Nityananda Prabhu replied that Advaita Acharya was a monist and that one could not know how his mind could be turned by eating with such an impersonalist. The conversation of these two Prabhus, Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Prabhu, carried a deep meaning that only an intelligent man can understand. After all the Vaisnavas finished their luncheon, Svarupa Damodara and others took their prasadam within the room. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took great pleasure when he saw the Jagannath deity after the period of the deity's retirement. At that time Lord Caitanya was accompanied by all the devotees, and all of them were very pleased. Text 1, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu washed and cleansed the Gandhika temple with his devotees and associates. In this way he made it as cool and bright as his own heart, and thus he made the temple a befitting place for Lord Sri Krishna to sit. Text 2, all glories to Gauracandra. All glories to Nityananda. All glories to Advaita Kendra. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3, all glories to the devotees of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. headed by Srivasa Thakura. I beg their power so that I can properly describe Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 4. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu returned from his South Indian tour, Maharaja Prataparudra, the king of Orissa, became very anxious to meet him. Text 5. The king sent a letter from his capital, Kataka, to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, entreating him to obtain the Lord's permission so that he could go and see him. Text 6. Replying to the king's letter, the Bhattacharya wrote that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had not given his permission. After this, the king wrote him another letter. Text 7. In this letter the king requested Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please appeal to all the devotees associated with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and submit this petition to them on my behalf. Text 8. If all the devotees associated with the Lord are favorably disposed toward me, they can submit my petition at the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 9. By the mercy of all the devotees, one can attain the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Without his mercy, my kingdom does not appeal to me. Text 10. If Gaurahari, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, will not show mercy to me, I shall give up my kingdom, become a mendicant and beg from door to door. Text 11. When the Bhattacharya received this letter, he became very anxious. He then took the letter and went to the devotees of the Lord. Text 12. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya met with all the devotees and described the king's wishes. Then he presented the letter to all of them for inspection. Text 13. Upon reading the letter, everyone was astonished to see that King Prataparudra had so much devotion for the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 14. The devotees gave their opinion and said, the Lord will never meet the king, and if we requested him to do so, the Lord would surely feel very unhappy. Text 15. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then said, we shall go once again to the Lord, but we shall not request him to meet the king. Rather, we shall simply describe the good behavior of the king. Text 16. Having thus reached a decision, they all went to the place of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. There, although ready to speak, they could not even utter a word. Text 17. After they arrived at Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's place, the Lord, seeing them, said, what have you all come here to say? I see that you want to say something, but you do not speak. What is the reason? Text 18. Nityananda Prabhu then said, we want to tell you something. Although we cannot stay without speaking, we are still very much afraid to speak. Text 19. We want to submit before you something that may or may not be befitting. The matter is this, unless he sees you, the king of Orissa will become a mendicant. Text 20. Nityananda Prabhu continued, the king has decided to become a mendicant and accept the sign of a mendicant by wearing an ivory earring. He does not want to enjoy his kingdom without seeing the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 21. Nityananda Prabhu continued, the king also expressed his desire to see the moon-like face of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to his eyes' full satisfaction. He would like to raise the lotus feet of the Lord to his heart. Text 22. Hearing all these statements, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mind was certainly softened, but externally he wished to speak some harsh words. Text 23. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, I can understand that you all desire to take me to Kataka to see the king. Text 24. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, what to speak of spiritual advancement, all the people will blaspheme me. And what to speak of all the people, Damodara would chastise me. Text 25. I shall not meet the king at the request of all the devotees, but I shall do so if Damodara will give his permission. Text 26. Damodara immediately replied, my lord, you are the fully independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since everything is known to you, you know what is permissible and what is not permissible. Text 27. I am merely an insignificant Yewa, so what power do I have to give directions to you? By your own personal choice you will meet with the king. I shall see it. Text 28. The king is very much attached to you, and you are feeling affection and love toward him. Thus I can understand that by virtue of the king's affection for you, you will touch him. Text 29. Although you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and are completely independent, still you are dependent on the love and affection of your devotees. That is your nature. Text 30. Nityananda Prabhu then said, who is there in the three worlds who can ask you to see the king? Text 31. Still, isn't it the nature of an attached man to give up his life if he does not attain his desired object? Text 32. For instance, some of the wives of the Brahmanas who were performing sacrifices gave up their lives in the presence of their husbands for the sake of Krishna. Text 33. Nityananda Prabhu then submitted one suggestion for the Lord's consideration. There is a way, he suggested, by which you need not meet the king but which would enable the king to continue living. Text 34. If you, out of your mercy, send one of your outer garments to the king would live hoping to see you sometime in the future. Text 35, the Lord said, "Since you are all very learned personalities, whatever you decide I shall accept." Text 36, Lord Nityananda Prabhu then obtained an external garment used by the Lord by requesting it from Govinda. Text 37, thus Nityananda Prabhu delivered the old cloth into the care of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya sent it to the king. Text 38, when the king received the old cloth, he began to worship it exactly as he would worship the Lord personally. Text 39, after returning from his service in South India, Ramananda Raya requested the king to allow him to remain with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 40, when Ramananda Raya requested the king to allow him to stay with the Lord, the king immediately gave him permission with great satisfaction. As for the king himself, he began to solicit Ramananda Raya to make a meeting arrangement. Text 41, the king told Ramananda Raya, "Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is very, very merciful to you. Therefore please solicit my meeting with him without fail." Text 42, the king and Ramananda Raya returned together to Jagannath Kshetra, Puri, and Sri Ramananda Raya met Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 43, at that time, Ramananda Raya informed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu about the ecstatic love of the king. Indeed, as soon as there was some opportunity, he repeatedly informed the Lord about the king. Text 44, Sri Ramananda Raya was indeed a diplomatic minister for the king. His general behavior was very expert, and simply by describing the king's love for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he gradually softened the Lord's mind. Text 45, Maharaja Prataparudra, in great anxiety, could not endure not seeing the Lord, therefore Sri Ramananda Raya, by his diplomacy, arranged a meeting with the Lord for the king. Text 46, Sri Ramananda Raya frankly requested Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, "Please show your lotus feet to the king at least once." Text 47, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "My dear Ramananda, you should make this request after duly considering whether it is befitting for a sannyasi to meet a king." Text 48, if a mendicant meets a king, this world and the next world are both destroyed for the mendicant. Indeed, what is there to say of the next world? In this world, people will joke if a sannyasi meets a king. Text 49, Ramananda Raya replied, "My lord, you are the Supreme Independent Personality. You have nothing to fear from anyone because you are not dependent on anyone." Text 50, when Ramananda Raya addressed Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Caitanya Mahaprabhu objected, saying, "I am not the Supreme Personality of Godhead but an ordinary human being. Therefore I must fear public opinion in three ways, with my body, mind and words." Text 51, as soon as the general public finds little fault in the behavior of a sannyasi, they advertise it like wildfire. A black spot of ink cannot be hidden on a white cloth. It is always very prominent. Text 52, Ramananda Raya replied, "My dear Lord, you have delivered so many sinful people. This King Prataparudra, the king of Orissa, is actually a servitor of the Lord and your devotee." Text 53, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, "There may be much milk in a big pot, but if it is contaminated by a drop of liquor, it is untouchable." Text 54, the king certainly possesses all good qualities, but simply by taking up the name king, he has infected everything. Text 55, but if you are still very eager for the king to meet with me, please first bring his son to meet me. Text 56, it is indicated in the revealed scriptures that the son represents the father, therefore the son's meeting with me would be just as good as the king's meeting with me. Text 57, Ramananda Raya then went to inform the king about his talks with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and, following the Lord's orders, brought the king's son to see him. Text 58, the prince, just entering upon his youth, was very beautiful. He was blackish in complexion and had large lotus eyes. Text 59, the prince was dressed in yellow cloth, and there were jeweled ornaments decorating his body. Therefore anyone who saw him would remember Lord Krishna. Text 60, seeing the boy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately remembered Krishna. Meeting the boy in ecstatic love, the Lord began to speak. Text 61, here is a great devotee, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said. Upon seeing him, everyone can remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, son of Maharaja Nanda. Text 62, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, I have become very much obligated just by seeing this boy. After saying this, the Lord again embraced the prince. Text 63, as soon as the prince was touched by Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, symptoms of ecstatic love immediately manifested themselves in his body. These symptoms included perspiration, trembling, tears, being stunned and jubilation. Text 64, the boy began to cry and dance, and he chanted, Krishna, Krishna, Upon seeing his bodily symptoms and his chanting and dancing, all the devotees praised him for his great spiritual fortune. Text 65. At that time, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu calmed the youth and ordered him to come there daily to meet him. Text 66. Ramananda Raya and the boy then departed from Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and Ramananda took him back to the king's palace. The king was very happy when he heard of his son's activities. Text 67. Just by embracing his son, the king was filled with ecstatic love, just as if he had touched Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu directly. Text 68. From then on, the fortunate prince was one of the most intimate devotees of the Lord. Text 69. Thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu acted in the society of his pure devotees, performing his pastimes and spreading the Sankirtana movement. Text 70. Some of the prominent devotees like Advaita Acharya used to invite Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to take his meals at their homes. The Lord accepted such invitations accompanied by his devotees. Text 71. In this way, the Lord passed some days in great jubilation. Then the car festival of Lord Jagannath approached. Text 72. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu first of all called for Kasi Misra, then for the superintendent of the temple, then for Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Text 73. When these three people came before the Lord, he begged them for permission to wash the temple known as Gundaka. Text 74. Upon hearing the Lord's request for permission to wash the Gundaka temple, the Padika, the superintendent of the temple, said, "My dear sir, we are all your servants. Whatever you desire is our duty to perform." Text 75. The king gave a special order for me to do without delay whatever your lordship orders. Text 76. My dear Lord, washing the temple is not service befitting you. Nonetheless, if you wish to do so, it is to be accepted as one of your pastimes. Text 77. To wash the temple, you need many water pots and brooms. Therefore order me. I can immediately bring all these things to you. Text 78. As soon as the superintendent understood the desire of the Lord, he immediately delivered 100 new water pots and 100 brooms for sweeping the temple. Text 79. The next day, early in the morning, the Lord took his personal associates with him and, with his own hand, smeared sandalwood pulp on their bodies. Text 80. He then gave each devotee a broom with his own hand, and taking all of them personally with him, the Lord went to Gundaka. Text 81. In this way the Lord and his associates went to cleanse the Gundaka temple. At first they cleansed the temple with the brooms. Text 82. The Lord cleansed everything inside the temple very nicely, including the ceiling. He then took up the sitting place, Simhasana, cleansed it and again put it in its original place. Text 83. Thus the Lord and his companions cleansed and swept all the temple's buildings, big and small, and finally cleansed the area between the temple and the Kirtana hall. Text 84. Indeed, hundreds of devotees were engaged in cleansing all around the temple, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was personally carrying out the operation just to instruct others. Text 85. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu washed and cleansed the temple in great jubilation, chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna all the time. Similarly, all the devotees were also chanting and at the same time performing their respective duties. Text 86. The entire beautiful body of the Lord was covered with dust and dirt. In this way it became transcendentally beautiful. At times, when cleansing the temple, the Lord shed tears, and in some places he even cleansed with those tears. Text 87. After this, the place where the deity's food was kept, Bhoga Mandira, was cleansed. Then the yard was cleansed, and then all the residential quarters, one after the other. Text 88. After Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu collected all the straw, dust and grains of sand in one place, he gathered it all in his cloth and threw it outside. Text 89. Following the example of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees, in great jubilation, began to gather straws and dust with their own cloths and throw them outside the temple. Text 90. The Lord then told the devotees, "I can tell how much you have labored and how well you have cleansed the temple simply by seeing all the straw and dust you have collected outside." Text 91. Even though all the devotees collected dirt in one pile, the dirt collected by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was much greater. Text 92. After the inside of the temple was cleansed, the Lord again allotted areas for the devotees to cleanse. Text 93. The Lord then ordered everyone to cleanse the inside of the temple very perfectly by taking finer dust, straws and grains of sand and throwing them outside. Text 94. After Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and all the Vaisnavas cleansed the temple for the second time, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy to see the cleansing work. Text 95. While the temple was being swept, about 100 men stood ready with filled water pots, and they simply awaited the Lord's order to throw the water from them. Text 96. As soon as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu called for water, all the men immediately brought the 100 water pots, which were completely filled, and delivered them before the Lord. Text 97. In this way, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu first washed the main temple and then thoroughly washed the ceiling, the walls, the floor, the sitting place, simhasana, and everything else within the room. Text 98. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu himself and his devotees began to throw water onto the ceiling. When this water fell, it washed the walls and floor. Text 99. Then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to wash the sitting place of Lord Jagannath with his own hands, and all the devotees began to bring water to the Lord. Text 100. All the devotees within the temple began to wash. Each one had a broom in his hand, and in this way they cleansed the temple of the Lord. Text 101. Someone brought water to pour into the hands of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and someone poured water on his lotus feet. Text 102. The water that fell from the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was drunk by someone who hid himself. Someone else begged for that water, and another person was giving that water in charity. Text 103. After the room was washed, the water was let out through an outlet, and it then flowed and filled the yard outside. Text 104. The Lord mopped the rooms with his own clothes, and he polished the throne with them also. Text 105. In this way all the rooms were cleansed with 100 water pots. After the rooms had been cleansed, the minds of the devotees were as clean as the rooms. Text 106. When the temple was cleansed, it was purified, cool and pleasing, just as if the Lord's own pure mind had appeared. Text 107. Since hundreds of men were engaged in bringing water from the lake, there was no place to stand on the banks. Consequently someone began to draw water from a well. Text 108. Hundreds of devotees brought water in the pots, and hundreds took the empty pots away to fill them up again. Text 109. With the exception of Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, Svarupa Damodara, Brahmananda Bharati, and Paramananda Puri, everyone was engaged in filling the water pots and bringing them there. Text 110. Many of the water pots were broken when people collided with one another, and hundreds of men had to bring new water pots to fill. Text 111. Some people were filling the pots, and others were washing the rooms, but everyone was engaged in chanting the holy name of Krishna in Hari. Text 112. One person begged for a water pot by chanting the holy names Krishna, Krishna, and another delivered a pot while chanting Krishna, Krishna. Text 113. Whenever anyone had to speak, he did so by uttering the holy name of Krishna. Consequently, the holy name of Krishna became an indication for everyone who wanted something. Text 114. As Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was vibrating the holy name of Krishna in ecstatic love, he himself was performing the work of hundreds of men. Text 115. It appeared as though Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu were cleansing and washing with 100 hands. He approached every devotee just to teach him how to work. Text 116. When he saw someone doing nicely, the Lord praised him, but if he saw that someone was not working to his satisfaction, he immediately chastised that person, not bearing him any grudge. Text 117. The Lord would say, "You have done well. Please teach this to others so that they may act in the same way." Text 118. As soon as they heard Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu say this, everyone became ashamed. Thus the devotees began to work with great attention. Text 119. They washed the Jagamahana area and then the place where food was kept. All other places were also washed. Text 120. In this way the meeting place was washed, the entire yard, the raised sitting places, the kitchen and every other room. Text 121. Thus all places around the temple were thoroughly washed within and without. Text 122. After everything was thoroughly washed, a Vaisnava from Bengal, who was very intelligent and simple, came and poured water on the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 123. The Gaudiya Vaisnava then took that water and drank it himself. Seeing that, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu felt a little unhappy and was also outwardly angry. Text 124. Although the Lord was certainly satisfied with him, he became angry externally in order to establish the etiquette of religious principles. Text 125. The Lord then called for Svarupa Damodara and told him, "Just see the behavior of your Bengali Vaisnava." Text 126. This person from Bengal has washed my feet within the temple of the personality of Godhead. Not only that, but he has drunk the water himself. Text 127. I now do not know what my destination is because of this offense. Indeed, your Bengali Vaisnava has greatly implicated me. Text 128. At this point Svarupa Damodara Goswami caught the Gaudiya Vaisnava by the neck and, giving him a little push, ejected him from the Gundakapuri temple and made him stay outside. Text 129. After Svarupa Damodara Goswami returned within the temple, He requested Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu to excuse that innocent person. Text 130. After this incident, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very satisfied. He then asked all of the devotees to sit down in 2 lines on both sides. Text 131. The Lord then personally sat down in the middle and picked up all kinds of straw, grains of sand and dirty things. Text 132. While Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was picking up the straws and grains of sand, he said, "I shall gather everyone's collection, and I shall ask whoever has collected less than all the others to pay a fine of sweet cakes and sweet rice." Text 133. In this way all the quarters of the Gandhika temple were completely cleansed and cleared. All quarters were cool and spotless, like one's cleansed and pacified mind. Text 134. When the water from the different rooms was finally let out through the halls, it appeared as if new rivers were rushing out to meet the waters of the ocean. Text 135. Outside the gateway of the temple, all the roads were also cleansed, and no one could tell exactly how this was done. Text 136. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu also cleansed the Nrsimha temple inside and outside. Finally, he rested a few minutes and then began dancing. Text 137. All around Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu all the devotees performed congregational chanting. The Lord, just like a maddened lion, danced in the middle. Text 138. As usual, when Caitanya Mahaprabhu danced, there were perspiration, trembling, fading, tears, jubilation and roaring. Indeed, the tears from his eyes washed his body and those before him. Text 139. In this way Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu washed the bodies of all the devotees with the tears from his eyes. The tears poured like the rains in the month of Shravana. Text 140. The sky was filled with the great and loud chanting of Sankirtana, and the earth shook from the jumping and dancing of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 141. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu always liked the loud chanting of Svarupa Damodara. Therefore when Svarupa Damodara sang, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu danced and jumped high in jubilation. Text 142. The Lord thus chanted and danced for some time. Finally, understanding the circumstances, he stopped. Text 143. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then ordered Sri Gopala, the son of Advaita Acharya, to dance. Text 144. While dancing in ecstatic love, Sri Gopala fainted and fell to the ground unconscious. Text 145. When Sri Gopala fainted, Advaita Acharya hastily took him upon his lap. Seeing that he was not breathing, he became very much agitated. Text 146. Advaita Acharya and others began to chant the holy name of Lord Nrsimha and sprinkle water. The roaring of the chant was so great that it seemed to shake the entire universe. Text 147. When the boy did not regain consciousness after some time, Advaita Acharya and the other devotees began to cry. Text 148. Then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu placed his hand on the chest of Sri Gopala and said loudly, "Gopala, stand up." Text 149. As soon as Gopala heard the voice of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately came to his senses. All the devotees then began to dance, chanting the holy name of Hari. Text 150. This incident has been described in detail by Vrindavanadasa Thakura. Therefore I have described it only in brief. Text 151. After taking rest, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and all the devotees departed to take their baths. Text 152. After bathing, the Lord stood on the bank of the lake and put on dry garments. After offering obeisances to Lord Nrsimhadeva, whose temple was nearby, the Lord entered a garden. Text 153. In the garden, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sat down with the other devotees. Vinitharaya then came and brought all kinds of Mahaprasadam. Texts 154 to 155. Kasi Misra and Tulasi, the superintendent of the temple, brought as much prasadam as 500 men could eat. Seeing the large quantity of prasadam, which consisted of rice, cakes, sweet rice and a variety of vegetables, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very satisfied. Text 156. Among the devotees present with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu were Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, Advaita Acharya, and Nityananda Prabhu. Text 157. Acharyanandi, Srivasa Thakura, Gadadhara Pandita, Sankara, Nandanacharya, Raghava Pandita and Vikresvara were also present. Text 158. Receiving the permission of the Lord, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya sat down. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and all his devotees sat on raised wooden seats. Text 159. In this way all the devotees sat down to take their lunch in consecutive lines, one beside the other. Text 160. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was repeatedly calling, Haridasa, Haridasa, And at that time Haridasa, standing at a distance, spoke as follows. Text 161, Haridasa Thakur said, "Let Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu take his lunch with the devotees. Since I am abominable, I cannot sit down among you." Text 162, Govinda will give me prasadam later, outside the door. Understanding his mind, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not call him again. Texts 163 to 164, Svarupa Damodara Goswami, Jagadananda, Damodara Pandita, Kesasvara, Gopinatha, Vaninatha and Sankara distributed prasadam, and the devotees chanted the holy names at intervals. Text 165, Lord Sri Krishna had previously taken his lunch in the forest, and that very pastime was remembered by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 166, just by remembering the pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was agitated by ecstatic love. But considering the time and circumstance, he remained somewhat patient. Text 167, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "You can give me the ordinary vegetable known as lapra vyanjana, and you may deliver to all the devotees better preparations like cakes, sweet rice and amrita gudika." Text 168, since Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is omniscient, he knew what types of preparations each person liked. He therefore had Svarupa Damodara deliver these preparations to each devotee to his full satisfaction. Text 169, Jagadananda went to distribute prasadam, and suddenly he placed all the first-class preparations on the plate of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 170, when such nice prasadam was put on the plate of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord was outwardly very angry. Nonetheless, when the preparations were placed on his plate sometimes by tricks and sometimes by force, the Lord was satisfied. Text 171, when the food was thus delivered, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu looked at it for some time. Being afraid of Jagadananda, he finally ate something. Text 172, the Lord knew that if he did not eat the food offered by Jagadananda, Jagadananda would certainly fast. Being afraid of this, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu ate some of the prasadam he offered. Text 173, Svarupa Damodara Goswami then brought some excellent sweetmeats and, standing before the Lord, offered them to him. Text 174, Svarupa Damodara Goswami then said, "Just take a little of this Mahaprasadam, and see how it is that Lord Jagannath has accepted it." Text 175, upon saying this, Svarupa Damodara Goswami placed some food before the Lord, and the Lord, out of affection, ate it. Text 176, Svarupa Damodara and Jagadananda again and again offered the Lord some food. Thus they behaved affectionately with the Lord. This was very, very uncommon. Text 177, the Lord made Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya sit on his left side, and when Sarvabhauma saw the behavior of Svarupa Damodara and Jagadananda, he smiled. Text 178, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu also wanted to offer Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya first-class food, therefore, out of affection, he had the servers put first-class food on his plate again and again. Text 179, Gopinath Acharya also brought first-class food and offered it to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya while speaking sweet words. Text 180, after serving the Bhattacharya with first-class prasadam, Gopinath Acharya said, "Just consider what the Bhattacharya's previous mundane behavior was. Just consider how at present he is enjoying transcendental bliss." Text 181, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied to Gopinath Acharya, "I was simply a less intelligent logician. But by your grace I have received this opulence of perfection." Text 182, but for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, "Who is so merciful? He has converted a crow into a Garuda. Who could be so merciful?" Text 183, in the association of the jackals known as logicians, I simply continued to bark a resounding boo-boo. Now, from the same mouth I am chanting the holy names Krishna and Hari. Text 184, whereas I once associated with the disciples of logic, all non-devotees, I am now merged in the waves of the nectarian ocean of the association of devotees. Text 185, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, "From your previous birth you have been in Krishna consciousness. Thus you love Krishna so much that simply by your association we are all developing Krishna consciousness." Text 186, thus there is no one within these three worlds, save for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is always so willing to increase the glories of the devotees and give them satisfaction. Text 187, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then took all the remnants of food offered to Jagannath, such as cakes and sweet rice, and distributed them to all the other devotees, calling them individually. Text 188, Sri Advaita-acharya and Nityananda Prabhu sat side by side, and when prasadam was being distributed they engaged in a type of mock fighting. Text 189, First Advaita-acharya said, I am sitting in line with an unknown mendicant, and because I am eating with him, I do not know what kind of destination is awaiting me. Text 190, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is in the renounced order of life. Consequently he does not recognize discrepancies. As a matter of fact, a sannyasi is not affected by eating food from anywhere and everywhere. Text 191, according to the sastras, there is no discrepancy in a sannyasi's eating at another's house. But for a householder brahmana, this kind of eating is faulty. Text 192, it is not proper for householders to dine with those whose previous birth, family, character and behavior are unknown. Text 193, Nityananda Prabhu immediately refuted Srila Advaita-acharya, saying, you are a teacher of impersonal monism, and the monistic conclusion is a great hindrance to progressive, pure devotional service. Text 194, one who participates in your impersonal monistic philosophy does not accept anything but the one Brahman. Text 195, Nityananda Prabhu continued, you are such a monist. And now I am eating beside you. I do not know how my mind will be affected in this way. Text 196, thus they both went on talking and praising one another, although their praise appeared negative, for it appeared as if they exchanged ill names. Text 197, thereafter, calling all the Vaisnavas, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu distributed Mahaprasadam as if sprinkling nectar. At that time the mock fight between Advaita-acharya and Nityananda Prabhu became more and more delicious. Text 198, after taking their lunch, all the Vaisnavas stood up and chanted the holy name of Hari, and the resounding noise filled all the upper and lower planetary systems. Text 199, after this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu offered flower garlands and sandalwood pulp to all his devoted personal associates. Text 200, the 7 persons headed by Svarupa Damodara who were engaged in distributing prasadam to others then took their meals within the room. Text 201, Govinda saved some remnants of food left by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and kept them carefully. Later, one portion of these remnants was delivered to Haridasa Thakura. Text 202, the remnants of food left by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu were later distributed among devotees who begged for them, and finally Govinda personally took the last remnants. Text 203, the fully independent Supreme Personality of Godhead performs various types of pastimes. The pastime of washing and cleansing the Gandhika temple is but one of them. Text 204, the next day marked the performance of the festival of Netrosava. This great festival was the life and soul of the devotees. Text 205, everyone was unhappy for a fortnight because they could not see the deity of Lord Jagannath. Upon seeing the Lord at the festival, the devotees were very happy. Text 206, on this occasion, greatly happy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took all the devotees with him and visited the Lord in the temple. Text 207, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to visit the temple, Kesasvara walked in front, checking the crowds of people, and Govinda walked in the rear, bringing the sannyasi's pitcher filled with water. Text 208, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went toward the temple, Paramananda Puri and Brahmananda Bharati walked in front of him, and at his two sides walked Svarupa Damodara and Advaita-acharya. Text 209, with great eagerness all the other devotees followed them into the temple of Lord Jagannath. Text 210, out of great eagerness to see the Lord, they all neglected the regulative principles and, just to see the Lord's face, went to the place where the food was offered. Text 211, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was very thirsty to see the Lord, and his eyes became like 2 bumblebees drinking the honey from the lotus-like eyes of Lord Jagannath, who is Krishna himself. Text 212, the eyes of Lord Jagannath conquered the beauty of blossoming lotus flowers, and his neck was as lustrous as a mirror made of sapphires. Text 213, the chin of the Lord, tinged with buff color, conquered the beauty of the bandhuli flower. This increased the beauty of his mild smiling, which was like lustrous waves of nectar. Text 214, the luster of his beautiful face increased at every moment, and the eyes of hundreds and thousands of devotees drank its honey like bumblebees. Text 215, as their eyes began to drink the nectarian honey of his lotus face, their thirst increased. Thus their eyes did not leave him. Text 216, thus Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees enjoyed transcendental bliss upon seeing the face of Jagannath. This continued to midday. Text 217, as usual, there were transcendental blissful symptoms in Caitanya Mahaprabhu's body. He perspired and trembled, and a constant flow of tears fell from his eyes. But the Lord checked these tears so they would not disturb his seeing the face of the Lord. Text 218, their looking at the face of Lord Jagannath was interrupted only when he was offered food. Afterwards they would again look upon his face. When the food was being offered to the Lord, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu performed his kirtana. Text 219, feeling such great pleasure upon seeing the face of Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu forgot everything. The devotees, however, took him to his lunch at noontime. Text 220, knowing that the car festival would take place in the morning, all the servants of Lord Jagannath were doubling their offerings of food. Text 221, I have briefly described the pastimes of the Lord in washing and cleansing the Gandhika temple. By seeing or hearing these pastimes, even sinful men can awaken their Krishna consciousness. Text 222, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya-caritamrta, following in their footsteps.